Welcome back to Questing for Glory, Hope, and Healing 2. I'm Sweet Peeves, and I'll be your host for this next block. Right now, we are hosting for... Wow, excuse me. We are raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI is the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization whose work is focused around three pillars: education and support, awareness, and advocacy. Now, what does that mean? Education and support. Via their 48 state offices and more than 650 affiliates, NAMI offers a host of signature programs, presentations, and support groups that are available free of charge. This includes a national helpline that can provide information, resources, and a compassionate understanding with trained volunteers to support anyone who calls in. These programs reach more than 300,000 people a year and are life-changing opportunities for education, connection, support, and personal growth. And I know you've been waiting for it. Right now, we are going to kick it over to the Sid, Emmy, and Steam, and they are going to show us Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade for PS5.
Show everybody that? I think I'm going to be learning it myself right here.
Right.
So, New Game Plus, hard. Unfortunately, hard is unavailable through any other means other than hard. So, we're just going to get into it in a moment here. But I myself run New Game Plus hard. I might look at some other categories later, but I do a lot of hard stuff. It's really fun to have access to everything, kind of how we can break the game. Yuffie's on deck next time, once I get done with this run. Maybe a little bit of Mega Man X. So if you guys want to see more remake content, I'm probably going to be sticking with this game for quite a long time. This and the next parts whenever they come out. You guys want to introduce yourself?
Sure, yeah. I'm Steamed Hams and Cheese. I run this game as well, primarily on New Game Easy.
Yeah, I'm the Nakayemi. I also run this game. I got into speedrunning with this game at the start of lockdown, and I primarily run New Game Plus Easy because, like they said, I like having access to all the things.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I guess we'll start the countdown on hard. I actually have to load this from a save in the chapter. So 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Good luck.
So New Game Plus hard, they strip us of the ability to use items, get MP back through benches, a couple of different things. Overall, it's a lot of MP management because Magic Up really, it dwarfs any other combat trick. So Magic becomes very warping to some extent. It's not as big of a band-aid as you might think. You actually kind of need to know what you're doing with hard, hard to get away with all that nonsense of making full use of Magic Up. There is Luck Up, but God help you if you want to use crits in this run. There's some reasonable ways to do it, but I wouldn't suggest it. So if we come down this alleyway here, we can kind of speed this up a little bit. It makes them spawn up there on the top platform, and we can wander in here to the elevator and activate it early. What? Oh, Cloud, you didn't even... The button?
Wait.
There we go, buddy.
There you go.
Oh, no. Haha. Okay. Yeah. I guess we'll have to show it off later. Cloud didn't interact. I was actually going to try and soft lock there, but Cloud decided to say no.
I was gonna say I thought you had it there for a second, but
yeah, it ate my a triangle boss strikes again and makes the joke a joke of me instead. Hilarious. Thanks, game.
So just to fill in chat there, we'd planned to do a whole shtick over you just found a new soft lock, and the game denied us.
Yeah. One thing about these remake runs is that when you expect the game to do something, a lot of the times it doesn't do the thing you expect. So yeah, that's what happens.
My face do be red though.
Good thing no face cam today, huh?
I think actually we're just gonna yeah, the soft lock actually isn't that bad. I guess I'll have to show it off after the run, unfortunately. Be a little bit anticlimactic to do it at the back end, but it's pretty interesting little thing you can do. That Cloud. The problem is my thumbstick's a little bit sticky, so I got back movement. Sort of ate my triangle input. Triangle boss, why you be like this? All right,
Yeah,
so instead I'll just explain the dang game instead of lamenting over the soft blocking my softness. So we're gonna do a save load here to restart and save load right here. Actually saves a little bit of time, gives us saves about 2 to 3 seconds in dialogue and stuff. I'm gonna zip off to the side here with Barrett to align him in a proper spot, and then fire off Catastrophe and just keep on going. If I get Cloud in the right spot, I can pretty consistently get all the enemies killed. So hopefully we'll get a decent laser cycle here. I should be able to make that. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I should be able to. Yep, just one bonk.
You should note as well on hard mode, all the characters are maxed out, so everything's level 50. All the materia is fully upgraded. So if you see, this is hard mode. This is not easy mode. All the enemies are basically melting away at Cloud's touch. That's only because the enemies are intended to be weak in these early chapters. So the fact that we are basically fully leveled out, we're just overwhelming them. So a lot of these battles go very quick.
Yeah, we're going to do another save reload here. This was a new strategy that we discovered on the PlayStation 5. The speed of the in-game storage allows us to skip certain lines of dialogue throughout the run, and in that case it's a good 7 to 10 second save there to get that door to open sooner.
The sweeper, as long as you get right on top of the door, it's about 10 seconds. I'd estimate that one is around 8, because I was a little bit further back than I wanted to be. I kind of botched the fight and didn't really like... I dedicated to hitting the sweeper for no particular reason. I'm a little bit off, but because of the weird way that the soft lock didn't lock up. Normally, it's super easy to do. You actually have to go out of your way to make sure you don't do it. Because the thing is, if you don't move in that elevator, it'll clip below Cloud. You can activate the button to make it go back up. Cloud stays clipped to the invisible floor below him, and the elevator goes up without him, and there's no way to bring it back down.
What you saw Sid do there was he was deliberately dash attacking towards the enemies even though we didn't want to kill them, and it's just a wee movement tech to get Cloud to move forward quicker when you're approaching battles.
Yeah, you'll hear us speak about movement tech a lot in this game because there's a lot of walking sections. But here's Guard Scorpion, so this will be a very impressive fight. He's weak to thunder, so you know there's a lot of thunder going on there. He's gonna throw up this shield that it prevents lightning, but we have what's called I'm not going to be able to pronounce
but it doesn't prevent limits.
That's true, yes. So we have an accessory on. I'm terrible at pronouncing the name, so I'm not even going to try. But it gives you full...
or Twilight of the Gods.
There you go. Twilight of the Gods is much easier, but it basically gives you full limit and immediately. So we use that to our advantage in certain phases of the battles.
Yeah, most of us just call it Gotter.
Yeah, we do shorthanded to Gotter. The thing is, you don't get it easily. You have to do it through the VR boss battles, and fight off all 4 of the summons plus a secret boss. So if you haven't completed it, you should probably check it out. There's a couple of speedruns of it, solo versus the VR, and there's also a solo versus series for the Vice boss fights, Vice super boss that you get from doing the Yuffie %. They're insanely good. I think it's like Anthony Jacuzzi is the channel that did it. He's got some insane strats. I actually wanted to offer that, but I didn't have the time to learn it because I was stupid enough to offer another, had to do another run for SG Live right before this because I got greedy. And I'm like, oh look, I can be the finale for this marathon, and I can be in the marathon I really my end goal was to be in. Oh, sure, yeah, I'll do both within 15 hours. Seems like a good idea.
We've made our own marathon of Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Yeah, the 3 of us might have some slight sleep deprivation right about now.
Just a little bit.
I'm 3 coffees deep, so I'm good for right now. I got a good 5-6 hours before I need a nap.
Luckily, I've beat the muscle memory into my bone. The run for the last marathon was a 4:46. This one will definitely be slower because I got to take the stairs, but... we can stairs world record. It's fine. We'll get world record anyway as long as I don't throw too hard. So no matter what, we're getting it. So get hype.
So speaking of the movement tech, coming up in this section, you'll see Cloud running away from basically every single battle. We want to try to get to the top floor as soon as possible because we want to trigger something we like to call Barrett warp, or just warping in general. Basically, Barrett will be in a battle section that is furthest away from Cloud, and that allows him to warp up to where Cloud is. If he's in
yeah.
a different battle section, then Barrett will not warp.
We're trying to time it because what it is Barrett is in fleeing and Cloud is in combat, so the game forces the character to warp to the character in combat. I'm assuming they did that to avoid any sort of nonsense. Yeah, yes, this is New Game Plus. Hard is by default New Game Plus. Fortunately or unfortunately, however you want to look at it. You can only do it once you've beaten the game, so we maxed everything out. The beginning of the game won't give us as much pushback as you might want, but it does lead to some pretty cool-looking strats. Like synergy abuse here, you probably won't see in any other category because it's not as effective. Synergy is the materia that's causing Barrett to fire off Tier 1 spells whenever I swing at stuff. It has a lot of caveats and things you got to do. Also, this ATB is insanely good. I am kind of beside myself with how good this ATB is. It actually scares me when I see that.
Yeah, so if anyone has
RNG
played...
praying. RNG praying for the
Please,
warp.
RNG.
Hey, there you go, buddy. Go ahead. Chase Barrett down. It's fine.
Oh,
This won't take forever.
Hopefully
Every
he'll just
run.
right back upstairs.
Okay, there we go.
Hey,
Fine.
there we go. So that's the successful warping. That we
Okay, fine, whatever. Yeah, whatever. I have
that's
no
why
idea.
The game gave you extra ATB.
Yeah, since I intended to reset, I didn't start my timer, so I have no idea how bad or good I'm doing. So I guess I'm just gonna have to guess.
that was an 850, so you're only about 10 seconds behind.
It's faster than yesterday.
Yeah, well, yeah, for sure.
No comments, Governor.
Oh, good grief. Yeah, my run yesterday, Barrett refused to warp up, so I think we got out of there around 9:30, 9:40. Probably is what actually stopped me from like getting a 45 and or a PB. Sephiroth decided to back me up and not spawn in this chapter, but I'm not holding my breath again. That's the next big movement tech, and it literally, as far as we know, we have no idea what causes it. He just sometimes decides to no-show. I guess they didn't approve his overtime or something. I'm not sure what it is. He might also got bad direction is waiting in Chapter 18 for some reason.
In my testing, it seems to be a memory leak issue, like how many times you reset the game or reload a save or something like that seems to have an effect on whether it triggers more often than not, but it's, as far as we know, it's totally random. And I suppose we should speak about synergy as well, because since we use it a lot in this run, synergy in the PS4 version,
absolute trash.
Absolutely useless. Yes, it would cost an ATB, it would cost MP, so it was pretty much useless when you can control the characters. Since Integrate came out, since you can't control Sonin in the Yuffie run, they boosted synergy so that it does not cost MP or an ATB. So it basically gives you a free magic spell whenever you perform an ATB action with a different character.
Yeah, it's pretty balanced in Yuffie, but here...
yeah, we have the benefit of being able to switch characters, so we can basically trigger synergy over and over and over again, which you'll see a lot of in this.
Usually
run.
have 3 characters. We've got double magic up. Aerith and Cloud's magic stat can be pushed to the limit. Yuffie is more of like a balanced character, but obviously she can't take full advantage of synergy because you can't control Sonon. So synergy is balanced for the Yuffie DLC. It is not balanced in the main game. It actually warps the PS5 route very heavily, but it has a lot of nuances. You can actually interrupt the synergy command. You can actually force it to retarget stuff it's not supposed to hit. There's some cases where you actually don't want it to trigger. It also has the shortcut, just commands in general on characters you're not controlling have a quirk in the PS5 version of usually causing a dodge roll. So there's like so many little nuances you got to know about synergy. It also has a pretty strong interaction with Arcane Ward, but takes a little bit of setup to make full power use out of. I'll use that on Hell House and Abzu 1, and to a lesser extent.
No Sephi, no Sephi, no Sephi.
We're going to get the around the corner spawn, so he's just going to not show up initially and be around the corner.
No Sephi.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Fun is dead.
No.
Fun is dead.
Oh, yeah, I saw him. Yeah, he's there.
I love seeing him.
So we got a little bit of time if we have some
You might,
donations.
but we don't because it's quicker.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well-
if Sephiroth doesn't load here, Cloud doesn't slow down, so we get to just walk at this pace, basically.
So
and that saves us about 20 seconds.
Yep. So we'll use those 20 seconds. Do we have a donation or two we can read off?
We actually do not have any donations, but I would love to tell everyone about the prizes, Final Fantasy VII specific prizes we have available to bid for through the Shadowrun game.
Sounds
We
great.
have a Final Fantasy VII Avalanche print by Crystal Faye. It is actually so nice. I took one look at it and I went to their shop and I bought one. That is how good looking this poster is. We also have a Shinra Company Iron-On patch from Wolf and Wings. That is a $5 minimum donation. And a Final Fantasy VII neon poster provided by RPG LB's staff. That is a $10 minimum donation. That poster is, I don't want to give any spoilers, but I'll just say it's the logo coming crashing down. Do I have time for sharing
I got
some
a
more?
little bit more time. Yep.
All right. So we've got some bidding going on. After this one, we've got the Shadowrun. Oh, the Exploit Showcase incentive has been met, but the game after that, Super Mario RPG, you can name the file. Right now, Waluigi is winning at $50, and Dataface is at $33. And there is a $500 incentive for watching the credits at Super Mario RPG. We are currently at $64. Please, everyone, I would love to see those credits.
All right, so here is another section where we're going to be running away up until this, what we call the fountain. Big thing about the fountain is that we try to get a dialogue skip so that the shock troopers will load a little bit faster. Cloud's getting a little beat up there, but that's okay.
Yeah, his HP isn't super huge of an issue here. It's just more of an obnoxious time loss. If I got shot, it would have been fine, like, after these guys spawn. You see them kind of clipping into the floor here. It means I'm gonna not get any ATB out of this. Okay, who the hell's still alive over there? Wait, what? He launched the grenade while he was dead. Cool game. Oh, boy.
So, yeah, what you're seeing there is, this is like a gauntlet section, and there's a few of these in this game, where it's just fight after fight after fight without you leaving battle. So Sid's trying to make sure he's rolling around and moving to the correct locations for the next spawn. And unfortunately, some of them also spawn in with quite long iframes, so they don't always die instantly to your first hits, that grenadier there being a perfect example. So that's why we need to get that final attack in to kill him.
Yeah. Because Magic Up being just as busted as it is, you end up defaulting to Magic, especially with these single segments with Cloud. Magnify is limited to 3 targets, but it has a really strong and unique interaction with Wind and Ice, because they both create like a particle effect before they explode, Ice being ice cubes and Wind. On the PS5 is buffed, so it like sticks to its target and then explodes. So they're both pretty strong.
They also expanded the range of the ice radius of explosions,
and
so
Magnify as well too. So like a lot of this, like there's a lot of strong interactions going on in here with the intergrade version that kind of makes our lives a little bit easier. Why do you keep shot in the back? Please stop shooting me in the back, game.
Cloud is getting beat up in this chapter.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Okay. All right, that's weird. Thanks, Windows, for lying to me. It told me OBS disconnected, so I started to walk for a second there to double check. I guess it did freeze for a minute. It's showing me that I'm still outputting.
Yeah, you're all good.
Yeah. Well, you guys are watching the OBS window, so OBS is saying, hold on. I guess I have to.
Wasn't on stream.
Oh, maybe not.
Let me see here. How do I want to do? Okay. Could you not kill me, please, though?
No.
That'd be great. Okay, we're just gonna have to get through this. Fire, and then limit.
I think we froze up here.
All right, let me. Well, this is gonna be a run. Okay.
Accidental on purpose, accidental soft lock.
Let me.
Absolutely intended, I'm sure.
All right, so I'm gonna cut the stream and do. Could not access the key. What? Okay. So on our end, the key drops for whatever reason. RTM. Did the RTMP go down? Uh. All right.
Welcome back, everyone. So sorry about that. Shinra was trying to get us down.
I'm getting DDoSed over here.
We were, but we are back.
Yep. Sorry about that. It looks like the stream went down for whatever reason. Unfortunate, but we're just going to keep on going. So we'll count on the timer in 3, 2, 1, go. I would count the movement there against myself, but it's going to be impossible to get movement in here because I paused in the I didn't pause. So it's basically going to be impossible to get past the NPCs like I would normally. So I'm going to have to bonk into everything about 6 times.
Yeah, all people missed there was the mini boss at the end of chapter 2. It's not really difficult.
It should let me bonk right through each of these. Normally, there's a little bit of movement tech to get through these, but since I kind of had to stand there for a minute while I was trying to figure out what was up with the internet.
Yeah, normally through that walking section, if you're close to, you're following Biggs through the train, and if you're very close to Biggs, the NPCs like to throw up kind of like a barrier.
Oh, they don't care.
You through. So we have to do some pretty specific movement to get around the NPCs efficiently.
Square chose to patch a lot of things in Intergrade over the first release of Remake. For some reason, they also decided to make those NPCs a lot more annoying to walk through.
Yeah, they made a Gandalf "You shall not pass" fix to those NPC characters because they have a invisible barrier around them that doesn't let you through a lot of them.
So, RIP the timer. You know what? We'll just make it a goal to get back into Limit Break, and I'll do one that actually doesn't have to drop out in the middle.
Hey, it's marathon %.
But for right now, you know what? We're just going to make sure that I blow away every boss. And even if the timer does look like it's suffering a cruel fate, the bosses are going to suffer it with it. So let's go.
So yeah, here we are. We're in Sector 7. We've escaped blowing up the reactor, and we're heading back to meet Tifa for the first time. And
yeah, we're going to do a little bit of a save load here. Early on, there's a couple of save loads in a few different spots. If you use these subtitles as a timing mechanism, you can start a save and then load because the PS5 saves and loads so quick. It takes about 5 to 6 seconds to get a load save going, and then 1 to 2 to load. So as long as the dialogue is more than roughly 8 seconds, you save time. There's a few that save just a little bit. The one at the very beginning of the chapter saves a couple of seconds, but its real benefit is it resets the laser cycle, so it makes it a lot easier to get a good one, as long as your movement's pretty decent. The second one on the sweeper can save around 10 if you get good movement. This one right here saves 4 or 5. The big ones, the next big ones are in chapter 4. We can skip the first one, save 4, 5, 6 seconds, and then another 10 seconds on top of that.
Yeah, usually you have to wait for the dialogue for the NPCs to finish their dialogue in order to transition into the next part of their dialogue. With the save load, we get to skip all that, so it makes it nice and easy. There's also, you have to wait for the interaction triggers. If you do a save load, the interaction trigger pops right up.
Yep. There's some where it's a little bit different. Most of them are usually subtitles. In some cases, you use the mini-map. As you get later into the game, I think they realized that that was a thing they didn't want people to be able to do. So they...
Still a little tick. Door bonk.
Yeah. I mean, we gotta save those seconds after spending a couple of minutes reconnecting to the internet. So let's do this, Tifo. Let's get this
intended
fast.
Here, you're supposed to line up with the door frame. You gotta go a little bit further there. Bonk.
There we go.
There we go. So that's about a second and a half, 2 seconds around there. If you bonk into Tifa, she starts her dialogue a little bit sooner.
It is one of the daftest time saves in the whole run, but it just feels good getting it.
Yep. Chapter 3 is either death by 1,000 cuts or 5/4 of a second saved. It's basically all it is. It's a lot of little micro saves. Or a lot of little time saves where you just like go, can I reset now?
Yeah, there's so much movement in this one that when we're walking around, we're very careful where we position ourselves compared to the NPCs for different little triggers. The AI pathing in this game isn't the best at times, so if you're not in the right place, Tifa sometimes just likes to walk around, the rest of the slums rather than going to where you want her to go.
If you get really greedy with this item store here and try and hop in too soon, she'll end up going around the outside of the store. Not only will she slow down and start walking instead of jogging, she'll go around the outside and try and come in through the wall. Then she'll come back in through the door, and usually she'll go one step further and try and go up the stairs in the back for some reason. So I'm going to move a little bit ahead of her, but I'm going to stop at a particular point to keep her moving forward at full speed, and then wait till she starts, get to the point where she would walk normally, and then follow in behind her. Man, I've never done this on French before. I knew you French guys were going to come out here and show out, so I was saving it for this marathon specifically. Shout out to the French community, honestly. They're part of the reason I managed to push through and learn this early on. The scene was very strong in the French community early on in the first 6 to 12 months. Not as much runners nowadays, unfortunately, because a lot of them are good enough to hit their goal and get out real quick. But there's still some pretty talented runners that help teach me a lot. Aqua, Mishizuri, and even Mr. MV was running this early on, and that was a really nice exchange because I'd always looked up to him early on, being like kind of a smaller, just getting into the speedrunning scene and then watching him do like Final Fantasy VI runs and stuff. It's really nice to have that moment where you kind of look up to somebody in the community and you get to interact with them because you have a shared interest. It's probably one of the neatest things about speedrunning is that interaction. Right here, we're going to stick to the fence because it's actually going to let us get far enough away from Tifa to jog, which will let us get far enough away to run. So, whoop, whoop. Now, I can warp her into the store if I wait a little bit out here, wait for her to finish, and run on in. There we go. We get the slow one, but that's fine. So...
Still saves time.
Yep. It saves time over everything else. You need to stay a little bit further back from the entryway. Basically, you see those two like raised parts on that metal. That's a good indicator of like how far Cloud needs to be so he doesn't walk over the cutscene line. Because what I'm assuming whatever it is, it just gets activated when she finishes talking. So as long as you make sure to walk over it after she finishes talking, you'll always get that. I didn't understand it before, so I'd literally go inside the weapon store and then come back out and then turn back in. I did it in the most, like, dumb way possible. Luckily, the other runners have been very generous with, like, information and helping me out understand all the nitnoids, tips, and tricks. Like, this area right here, we have something called Fast Boulevard that Strife has been kind enough to show me a really nice setup for. He doesn't get to do as many runs because he doesn't have as much time, but he's got some top-tier strats. He used to run without God or Dumb Rung just to kind of show what the game can do, and doesn't... Okay, that's really bad movement, but whatever. But he has got some insanely good strats throughout the rest of this run. I've stolen a lot from him. Well, not stolen. He's basically given them to me. You got to be careful here because you don't want to start this rat battle too soon. That's not the way you want to do that either, but okay.
Yeah, so the reason why we call it Fast Boulevard is we try to get through the battles and start the next battle pretty much immediately, get in the right position with Tifa. That's why you see all this parry movement going on with Tifa.
Yeah, what's causing this is
parry movement.
Yep, the parry materia is, but that's what causes this. Normally, the characters will just dodge roll with the circle. I mean, obvious the speed's a little bit different. Aerith does kind of a side jump. It's kind of hard to like nail down.
More of a cartwheel type thing.
Yeah, she does like a twirl off to the side pirouette or something. Barrett does a roll that somehow is slower than everyone else. I don't even know how his speed is as slow as it is.
Barrett got the low end of the stick in a lot of things in this game.
Yeah, apparently being big just makes you slow at everything. I'm not quite sure how that works. But
what's funny though is that his fleeing speed is faster than everyone else. Like he just turns on the jets when he wants to run away from a battle.
Is it? I wasn't aware of that.
I think it's as fast as Tifa's. He runs, he jets. It's actually quite funny.
We'll be seeing a lot more of parry later in the run. Parry with Tifa is actually, while you're in battle, the quickest way to move in the entire game. So anytime we get a chance to abuse Tifa sliding around, yeah, we definitely do that.
Yep. It does come at the cost of a materia slot because we have to equip parry. It's one of the materia you get through Chadley. Casually, I'd say it's pretty strong because it'll give you iframes and let you keep your guard up while you're dodging stuff. But in terms of movement tech, it's extremely potent in a New Game Plus run because we can start with it. And you can tell how fast her parries were, so it just saves a ton of time moving at full speed.
Yeah, parry is one of those materias that are a necessity in a speed run like this, along with a materia called First Strike, which gives you a full ATB bar. ATB boost is very heavily used. That gives you an extra ATB bar if you have one already filled. And refocus is used at some points later on in the run.
Somebody check the stream because I'm seeing F's in chat. My OBS is showing that I'm streaming just fine. Oh, I got a little spooked there. Uh-oh. Saved. Breathe. Uh-oh.
Looks good to me.
Okay, yeah, that's my OBS is going out, so maybe it's the restreamer that got nuked.
Uh-oh. No,
We're back. Okay. You guys have scared me. Please, no. My heart can't take this anymore. Yeah, that was.
Internet's been strange today, so
yeah.
I'm telling you, it's Shinra.
for all this.
This is marathon luck if I've ever seen it.
So coming up here is kind of the next kind of mini fight of this chapter. We've got to rescue Johnny because Johnny's got a big mouth, and we're worried that he might tell Shinra what's been going on. For those of you who like character development and love certain characters, Cloud's solution to this, if you watch some of the cutscenes, is actually to kill Johnny. So clearly not as nice a guy as we all once thought, but he's convinced not to.
Yep. Barrett comes out on top, in my opinion, as the best character in the remake. They brought me from very indifferent to Barrett and like mildly caring because of his storyline with Coral and his interactions with Red to like extremely liking Barrett. I'm really sad that one of the things I was the saddest about was not being able to play as Red 13. But what I was even more sad about when I got to New Game Plus Hard was realizing just how poor Barrett's stats are and how bad he got shafted by the devs, man. No matter what you do, it's really hard to make him a strong asset. Unfortunately, most of the time, he's either like a good group enemy clear for free, or he's good auxiliary damage to push through boss fights. It's very sad. I really hate having to even say that because his character's so well done. I feel pretty strongly for Barrett.
I am really looking forward to Barrett's character growth, especially when we get to like Dine and how that interaction is going to go down. I really can't wait to see how they handle that.
What I'm actually looking forward to is a lot of the interviews say that the Yuffie is kind of a prototype for how they're going to do the rest of the game. So like one of the things people are thinking is that we're going to have the synchronized or synergy attacks. And what I'm interested to see is they're obviously already building the relationship between Barrett and Red. I think like that'll probably be one of the earliest synergy attacks we get. And like they'll get new synergy attacks as the story progresses, hopefully. So it'd be really interesting to see what they do. And maybe that will compensate for Barrett's awful stats. Or maybe they'll like take pity on him and stop giving him bad stats and just, give him decent stats. The problem is
together doing the double ranged attacks when we get to the final chapter
on the final boss is like really that makes me think that that's going to be the case. Double limits will be super interesting. Hopefully they won't make us like it'll be a materia rather than an accessory because that's a really bad give for an accessory. Actually, I think that was one of Sono's weapons that activated that.
Is that Fighting Spirit or?
No, the one that double limits with Yuffie and them, so they like double limit at the same time.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Unity limit or synchronized, whatever. Yeah, okay. That's what I forgot which one it was. I wouldn't like that as a weapon thing. I'd rather it be a materia, because then some of these weapons like are way more powerful than others. That's probably what makes Barrett so bad in retrospect is because everybody else just has better weapons that offer a lot more stats. So we're just going to slash these guys in Blizzard Magnify. We might get a one shot on everything. Nice.
Oh yeah, nice.
There we go.
Great fight.
Okay, the game's being good, the internet's being bad. I guess we can show off a good run.
Yeah, what you saw before that fight when we were staying in front of the hoodlums is in this game sometimes it's quicker for us to surf NPCs so that we can move in front of them. You'll see us use that in some future chapters. Last night's run, or this morning's run for me, we got the most insane surfing that any of us have ever seen. So let's hope we can repeat that.
Yeah, that run was an insanely good marathon run. I got a really horrendous chapter 1, but like everything else was so good. So we're gonna do the mini fight game here. You know what? Never mind. I don't want to do it.
Oh man.
Yeah.
New game plus joys.
Yeah.
Sorry, new game runners.
Also, this is like a really good show off of like how fast the PS5 loads. You play this in the PS4 version, they're already moving. You play this and skip in the PS5 version, and the game's kind of like, I do what now? Oh yeah, that's right. I'm supposed to move. So if Biggs wasn't already on the stairs, we could probably get ahead of him too. But the hoodlum fight, kind of have to take it in a really slow way. We want to like stun lock them so the ice will hit all of them. As we mentioned earlier, like ice and wind has a really interesting interaction because it creates the particles and then explodes. If the magnified targets are all killed at once, you stop getting duplications. So fire is actually pretty weak with magnify early on because it'll end up killing everything before it duplicates. Lightning has a pretty small hitbox, so it's very unlikely that you'll kill 3 things with the same shot. But it'll come up more when we get to the later chapters where there's more machines to stagger. Right now, we're just going to abuse ice because a lot of the things will just get staggered. The reason Ice Magnify not only has that super good interaction because of Multiply, but it also has an additional interaction with a material called ATB Stagger. An ATB Stagger at full level, every time you stagger an enemy, you get 900 ATB back. The ATB bar is 2,000 points, subdivided by 1,000 and 1,000. But we're going to actually activate Refocus, which divides it into thirds of 650, 650, and 700, which is insanely useful in this next fight since Cloud's solo. We're going to be dealing with a lot of enemies in several waves. So having access to that ATB is going to basically allow us to fire off moves so fast that we're going to be able to trigger the ATB stagger after we've wasted all our ATB and get it all back immediately. But for the most part, ATB stagger, even with a single target that'll stagger, will basically keep us flowing in ATB to the point where we only need 100 for the next action and stuff. And the fringe benefit of ATB, of staggering enemies a ton, is we also get 350 points of limit out of it. Refocus requires a full limit bar to eat a full limit bar to get the stagger. So, yeah.
So
Yeah,
right now,
oh, go ahead, Emmy.
no worries. So right now, just to kind of catch the story back up a wee bit, this is the kind of first expansion in the areas of the game. We're actually on top of the plate in Sector 5 here. So it gave us a better idea of just what life on top of the plate was like, because in the OG game we only ever got to see kind of Shinra headquarters and on the motorways, or highways as you guys call them. So, but there's also a silly little thing here. It's like Shinra might be trying to take out our internet, but apparently when somebody's on long-term sick in a coma, they don't disable their security IDs. So we're just stealing one of those from Jesse's sick dad, and although he worked in a reactor, apparently that same ID will also let us break into a security, a military base. So, yeah, the security is great, but their internet hacking team, I think, slightly better.
Oh, yeah. So the
Yeah,
save
sure.
loads here save a little bit of time. This one saves a significant one. There's one more in the elevator in Chapter 9 that'll save us quite a bit of time. But yeah. The Annex is both very safe and extremely hard. A couple of misinputs can lead to disasters, so I'll leave it to you guys. But for the most part, I'm just going to be abusing Magnifies Duplication to get multiple hits and staggers. You can only get one ATB stagger per like ice cube, so Magnify makes it so that you can get more ATB than you spent. If you were to add in MP Absorb, same thing would happen. You can recover more MP than spent.
Before we begin the gauntlet, we should probably get us hand over to Sweet Peeps. Have we any more updates or donations?
We sure do have some more donations. We've got a $25 donation from Rye. It says, "What's up, gamers? G's in the chat if you love gaming. Big gaming."
I love gaming.
$25 from Nana. It says, "Been waiting for this run to donate. Good luck to the runner. Ain't no stopping this train we're on," but in Barrett's voice, of course.
Yep.
$10 from Lincoln. It says, Here's to a good cause, some amazing people, and some absolutely fantastic speedruns. Thank you to all involved, and hats off to Nami for the great work they do. Do I have time for one more?
Sure.
All right. $10 from Emmy here, who says, Shinra are clearly messing with this stream. We must keep fighting.
Yeah, so just to be safe here, sometimes my brain kind of like wanders off and just picks a random word, so sorry if I say something a little bit stupid. Unfortunately, I'm kind of sleep deprived, so it's hard for my filter to catch the silliness that can come out of my mouth. Do my best, so please know it's not to offend anybody or anything like that. It's just my brain like grabbing a random word and throwing it in there. So I'll do my best to avoid that. But let's spam some ice here and freeze everybody.
Yeah, this annex is goes pretty quick when everything goes well. Looks like there's good positioning on the guards. They're not running anywhere crazy, so everything hit pretty well. A lot of tight movement in this run as well.
Refocus abuse going on now, so we've now got 3 different ATB bars, and that just lets us cast far more often, as we said already.
Yeah, the ride trooper and the guard goes down pretty quickly as we move over here to these elite grenader and shock trooper. First, we're gonna get the MP boost here.
So yeah, even though there's wee cutscenes between these fights, the game considers it all one long battle, so hence we call them a gauntlet. And that's why it's, you know, useful for casting refocus at the start, because we get to keep that extra speed and extra APB right the way through. I think it's like 5 or 6 different phases here.
Yeah, the MP getting out of here. MP used to be extremely tight. Okay, because of the way we used to use Thunder, which costs an extra MP per shot. Now we're on a fiery hot strat. Please back up. Thank you.
Here we go. Got hit by both the ice bombs, so it double hits, and there he goes. And then we have Roche here. Roche is a new but old character. He was intended to be in the OG Final Fantasy VII, but he was written out, and he was written back in for the remake. He's going after Cloud and Party, but he ends up being more enamored with Cloud than going after him for Syndra's needs.
He's a very interesting character, and I'm looking forward to what they're going to do with him in Part 2. I get the feeling he's going to be either a consistent comedy relief character, or at the very least a foil to Cloud, and kind of like showing how like insanely powerful he is. Like over the top.
Reading interviews, he was meant to get an extra fight in just this part 1, but they wrote it out. They just didn't have time. So he does make a nice cameo in the Yuffie DLC if you are playing it. So yeah, we're definitely looking forward to seeing more of him in future parts.
Yeah, I believe it was he was supposed to be the boss of Chapter 13 instead of Failed Experiment.
Yeah, there's so many bosses in this run. Early on, because of Ice's over-the-top interaction with Magnify, triggering Stagger over and over again, and always getting all 3 of the hits. It's a really silly description, but I call it the Venn diagram of pain. If you're familiar with the term Venn diagram, it's that image of the circles overlapping in the center. But rather it being some sort of
Jesse's movement here every time. It's just the shuffle.
Yeah. Flat hands on the fence. Just, you know, sure, whatever. But yeah, if we can set things up right, we can get things to get multi-hit by ice. That's actually what I did with the sweeper. If I take a slash like that and roll to the side, there's a pretty good chance that sweeper will back up before he shoots me. So I get them both caught up in those Blizzard Magnifies. So they go down pretty quick. If I'm unlucky and they don't back up, I can just use the Blade Burst as a backup. Blade Burst hits really, really hard because Cloud's magic is super high. Normally it's a risky use move because it takes a little bit time to charge up. It doesn't auto-target outside of like if you fire it off and then something becomes locked on, Cloud will correct automatically to it. So some cases you could start activating Blade Burst early, and then the game will auto-correct. But the problem is you can get knocked out of Blade Burst pretty easily. So there's some places where you could use it, like Genova with the Tentacle phase. But there's a pretty decent chance you'll get hit by the Silence Orbs or the Fire Orbs while you're trying to be cute and start it off. but it will come up a lot more later. It's a really good backup move in certain scenarios.
It's probably important to explain about the keep and the interrupt. There's a hidden
Mhm.
stat for both your characters and the enemies. We call it keep and interrupt. Basically, it tells the game whether you're going to be interrupted or the enemy is going to be interrupted. And on hard mode, the interrupt keep value is very, very high. So a lot of the enemies will interrupt basically every action that a character do, except for limit breaks, because limit breaks gained iframes in Intergrade, which is fantastic.
It used to be really YOLO to throw out a limit. High risk, high reward. Now it's a safe move in a lot of situations. Limits are a little bit slower because of the slowdown, the cinematic, the startup, and the ending. And a lot of them are limited in terms of when is the best time to use them because of that. But it is a good source of damage. They'll turn on a little bit later. I'm going to sit on level 1 limits for the early game outside of Catastrophe. I'm never going to use Eris Limit unless things go really, really wrong. Planet's Protection is just off the table. Removing physical damage is nice, but you're better off just hitting something really, really hard instead. But I'm actually going to use Gotterdammerung here, and the limit is going to be Somersault. This first fight with the 4 Whispers here, if you kill 3 or 4 of them all at once, you can stop a second wave of 2 from spawning. And the problem isn't that the second wave spawns, it just takes forever to spawn, and it takes forever to be targetable.
Yeah,
so just waste. Go ahead.
I was just saying, there's a few fights in this run that if you kill the first wave of enemies, the second wave won't load if you kill the first wave fast enough. So it's a nice little time save that we try to take advantage of.
Yeah,
there's one coming up shortly. Where you might try and kill mobs A through D, and you don't get E and F if you can get it right.
Yep. So I'm gonna fling Somersault in the B because the 2 on the far side, I believe it's C and D, tend to like to move wide of the back, and because of some of the quirks, it's just easier to throw it at B, and it'll usually hit A and C. And I'll have Cloud clean up D. His fire kills it about 98% of the time. You can hit a damage range, and there's not much you can do about it.
For those of you who've played OG and you know the storyline and how we've been kind of running up till now, this is the Spectres. All I can describe here is Nomura happened. If any of you follow Final Fantasy, you know exactly what that means.
They're plot ghosts.
Yep. So that's what we're looking for.
Yep, perfect. And then the thing about the boss Spectre here is that the only way that you can make him vulnerable is if you stagger and kill one of the little Spectres. And you're so overpowered that you have to kind of be careful, but we have a pretty good strat to do
You definitely have to throttle your damage. Blizzard Magnify twice is safe, and will always kill and stagger. It's going to look like this is slow, but we have to get the stagger so that we can actually do any damage to the main one. It's either that or waiting out a timer. Even if I just fire off limits with Reckless Abandon, can you just... Okay, I guess it's this one that needs it. Sure, please just die.
So yeah, the key thing here is we only want to stagger the correct amount of standard Spectres around, because each time as you see there you get a stagger, there's that animation sequence, and the more times we see that in this fight, the slower the fight is. So we want to get the right number of staggers and then take down the Enigmatic as quick as possible.
And that was a great fight. That was a pretty smooth fight. Yeah.
That was about as good as it could go.
Yep.
I did get Impale from both, which is what I wanted, but one of them got canceled out by Blizzara, so I ended up swinging at the wrong one. You start with 3 enemies in front of you, so Magnify works out perfectly there. But if you're really cheeky about it, you can do what I did, where I use the Blizzard to bring one of them really, really low, and then finish it off manually, and then fire off Blizzard at the other one, so you can retarget that third magnified one. In that scenario, it'll propagate over to the Boss Whisper, and since he's now pressured, I can stagger him with a 1 pop. So it allows me to 1-2 him with a fire and a Star Shower. I could also just chuck a couple of limits at him and not bother staggering, but I'd have to micro-menu him and stuff, so that's just a little bit more fluid and keeps me out of any time slow or really over-the-top cutscenes. Yeah, I really do need to somersault those first 2, though. It's actually insanely hard to get the inputs in that fight. That's why that first one I took pretty slow to try and avoid getting the second wave.
So this is the beginning of the kind of major chapter expansions for what was like 1 or 2 screens in OG to really flesh out and give you a sense of the size of scale of Midgar. So we're on the train for a wee bit and then we'll end up in the kind of the train tunnels. And in the OG you could walk like 2 screens and that was you then in the sewers, walk like 2 screens and yeah, that was you out. But yeah, we've now got 2 entire chapters to do the same work, so lots of good fights coming up, some more tech, but yeah, it just shows you the kind of scale they've gone to on Remake to expand the lore.
Yep. One of the things is a lot of runners will Mithril, Knuckle, Tifa, and EKG Cannon Barrett. EKG is extremely strong because it has really high magic stat, so it's like one of the ways to boost damage, Barrett's damage. Steel Pincers, though, has a comparable magic stat. It's not the same, so you end up losing out on a little bit. But if you can keep his MP at max, you can get that 20% boost I was talking about from having full MP. And since he's triggering Synergy over and over again, he's not spending any ATB or MP. So Steel Pincers works out. And the reason the physical is important, there's 2 benefits to it. One, you get Overrun instead of Overcharge, which you could argue is a cost, benefit analysis type thing. Overrun hits just about as hard as Overcharge, a little bit harder actually. The last hit is what you get most of the ATB off, so it's really hard to recover the ATB out of it. It recharges really, really quick, and you can usually like tap triangle like once and get Overrun back. Problem is it's physical, and it takes a while to go off, and actually the final hit is what, like I said, gives all the ATB. So an enemy that's not like stun locked by the run animation will get caught on it. But that physical damage will boost his the catastrophe damage from Götterdämmerung. So it'll put him in a state where he's actually like being very productive, both magically and offensively. Also, cutscenes like this are pretty funny where you can hear him shooting, but he doesn't have his gun, so he's just guarding the whole time. And then Tifa, I split the difference. Some people go hard into Mithril Knuckles because they want her magic damage up. I find that splitting the difference with Feather Gloves is actually really strong because it keeps her physical damage up, which is her best stat, obviously. But it still gives her enough magic to, in some cases even, outpace Barrett's damage. Yeah.
Zoom, 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 zoom.
Yep.
So there you saw like a big example of movement tech all put together. So we put together warping and parry movement along with to get through that battle super fast. There's actually a cutscene if you kill all those enemies there. The reason why we don't do like catastrophe or something like that.
I totally forgot about that actually.
Yeah, well everyone skips it, so nobody remembers.
Yeah. It's been eons since I've done
I swear,
this game.
we all need to do a casual playthrough again to remember what we're missing out on.
Oh, I'm probably gonna, if I do a new game normal run, which is in the back of my head right now, it's very much something that's on the table for me, is like maybe all cutscenes or skipping some of the other things. So right here, I have to go out of my way to manage my camera angle so I don't get that. That was just, I couldn't do anything about it. Sometimes the game pushes you out of flee early, and you can get a really bad spawn position for Cloud. It's like, oh, look at this cinematic angle, and you're like, could we not, though? That'd be great.
Yeah, I think there's one piece of movement tech we didn't mention, the camera angles. There's a lot of points in the game that the game wants you to look at something. And if you move your camera to where the game is going to point you, Cloud won't slow down. He'll just keep walking, so...
It's easy to do outside of combat, but in combat, when you're parrying, is a nightmare.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult, because you gotta do... because you basically have to mash R1 in circle, and try to move the thumbstick at the same time.
Yeah, the right thumbstick. Which thumb are you doing it with? The right one that's mashing circle, or the left one that's controlling your directions?
Right, yeah.
So you end up having to do
spread your hand out across the controller. That's really what I do anyway.
That's Ice doing its best job to destroy the floor. Yeah, spells can interact with the environment and do stupid stuff like that where it doesn't hit the target.
Yeah,
this game's kind of weird.
A lot of the times, too, if an enemy dies before you intend it to, and there's a spell going to it, the spell will just go wherever it wants to.
Such a weird way to do that.
I do love just seeing the Blizzard animations splattered all over the screens, just to get the massive, kind of crystals ready to hit off and cause all the damage.
I completely messed up that movement, so it threw me off. Do I want... Yeah, I'll grab this just in case.
Still got through it. Totally
Shouldn't
intact.
need it. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these early ones, you can get away with murder on some of these really... If you're playing really poorly. The game can be pretty lenient if you set your route up that way. So you get away with a lot of stuff you probably shouldn't. Will you do it fast? Absolutely not. Will you finish the fight? Definitely. Since magic is so integral to the route, though, MP management is extremely important. I've opted to go for MP up and stagger on both Cloud and... oh, you know what? Never mind. No, I gotta wait for that cutscene to end. Normally, I lead Tifa in that menu. I always forget to do it because I used to do it earlier. So let's
Due
see
to the
here. What?
glitches and stuff, and you know, some of the incentives, I think
did
you
it
can probably
again.
be a bit safer on just making sure you pick up the crates you need.
Yep. You can also have double MP up and stuff. Movement was a little bit jank there because I accidentally switched to Cloud. The upside to being with Tifa is, starting with Tifa, is you get better movement. You don't have to, like, switch to her manually every time. The downside is it flip-flops your shortcuts and, like, who's on L2, who's on R2. So the best way to, like, mitigate that is to just write it down. I don't know why I'm grabbing this crate. I guess I wanted full MP for the missile turrets for some reason. Cloud does get a damage buff at full MP, but it's not... Even if I somehow saved his MP, going into Sentinel, or not Sentinel, but Crab Warden, he's still gonna roast the legs with a Thundiga. The front ones are weak to magic. The back ones are weak to physical. So I'm gonna have him break the front legs while I take Tifa around the back and break the rear legs. I'm gonna tune up the left side rear one with Tifa before we go into phase 2. And I'm gonna straight up break the right two ones. They end up being on our left side though, but breaking both of those will instantly stagger Sentinels or Crab Warden. Normally you'd want to hit the generator in the front to progress the phase, but I want to break both of the other legs to get the same effect.
Quick time save here, just staying left. You don't trigger the cutscene with Barret.
Fire up a catastrophe here, thunder. Okay,
Yeah, the
that's
thing
cool.
about the legs too, that's all. That's also another one of those hidden mechanics that the game doesn't really tell you about. We all wish that Assess gave you a little bit more information, but
Okay.
a
Well, I
lot
screwed
of it
myself.
comes through testing.
Nice. I screwed myself over there by killing the turret, which is surprising actually, because I didn't see the first one hit. That's actually the danger of being full power there. That 20% will magnify the Thundera. Or, well, that's not... The 20% damage makes the Magnify Thundera very strong. And if you hit hard enough, you end up in a pretty rough position. Yeah, so that was a really... some of the fights, I do silly stuff like that. I'm trying to speed it up, but if the target Catastrophe is hitting is dead before it pops off, Catastrophe just holds Barret in the air and does absolutely nothing. Lesson number 1, don't kill the Catastrophe target before Catastrophe hits it. Or else you're going to sit there and be like, oh, that's neat, Barret. I'm glad you can fly, apparently. Okay.
Alright, so Crab Warden, everything goes right, everything goes pretty fast. You'll see here in this fight,
One
Sid
leg.
abusing Focus Strike. This will activate Synergy. It also refills Tifa's ATB bar, so these are one of these moves that we just spam over and over again. There we do a couple of true strikes to get that leg damage down. So.
Yeah, so I usually want Omni Strike. Feathered Gloves is a 70% chance when you have the buff activated in the weapon menu. So, yeah, it's not something... Okay, that's not the right character. Okay, I'm gonna have to... Could you not?
I think that Thunder clipped the
Dude,
storage container
Cloud,
there.
I need you to Thundiga. Okay, fine.
There it goes.
That's so stupid. That was...
Chat
Could I
just reminded me that we're doing this in French. We can't hear it as the commentary team, but yeah, it's just novel.
So that phase absolutely went poorly because I accidentally Thundiga'd with Barret instead of Cloud. So the front leg was like, haha, that's cute, but his damage is garbage, so no. I want to start this phase with Barret here to get Catastrophe off. Okay, good. We do have the ATB boost at least. 1, 2, Thunder.
So you can see the lock on there, and when we got certain values like stagger, we got the generator showing up there. A lot of bosses in this game have kind of weak spots that we intentionally want to target. The damage multiplier on those is just gargantuan. And so yeah, if you know the strategies for making those appear, and then can time your ATB to use like your most powerful moves on those, that's just how you can burn through phases incredibly quickly. So we repeat that strat across several bosses.
Yeah, I believe it's 1.5 to 2 times normal damage on a weak spot, especially if it's already weak to an element. So you have the 1.2% or the 1.2 times that you get from it being weak to lightning, plus the 1.5 on the weak spot. So the damage is just pretty much incredible.
Yeah.
We
The
going for
Thunder
Tifa bump?
Magnify. Yep.
I think you got it. Yeah, you got it. So that's another movement tech there that will save about 1.5. Oh no, you didn't get it. That's disappointing.
I chickened out because last time I got pushed off of her. So
okay. Yeah, so that little movement tech takes about or saves about 1.5 seconds. So little time saves that up over the course of the run.
But just to explain what Sid meant there by being getting pushed back off of it, you see all those wee interaction icons, the kind of blue triangles. If you interact with them sometimes too quick for the game and you're not quite supposed to have, the game in its infinite wisdom just like has Cloud do this kind of wee song and dance and walk back a few steps, and that's
he
just
totally
all time lost.
backpedals really hard.
In the slowest way possible too, so it punishes you pretty severely.
Yep. So like a lot of the time, you'll see me either like rubbing my face on a ladder trying to get up it, because they're, I swear, covered in Crisco. The interactables to like get across balance beams like take a long time to activate, or both the other party members need to go across. So there's some places where you want to press up against the ladder because you go up immediately. There's other times where you need to hesitate because the other two party members need to go up. There's some places where it's like weird where you only need one to activate it. The game has a lot of...
The helicopter camera angle when you're trying to climb that ladder, and the fountain is always infuriating.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of stupid camera angles. This is going to be another one of those annoying camera angles, actually, where you got to maneuver in such a way and also manipulate the camera so it shows the laser turret that the game is going to force you to look at. Be like, no. Look, I know you're playing the game, but I know better than you, so please look at this.
Yeah, it's almost like with this this type of movement, you need like an extra finger on your hand to manipulate the camera properly.
Yeah, this chapter's a classic case of Shinra engineering rather than Squaresoft engineering. Apparently, we can't open doors without turning off gargantuan bulbs, because even though the city's got 8 reactors, or 7 at the moment, thanks to us, we don't have enough power to open some doors. But yeah, I think the slightly bigger problem is the fact that they allow all these monsters to live here and don't deal with it. That would be slightly creepier if I lived there.
Yeah, so Chapter 6 is just time loss central. There's really not a lot of optimizations here. It's just whether the game decides to kick you out of Flea early or not. So the first hour is pretty consistent, unless your stream dies, and then you get a bunch of weird RNG, and it's usually about an hour here, but I have no idea what we're on right now. Fortunately or unfortunately, I can just blame the stairs later for everything and not care about it. But that's actually a really good Flea right there.
Not sure how accurate the timer is, but yeah, you're just at 59:40.
Oh, really? I don't believe that.
Yeah, I
59:47.
I think our timer might be slightly off with the pause break we had, but we'll go with what we've got.
It's a time attack. Don't worry about it.
It's been pretty solid run so far, so I don't think it's too far off the mark.
I'm pretty surprised actually. That's got me stoked. So hopefully we can burn through the rest of this run and make this game look like it's a cakewalk then. With that, knowing we're getting here about 60 minutes, regardless of the timer chicanery and having to shut down, we're just going JRTA here, or JTA. We're just no turbo, but we are gonna just not include that little break we had to have there. So the early game is pretty consistent. Once you get once you get used to it, I'd say you usually get to this area right here around an hour. That's obviously going to be very skewed because of how long I've been running this and practicing. But it's very hard to like break an hour here. Usually you need to like have Sephiroth not spawn to save that 20 seconds. The furthest I think I've ever seen the first hour is I've gotten to the cutscene for the elevator on the other side, or lift. I mean, it's an elevator though. Like, wait, does the elevator have to go up and down, or is it side to side? Whatever. The moving platform that takes us over to the end of the chapter.
Gantry? No, moving gantry? Walkway?
I'm over here having like a personal crisis trying to figure out what to call a moving platform verbally. So I'm just like, you know,
Horizontal
maybe
elevator.
there we go,
Okay.
horizontal elevator. It sounds perfect, 10 out of 10. So it's gonna look like I'm not skipping here immediately, but actually a lot of these, like right here when Cloud hits the grate, that's the time you can do it. The reason you don't see me opening, you don't see the skip menu and you just see the skip, you can actually buffer the down input, tap the menu to open it, hold down, and it'll buffer down as soon as possible. Then you just hit X after, so... Okay, I guess this is going to be annoying, huh?
You've got to be careful with that muscle memory though, because there's lots of points, particularly when you're leaving a section that has a lot of side quests, where the game will ask you to confirm that you want to move on and skip the side quests, and Square in their infinite wisdom, and this is how we also know that the game had kind of different coders. The positive and negative answers for just moving on with your game are not always in the same place, so you do need to be careful of that at times.
Speaking of
they
things...
actually intended that, to be honest with you. I think they intended
just to
that.
mess with you.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, speaking of things being moved around, the controls for these cranes, or the platform movement, and the controls for the hand cranes in Chapter 9 are actually inversed, if you're paying attention. I only noticed it because, like, my autism would literally just activate and I'd be holding it the wrong direction. And then I'm like, why am I not getting the right movement? So I actually started switching to a style where I would just flick both control sticks the way I wanted it to move. So I just double dip on both of them so I don't miss. But it's like, wait. What's going on here? I'm not happy about this. I'm very confused.
And I never even noticed that until you said anything, so now I'm going to notice it forever.
A lot of the...
my OCD has now got an issue with that, so thank you.
There's a lot of things you can blame other runs for. Durand or Doug pointed out to me in Chapter 8, you can get snatched up by the Gorgers in one of the segments, and I'm like, what are you talking about? That hasn't happened to me. The literal next run, I got feasted by the Gorgers, and I'm like, I hate you so much. Why did you have to curse me?
It's pretty much an accepted rule that if somebody mentions something before you're doing a run and you've never experienced it before, next run you're definitely going to experience it.
Yeah, and the run after that, and the run after that. So now I just throw a triple slash.
The worst thing you can tell another runner is, oh, did you know you can soft lock in this? But it's like, I've never had that happen. Click.
Or you could just, like, run around a control for, like, 20 minutes.
Interaction boss.
Yeah, I don't know why the interactions are so tiny. Oh, did we, Swiggy? Oh, baby. We're going to do a little bit of a movement tech here, and then we're going to give a little bit of coolness factor. Hopefully that won't mess me over.
Yeah, so what we're doing in that fight is we're skipping the Terpsichore's loading in, so we can flee from them later. So if you kill the turns fast enough, the Terpsichore's won't load in.
Yep, so what we're going to do is be able to flee away from this fight.
It's key to have your party just at the ladder, because if you're any further back, they will spawn in, so that's where parry is great for moving across battle areas as quick as possible.
Yep, so we get to flee away from here, so we get a lot of optimized movement. Next couple of segments are pretty slow, and I'm seeing in chat that we hit 850k. You guys are fantastic.
All right,
good
job.
I was dying to be part of this, part of Quest for Glory and RPG Limit Break. The long-term goal was to be, running in one of these marathons, but I didn't have a game until Remake. And it's so humbling to not only be able to run, but also be able to offer donation incentives. And not only that, but be part of a milestone. Even if it's not solely on my work or my run, I am so grateful that you guys can help out so much for Nami. It means a lot to so many of us that it's almost enough to bring me to tears. I'm a little misty over here, being a little bit of a crybaby.
10K is not that far away, so you definitely go for that.
Oh boy, yeah. I thought the stairs versus elevator was going to be like a didn't matter, so I just made it an incentive. Maybe I should have made you guys bid for it and determine the fate of my run rather than just determine whether it's a stairs world record or a elevator world record, But we'll take the stairs like a champion and make this the fastest stair run that exists on hard.
Come on, man. Everybody likes stairs.
Oh, I don't like cardio, man. I'll stick to my treadmill.
I'm trying to think how many runs I've commentated that have actually not taken the stairs, because I think I've commentated now 8 or 9 remake runs, and I think we've only taken the elevator once, which was the run yesterday for
Yeah.
you. So
Yesterday was the first time I've seen the elevator in a marathon. So
My run for SG Live was extremely good. Luckily, this marathon was far enough away from the previous ones I had to grind for. I got a chance to do a major reroute. And the PS5 version, Synergy can be really warping in strats. And Ice Synergy, Ice ATB Stagger magnifies interaction can warp the beginning of the game too. It turns it to a very consistent set of encounters, so that hitting that hour mark pretty consistently on the vents is hard to not do, to be honest. Unless you like fire off a lot of the wrong spells. But because I was able to have that fortunate time to route, and the community members were so helpful with giving me reroute advice and showing me new strats and stuff, that like my submission of like a 450, you know, if I don't have to take stairs, and like 5 hours if I hit stairs, probably isn't the case anymore. I might 455 with stairs or lower. That's just how I can save probably 10 minutes total versus my PV, but right now I can only get about 5 or 6 out. So hopefully we'll hit a 440 with stairs, which is going to be pretty insanely quick, honestly.
pretty cool. So yeah, the way the storyline's moved on here, we're now on to the second reactor mission. But we've got quite a wee while here. We'll see that friend later. You know, but you could just throw grenades at him now. You know, throw some grenades. Come on. No.
Yeah. There's a lot of places where I'm like, you know, I'll burn all my MP right here to end this pump minigame.
Yeah.
I'll use my entire MP bar to just thunder and move on.
We actually have a bit of a kind of walking around in some basic battles for the next wee while. So yeah, sweet peeps, anything going on?
Sounds
we
great.
have some donations.
Oh boy, I can't wait.
Our next milestone of $10,000 for Nami. Anonymous donates $25. Big gaming, big gaming. Let's go.
Big gaming.
Big gaming. A Smith says, I love this game and watching it get burned through so quick is awesome. Good luck on the rest of the run. Thank you so much for that. Pie Tin Cat donates $25 and says, thanks to the runners and the readers. Big gaming. Wow. Seems
Big
like people
gaming,
want us.
man. Big ups, big gaming. Uh-oh. I don't like that.
Do I have time for one more?
Sure.
It's fine. Keep going.
Right. DFL4 Life says, kick some Shinra butt. Thanks so much for that $20 donation.
thank you so much, DFL.
That fight's thanks, Poachin. Thanks everybody for the good lucks, and I'm trying to keep on top of chat and adjust stuff as it comes up. So I really appreciate the interaction.
I've seen a lot of names that I recognise, not just from the remake community, but from the kind of wider Final Fantasy running community as well. So it's been really cool to see.
RPG community is fantastic with its support and interaction.
Yeah, shout outs to the community, because they are it's one of the best communities I think I'm so happy to join, just because of the amount of help and community that it entails. So shout out to them.
It may sound kind of soppy, but yeah, the remake community, because for a lot of us, we picked up this game just not long after the start of the whole lockdowns around the world, and yeah, these guys became like my family for the last 18 months. So it's been really cool just hanging out with them, getting to know people, and just seeing what we can do to destroy this game together.
Yep. So normally this fight could go a little bit quicker if I abuse self-destruct here or fire magnify. You may have seen some of the shock troopers dodging. The problem is with like using magic, Tifa and Barrett will start attacking, and then the shock troopers will most likely activate dodge. So one of them will just be like, fire, what's that? And it'll hit the wall, and then you're like, haha, yay, I'm so happy. So I just stick with the catastrophe there. Catastrophe is not the best way to deal with that fight. The thing is, it's like you may have seen Barrett's just kind of hanging in the air. That cutscene requires everybody in a non-combat stance, so I have to wait for Catastrophe to fully resolve, which is like 15, 16 seconds. And then I also have to wait for Barrett to land after that, and then I have to wait for him to put his weapon away, which luckily is a little bit quicker because he just needs to put it to his side. But the Catastrophe there is probably one of the worst Catastrophes I use. There's a few spots where you could go other ways with it, but that's probably one of the worst ones because it makes that that fight static. I could do those other things, but the problem is I got to go into the menu, put them on, and then undo it. So I end up breaking even. If I did the menus perfectly, I could save maybe a second or two. Problem is like it would mess with my setup for the rest of the chapter. So I'd have to like rework how I do everything. I could YOLO a Firaga, but it's not worth it. So we're just going to be spamming a lot of Thunder here. Luckily, we're running into a ton of machines. So we can Thunder magnify a lot of this stuff and get staggers back out of it. I do also want to be careful with Cloud's MP pool, because I do need him at max MP for Airbuster. It's going to speed up the fight, the first phase pretty significantly, and will add to the damage in phase 2. That might have been too soon. Hopefully I don't get punished for that. So let's... Okay, we're good. So yeah, that fight takes so long, the catastrophe is not really a time loss. It actually allows me to like set up synergy so that when Barrett gets out of catastrophe, the Omni Strike I did to punch the guy on the computer that didn't kill because he had HP lock, will step off the computer about the same time Barrett gets down and fires off the synergy. It's a little cute, like, haha, very funny. You probably could do it a little bit more optimally, but there's, let's see here, we're going to actually Thunder, Catastrophe, Triple. Ooh, nice, he just went down to the Triple, interesting. Triple is kind of a win-loss there. This chapter is a lot of, like, little micromanagements. I'm trying to manage my MP as much as possible. I want to be over here, I think. Okay. Yeah.
This chapter's also got some amazing Barrett voice lines that we're skipping, where he complains about like being on TV and stuff like that. It's just
this chapter was the start of me liking Barrett. I think in New Game, it's not his stats are bad, but it doesn't show up quite as awful. Once you get to New Game Plus, it starts showing really bad because his weapons don't compensate, which most of the characters do. They have strong enough weapons that they can kind of be flip-flopped one way or the other. Cloud's the most flexible character. Tifa is very heavily melee focused, but she's got enough magic through Mithril Knuckles or Feather. Ooh, Kidoki.
Ooh, nice
That's
grenade
interesting.
to the face.
That guy was trying way too hard.
And I can attest that. And I can attest that Barrett's stats on New Game are not that much. Probably worse than New Game.
Oh, that's rough to hear, actually. Yeah, Barrett's stats are just so bad. They wanted him to be a tank, but the problem is Provoke and like any of the other tanking commands doesn't like re-target to Barrett. The best you can do is activate Lifesaver, which will kill, or not kill, but he'll like tank some of the damage, even though he doesn't have to be in front. It's kind of weird how it functions. It's pretty decent.
Yeah, there used to be a strat for Specimen, was the Lifesaver.
Ooh, we got the camera bug. That's nice.
Hey.
It's been a while since I got that. Yeah, if you interact with that quickly enough, you can bug out the camera. So this fight right here, I'm going to actually wait a little bit to trigger Catastrophe, because the camera does not like you locking on too soon. There's a lot of fights here where the camera kind of does its own thing. So we're going to just... I'm going to show you how Uppercut Parries work. This guy has HP lock, so see what my ATB is. So this is what Uppercut normally looks like without any intervention. And this is what it looks like if I parry cancel it. And see kind of how fast I build ATB here. I can also do that with other moves. Yep.
Yeah, that big old crossed out circle is the HP lock that we keep mentioning. Yeah, parry canceling and basically animation canceling has been one of the best upgrades to integrate that we're able to take advantage of, just because you can build ATB super fast, especially with Tifa, and do a couple of cool things to get out of stuff
fat
too.
ATB refund to 700. So it'll allow us to loop it super quick, which lets us trigger Synergy over and over again. So you're going to see kind of what I'm going to do to Airbuster here in a second. This is a pretty good like showcase for why Synergy is pretty busted. It's going to save us about 30 seconds on Airbuster as soon as I do everything properly. Ooh, good. Actually did that right for once.
And there it goes.
This is the problem, though. If you do that fight too good, you cause him to back up. I actually don't need to heal here, but I'm going to... yes? Yeah. I want to get at least 4 Thunderas. with Tifa. Okay, good. I actually decided to heal there, not because I need everybody at max for the boss fight, but actually because I wanted to lag her behind so she'd warp up to the party. She usually warps to the front if I do that. I did burn through one Thundera doing that, but it's fine. There's also another MP crate. Those are the Shinra crates I'm talking about. They normally give you items and Moogle medals and stuff, but they also give Mako shards, which is pretty much your only way to recover MP outside of abusing MP Absorb. And since MP Absorb can only make you go positive when you're using it in tandem with Magnify, so...
And you also passively regain MP in battle. I think
just,
it's like
just a little bit, yeah.
1 point every 20 seconds or something like that.
Sounds right to me.
Yeah,
that sounds about correct. So Airbuster here we're going to talk over because those who fight further gets these darn VODs claim. I'm going to be spamming a lot of moves, so I'll leave it up to you guys to say just about anything to block the music out.
I think we'll be all right.
Yep. The first phase is pretty easy. The second phase is pretty harrowing. It looks really hard. As long as you do your inputs properly, it's not an issue. Parry will let you dodge Tank Buster pretty easily. And as long as I don't, wait too long to input Focus Strike, I'll basically be able to clip through Tank Buster. You can also cancel Tank Buster with a properly timed Thundaga, so we'll see what happens. Hopefully I don't eat Tank Buster with Tifa, though, because it's a hard reset, because I'm going to use Refocus here. Alright, let's do this.
Alright, so here we go. Get a little spamming of Focus Strike, then that's going to spam out the synergies with Thunder. So we want to try to build the pressure bar up to a point where we push him into the next phase, like we just did, and the pressure bar is still very, very close to the Thunder, because we want to put him in a stagger state immediately. The reason why we want to do that, because if you remember casually on this game, he'll separate on the arms. We don't want him to do that. And good.
On the arms, that's pretty much the end of your fight. You'll be restarting the fight.
Yep.
There's a few
And
fights. There's a few fights in this game.
Perfect ATB, huh? Okay.
Yeah. Look at that.
Normally
Holy
my
wow.
ATB is a lot thinner. The thing is, I didn't cancel a lot of my ATB assists, so I actually lost a little bit of time doing that, but it'll make the rest of this fight, impossible to mess up for the most part. It is me we're talking about, and I almost managed to do it right after saying that was impossible.
Don't say that out loud, Sid.
Everything's impossible until you try.
And
don't try, and then it happens anyway.
And once you think you've seen it all in remake runs, you have not seen it all.
So I was told that you can time that Thundaga to Heidegger's speech, but I hesitated a little bit because I didn't know if the timing was for when he started speaking. Some of these I actually don't.
Your timing's in French right now, so how would you know?
I was going off the subtitling, is what I was assuming. So we want to put Force Bracelet. I need to drop. Did I? Okay, I did put him on Force Bracelet. I need to drop down my armor to a. Wait, yeah, okay. To a certain amount because we're going to be abusing self-destruct. So this is going to look really silly, and it is. I'm just trying to heal his Mako poisoning. Don't worry about it, guys. We're just trying to get all that Genova cells out. This is safe, 100% safe.
Self-destruct is one of those, it's an enemy skill that you pick up in the course of the game. It's very busted, and we take advantage of it quite a bit. Basically what it does, it's supposed to basically suicide attack Cloud, who blows himself up and damages the enemy heavily. But with a weapon upgrade called Reprieve, you basically gain back all your health with an added benefit of your full limit bar. So it is very useful in a speedrun setting.
Self-destruct is very quote-unquote self-destructive, but if you know what you're doing, it's very constructive. So that's what we're going to stick with, is constructive destruction.
Take lemons and turn them into lemonade, so to speak.
Unfortunately. A little bit of a slow menu there, because I'm still not completely used to tactically menuing that. One of the other runners has suggested to tactical menu my limits and self-destructs, because I only use them once or twice. I used to use them a ton more, but I tend to use them a lot less now, so we pay attention here for a minute. Wait, I know this I want, and I want this, I want this, and I want to... wait, hold on.
Skillset's working that out. What we just had here was one of the few instances in this game where it's kind of boss fight into boss fight back to back, until we get to the end of the game where the whole thing is one giant boss rush.
Oh, 5. It's a 5 boss rush, and it's really rough with because Aerith's on the table for both Genova and Arsenal. You really need her to do the work in Arsenal, unfortunately, because, like I said before, Barrett's stats are doo-doo. the devs went out of their way to like make him as unusable as possible. It really infuriates the heck out of me. Red will throw in a little bit in some fights. I can actually make some use of his AI. We can kind of game his Stardust Ray to stun lock enemies. Sometimes his Cure will come in clutch. More often than not, that is 100% Red's best move.
So here we see monkey bars. We hope you like it, folks.
Boy,
You'll be seeing more of these later. Square and Remake seem to say if they did something once, it's good enough to use at least 2 or 3 times.
Yeah. So you can actually move a little bit during that chandelier dropping scene. If you move too soon, you end up spinning Cloud towards you. But if you keep the camera angle I have and wait, you can 100% get some extra movement while it's falling. You just wait till it hits the ground and move. So we're going to have a lot of walking around here. I'll explain self-destruct a little bit while we're running around, but now is actually a fantastic time to go through some donos and stuff. Of a little bit of a slow period, and then we'll have another small period once we get to town. So, go wild.
Alright, we've got one $25 donation from Dellen saying, "Keep it going, gamers. Awesome work, everyone." Thank you so much for that $25 donation. And actually, that's it for donations. So, chat, $10 donation chain. You can win some great prizes.
YOLO donation times, guys. If you can
I
give,
have to say, I've
really
had a
be
look at some of the
appreciated.
prizes, and I would love some of them. I have a massive Final Fantasy collection here at the house, and some of them look amazing. I'd love to add them to mine.
Yeah, so if you can donate, that'd be appreciated. But for me, I'm just glad you guys are here hanging out with me and watching me try and play this game competently. I feel more incompetent than I do feel competent sometimes, but I hope you guys are enjoying it. So Iron Blade has a really unique interaction with enemy skill because of the self-destruct. The only 2 enemy skills that are worth even talking about for the most part are Alleged Aura and self-destruct. I'll go over Alleged Aura real quick. It's ice. It does have a really decent damage output, but it ticks over 60 seconds. So it's not really good for a lot of things outside of solo VR boss fights. The Vice boss fight, it really shows out in. I don't believe they use it in Top Secrets, but if you guys have some time, you should check out the solo boss fights. I think Anthony Jacuzzi has like a really good video package about that. Those videos are so awesome. I really wanted to learn some of them, but unfortunately I've had so many marathons back to back. I couldn't get around to learning it because those fights are pretty brutal.
Yeah, a lot of it's unfortunately not speedrun viable, but I mean it's super cool just to see those time attacks.
So we got E-Skill on. We're not going to use Alleged Aura because I believe it also takes 2 ATB. And since it takes 60 seconds to get all the damage, I have plenty of other ways to use that 2 ATB a lot more efficiently. We did add on Ice Elemental. Basically, all my weapons are Elemental Ice, Buster Sword, Iron Blade, and Hard Edge. Buster Sword's going to see some use in a couple of boss fights because it perfectly fits my needs for those fights. And I can preset the materia, so it saves me some time menuing. Iron Blade has a very unique interaction with self-destruct, like I was getting to earlier, because it has both reprieve and a added benefit of the reprieve is also trade-off as well. So what I did is I removed my chain bangle for Force Bracelet. That drops my defense from 50-50 on physical and magical to 9 and 9. But still gives me the same materia slots. This is important because self-damage is going to be really, really a determinative factor on how strong self-destruct is. And Fury Ring has been giving everybody Berserk. The only other accessory I use is Goddard Ummerung. You could use the Whistlewind Scarf or whatever it is to flatten out your ATB so you get consistently higher counts, but having Berserk ends up just being way more important because there's no way to like self-inflict it. There you go. That's exactly what happens when you walk into stuff too long. But you can't really Berserk yourself outside of like doing some shenanigans, reflecting it off a boss, or like corrupting your target somehow. So just using Fury Ring and Berserk is better. You can give Cloud Berserk when he's in Punisher by holding square. The little down stab will inflict a short-term Berserk. So basically buffs his damage by 30%. Berserk is a risk reward where you end up taking 30% more damage, but it actually has a strong interaction with self-destruct because of the way I have it set up. So E skill plus HP absorb. I use reprieve to come back immediately with 1 hit point, and then HP absorb lets me siphon my output damage and basically get myself back up. It's about 3/4 of my max HP as long as I self-destruct on the right enemies. And then normally self-destruct inflicts instant death, which like gives us no benefit. But if you go out of your way to set up subversion warding, it creates this really weird interaction with self-destruct where it does a ton of self-damage. And the game really doesn't differentiate what the damage source is. It just deals it. And the reason this is important is because your limit, there's a couple of ways to gain it. The two usual suspects are A, staggering an enemy, which gives 350 flat per pop. Even if spell staggers multiple enemies, it can only get 350 for each copy of a spell. So with Magnify, you can end up gaining a limit in one shot, but in most cases you won't. So there's actually a cutscene you can skip right here, and this is the only one that, say it with me, triangle skips.
Yeah, the only triangle skip in the game, only because we have to wait for Cloud's dialogue to finish before we're allowed to skip the cutscene, so it's actually faster just to hold down triangle to skip the cutscene.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
the game doesn't unlock the option button until the camera changes onto the helicopters.
Yep.
So for some reason they unlock the ability to press and hold triangle that wee bit earlier. And yeah, the mad things that speedrunning community find, we found that you could hold triangle there and save a second.
Yeah, I think
tiny optimizations always.
I remembered reading it in the Discord and not knowing about it, and then I was like, huh, I wonder. And I actually found it myself and then posted it in the Discord, and they're like, yeah, we knew about that like 6 months ago, dude. I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm somehow not surprised by this turn of events.
Hey, there's a lot of things that people learn that are like, yeah, we've been doing that for months, and we're like, wow, I've never noticed that before.
Yeah. I have a tendency to, like, when I see something cool, I'll emulate it or start trying to use the strat. So I have to, like, keep a little bit of a tunnel focus and keep myself from watching what other people do. Because then I end up adding in a lot of swag that just kind of breaks my route.
Yeah, there's so many tiny movement optimizations in this that if we're being real, there's a lot of documents and guides for various different strats for bosses that the community's made up over the kind of last year and a half, 2 years. But the silly little bits there, like pressing and holding triangle, getting bonked in the door when Thief is coming towards you, all of that you kind of only really learn just watching and playing it yourself and chilling out with other runners in the community, because it would be so difficult for us to document literally hundreds of little movements like that we do throughout the run.
Yeah, I plan on making a spreadsheet on all the movement tech and hopefully getting it up on the Discord, but you know how IRL gets in the way.
The best laid plans.
Yeah, I'm probably the only one with infinite free time, and I waste it all on running. Although,
if you have more free time during the holidays, but yeah.
If people actually want to learn, the Discord's the best place to do it. Oh boy, it's getting bullied back there. But feel free to come in and ask.
And a contract job on top right now, so yeah, I don't really get a lot of free time. I had to take the day off work to do these double commentaries.
Which I very much appreciate. Yeah, I signed up for 2 runs, and I was like, hey, yeah, you can put me whenever. And then they're like, hey, why don't you do this run at midnight on the 9th? And I was like, okay. You have a finale. I'm like, oh, sounds great. And then I told my friend, who's one of the staff for Quest or Limit Break, he's like, oh, it's on the 9th. And I'm like, not putting two together. I'm like, why is that significant? And I'd already committed to this quite a while ago. I'm actually like super happy that Quest for Glory let me in here so I could try and do good. Apparently I'm actually playing well today, so hey, big ups. But yeah, he's like, it's the 9th. I'm like, okay. And then I figure out that it's 2 runs in a 15-hour time span. And I'm like, oh, interesting. I normally am pretty decent about doing commentary, but I was really worried about being a little bit zapped. So I somewhat forced Emmy and Steamed here to help me out. I really needed them here, but they decided to soldier through and do both with me. So it's really big thanks to them for coming out and helping me with the commentary.
One community.
Yeah. If we're being honest, it didn't take much arm wringing for me. So
yeah.
Well, it gave me an excuse to book the day off. I just said I was doing charity work, and my work let me have it.
Yep.
A true statement, though.
Pas de problème. Mais n'oublie pas ma récompense.
But normally, I do a lot of covering of the runs. We're going to have a little bit of a break here. That's kind of why my brain shut off for a second there. I'll explain SD after we set up in this cutscene, and then we can explain some more stuff, because this is a slowdown point. So feel free to give us a couple of donations if we have some, or run through some
I sure
information.
do have some donations.
Fantastic.
I've got a $5 donation from Saga Loverboy saying, donating to get in on the amazing Final Fantasy VII Remake art prize. It's gorgeous. Good luck to the runners. Loving the event so far. Can we hit 10K by the end of this run? If we do, Palmer will probably do some silly multiple day run as an incentive. Have a great day, y'all. One more from Rocket Racer, $10 donation saying big gaming donation train to Aerith's house.
Yeah, that's where we're on our way to.
Do I have time for one more?
Yeah, keep going,
yeah,
bro. This
plenty
is
of time.
All
up,
right,
we've
all
got a
right.
break.
Another $10 donation from Rye saying, I love the big game Final Fantasy VII, and I love big gaming. And again, I don't really understand this new meme we've created, big gaming, but I love it. Let's keep those big gaming donations coming.
Yeah, we still have plenty of time, because this is
Okay.
part of the game that slows down.
Oh, Scarlet.
The run is very kind to us. It gives us bathroom breaks and everything.
All right, then I'll tell you more about NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Did you know that 1 in 5 Americans lives with a mental health condition, and fewer than 50% of adults living with these conditions will receive treatment each year? Many factors contribute to this, including stigma, lack of access, and lack of knowledge and resources. And remember, mental health is physical health. You'd go to the doctor for a broken arm or a cold. You can also go to the doctor for mental health. And it is okay to not be okay right now. You can find NAMI on Facebook at NAMI, N-A-M-I, or Twitter at NAMI Communicate, and Instagram the same at NAMI Communicate. Or you can go to oktotalk.org.
Well, welcome back, Sid. I hope you
Yeah.
enjoyed your break.
Taking a little bit of a snack break, so I'll be quiet for a few moments here.
Okay.
Yeah, no worries.
Then I'll
Feel
tell
not
you more
full.
about the prizes, if
Go
that's
for it.
all right.
Yeah,
Sounds
go
perfect.
ahead.
This
Yeah,
is
go right
100%
ahead.
for the next, 10 minutes.
Okay, all right. So right now, through the end of the Shadow Run incentive, I said incentive. The end of the Shadow Run, we've got 3 Final Fantasy VII related prizes. For $5 minimum donation from Krista Fay, we have a Final Fantasy VII Avalanche art print. And I did mention this at the start of the run, but I took one look at this, and I went to their shop on Etsy, and I bought it. So you could maybe win this poster yourself for a $5 minimum donation. We also have a Shinra Company iron-on patch from Wolf and Wings. That is another $5 minimum donation. And a Final Fantasy VII neon poster. It is the logo for Final Fantasy VII, kind of looking like a neon sign that was provided by the RPG LB staff. And that is a $10 minimum donation. Do I still have a little time?
Yeah, keep
yeah.
going.
Okay, all right, then I will tell you more about our bid incentives. All right, so more big gaming. Name the file for the Super Mario RPG. We've got Waluigi at $50, Dataface at $33, and Big Gamer at $10. So if you want to keep this weird Big Gamer thing going, you can donate to that. Or I'm actually partial to Waluigi here. So
I was gonna
Guess,
shamelessly promote Waluigi too.
yeah, I'm partial to
If we're
Waluigi.
we're gonna shamelessly promote here. I'm gonna give me 1 second here to steal out.
Okay.
I know a lot of people donate to our runners incentive. For me, it will be the Leon donation incentive for Final Fantasy IV Pixel Remastered. Shout outs to my brother Will. It's the whole reason I got into gaming in the first place. So every marathon, I try and see if I can snake somebody and give him the shout outs, since he got me so heavily into this community, got me so absorbed into everything. I owe him a lot for what he's done for me over the years.
Right
So.
on.
I remember we once got Wody, his name put in a Golden Sun run that was coming up after his remake run. Just because we wanted to keep his name going. So that was some of the silly things the community's achieved in the past. So if we can get Will's name in, that would be fantastic, folks. Let's go for it.
Yep. Very much appreciate it.
And side note in there, like shout outs to Wody too, because he's one of the first runners I've seen, and so he got me into speed running, even if he didn't know it. So shout outs to him.
There's so many people that I can thank. It's almost like an impossible list to memorize and go through. There's so many people I've interacted with. That a lot of the people from the Mega Man X community were really integral, but RPG community, I don't even think I could actually like write a list without, even if I like didn't like space it out or line it out, I could probably write a list of names and it would take an entire page. Or at very least one side of an entire page. So the RPG community is fantastic.
So, yeah, for those of you just joining, welcome to Casual Conversations while Cloud and Aerith go for an afternoon stroll.
Yep.
I'm sure we could talk about the wonderful work that Nami do and all of the different people we would love to thank.
Yeah.
But what we've actually been doing here is we are working our way. We've met Aerith's mum, and we're now going to try and help some kids. Aerith's just trying to convince us to help out. Well, this is all just plot progression. It's expansion on the area in the original game. Chapter 8, when you play this through your first time, has a load of different side quests. We don't have time for those, so we'll not be seeing them.
Yep.
And this little section here, where we pick up the flowers, it's a kind of a wee Easter egg. There's 3 different flowers of different colours. There's green, there is yellow, and there is white. And depending on the flowers you pick up here, it actually changes the picture that you'll kind of see. A kind of mosaic of flowers on the side of the school, slightly further down. So you can actually pick which one you want to appear, which is really kind of cool.
I change it between run. White gives us Moogle. 2 out of 3 of anyone will give us the image. Yellow gives us a Chocobo, and the last one's probably a little bit harder to guess. The green foxtails actually give us the Cactuar. I used to say Tonberry, but God, I don't want to see Tonberries at all in this entire run. They give me nightmares.
Now that
I've been
there is Tonberries.
Yeah. Now that I've been retargeted to commentary, I just get that switch off that ADHD and switch back in. I did gloss over a little bit over SD, so I'll go over it here again instead of breaking into 16 different segments. Iron Blade has Reprieve and Trade-Off. So Reprieve revives us at 1 hit point when we will reach a dead point. Trade-Off, when we take a significant amount of damage, we recover MP. So every 10% HP loss gives us 1 MP back. So we can actually game our MP and be a little bit more aggressive with it. We have Ice Elemental on the sword for some bonus damage since it's calculated off magic. Iron Blade has a pretty decent, a relatively okay physical attack and a really good magic attack. I think it's second just to Mithril Saber. So we end up in a situation where we have a pretty good balanced sword. So the Elemental, since it goes through a calculation where it calculates both magic and physical damage into it, it ends up being pretty decent bonus damage. Enemy skill is paired with HP Absorb to take advantage of the Self-Destruct's high damage output. But normally Self-Destruct on E skill will inflict instant death, which actually gives us no benefit. But if I add Subversion Warding into the mix, I now evade instant death 100% of the time since it's fully maxed out for me, which will turn off instant death and instead deal a ton of self-damage. Because I'm at base HP, I get a lot more limit per HP loss because it's based on percentage rather than numbers. So I turned off the HP bonus on Iron Blade. I've added in no HP ups to minimize Cloud's HP so we get more out of it. I've also removed Chain Bangle for Force Bracelet to further limit his defense so he takes more damage. And Fury Ring inflicting Berserk actually is beneficial because it boosts my damage out by 30. and also boost my damage taken by 30. So right here, these were rats can activate Call to Arms. So you need to get rid of all of them at once so they don't spawn another wave of 2 to 3 rats that take forever to activate. So Sork Storm hits all at once. You would think Magnify would work, but it's kind of a dicey proposition for Magnify to clean them up like that. So we're just going to use Sorcerer Storm, and hopefully we'll get that kind of pattern. Unless one of them is like extremely passive and doesn't close in, Sorcerer Storm always works. So Disorder here is going to trigger a Synergy. So even though I didn't make contact, Aerith responded with a Synergy command. We're going to do something similar here. So the Synergy arrow there is wasted, but that one got retargeted. And then there we go. We're going to wait a little bit here. Thundera. I need to wait because these Smoggers will hit HP lock if I fire it off too soon. So that fight was pretty much perfect. Swinging in with the attack was just to get close enough. There's 2 moves that refund ATB on hit that are ATB-based commands. Focus Strike gives 700 back on punch, but it can only hit 1 target because of the way it hits. Disorder, on the other hand, has no such restriction. It gives a little bit less ATB per hit, but if you set up things properly, you can get massive ATB refunds out of using it. So it's not something that you normally would be able to set up because it were... Oh, that was... Okay. It's not something you'd normally be able to set up because you have to pack enemies together. So if you're aggressive in some fights, you can use ATB boost, spend 1,000 ATB, and then top off your ATB because you get like 3 or 4 enemies, and just refill. The reason that's important is I wanted to fill up to self-destruct so that I got 2 commands back-to-back for a couple of reasons. One, because it activated ATB assist on Cloud by doing 2 commands back-to-back, but also so that I could do self-destruct without any sort of things in between. ATB boost would have made ATB assist not activate. ATB assist activates when you do 2 commands back-to-back, or at the other... Some of them you have to attack in between 2 commands, but for the most part, you can do up to 1 normal square combo in between the 2 commands. And still trigger it. ATB assist is pretty strong. It's more important when you have a multi-person party, though, because it only gives 600. So it's a little bit less impactful when you have only 1 additional party member. But Aerith's damage is so high that 600 is massive in speeding up her damage output. Self-destruct obviously has huge damage output, so it has a lot of potential to just wipe out groups of enemy really easily. But doing all that, like, it's all a little bit of movement here, there, and that, you know, the other way to, like, just put my thumb on the needle and just push it to the very end, so that I can get through that fight really quick. That fight is surprisingly obnoxious if you don't have a very good strat for it. It's one of those that can really kind of spiral very quickly. The rats are another one. If you end up getting Call to Arms, you usually end up getting it twice, and you probably lose 15-20 seconds to it. Speaking of spiraling, I'm going to make Rude spiral the drain here. Both Reno and Rude are pushovers. Unfortunately, in hard, they just don't have enough to stand up to you.
Yeah,
there's probably
the man with the world's unlimited supply of Ray-Bans.
Yup.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same in New Game as well. They go down pretty fast.
Yeah, there's probably...
I like to say Rude is the mini boss, and the real boss is after Rude, but we'll get to that point when we get to it.
Don't know if anybody caught it there, but there was a Moogle on the side of the school.
So we're just gonna abuse Synergy again. He's weak to wind, so he goes down pretty quick. There's the self-destruct with the reprieve.
Yeah, and the main reason that works is because I have Synergy Wind, so I triggered 2 there. Sometimes SD kills, sometimes you need the extra arrow rough. I'm gonna actually have to tank this to get the limit. Yep. It's the one downside to not having magic ups on Cloud is you lose out on some damage. Magic up plus Iron Blade, even with Chain Bangle, and I believe when you remove the HP up, will consistently give you a level 1 limit. I think you can even throw in the extra 350 HP and get a limit like 98% of the time, I'd say. I'm probably one of the few people that's like went through and I actually created like a little spreadsheet after testing it a few times on specific enemies. I'd have to pull it up, but for the most part, my route is not routed around self-destruct. I believe in the PS4 version, I'd say it's a little bit more powerful because you can fire off a self-destruct and then get a limit. The problem is their limits aren't invincible in the PS4 version, but they're... I deserve that!
Oh, you deserve that.
I 100% did that to myself because I started running.
I was just about to say, like, oh, what? No running?
Mm-hmm. That's why you don't run in the hallways, or Baldy will
So we
catch
should
you.
probably explain what just happened there. When you leave the bedroom here, there's a whole bunch of things on the floor that you can bump into, and if you hit any of them, you're alerting Aerith that you're trying to leave. Now, most of the community walk there, and we take it very slow. We look down. If you're on your casual run, I don't believe any casual runner who tells me they didn't bump into those. But yeah. There's also
3
a
bumps
couple of,
and they get taken away, so...
Yeah, there's also a few sillier members of the community who choose to run in them. And there's only one who runs that entire thing, and yet somehow always pulls it off perfectly. So yeah, hello internet, you are well, yeah.
The second time I intended not to run, but I was being silly and holding down the L3 because I was so frustrated with bonking into that stupid briefcase like a dum-dum. I was like, why? Why did I do that? And then Cloud started running. And I'm like, oh God, no, please not again. Stop, hold on. Wait, calm down. Calm down.
Yeah, I can only run that first section. I'm not brave enough to run that whole section there.
Coming up here, Aerith decides she needs to rejoin us because apparently in a city that's designed like a pizza in a circle into sectors, she's worried that Cloud will get lost trying to get from 5 back to 7. Because we don't know the way we're going to go in a circle.
We don't know how numbers work. That's the Genova cells make it hard to count. That's why when we're looking at the Roman numerals on the test experience, we're like, what does that mean? VIX? Huh? What's the significance here?
Anybody who plays Final Fantasy games should be able to count in Roman numerals. It's part of the rules.
I'm gonna have to eat crow here and say as like a kid, I didn't really realize it. So there was this really weird thing I did as a kid. I didn't understand 12 in Roman numerals. And I just kind of knew it was Final Fantasy VII, and I never really looked at the case or anything, so my brain didn't really connect 2 and 2. So whenever I picked up Red, I was like, Red XII? That's such a stupid name. And what I would do is I would delete the 2 I's, and I referred to him as Red X for 20 years. Until my brain finally caught up and was like, dude, it's Red 13. Oh, and I'm just like, oh, this is an embarrassing story I can tell everybody so they can laugh at me.
Yeah, don't feel bad. I knew quite a number of people that called him Red X and didn't realize that it was 13.
I hate to add to your embarrassing stories, but 13 is X, I. There's 3 I's.
There's 3 I's in there. I wasn't going to say anything, but...
come on, it's too funny not to at this moment. If he's going to bring up the silly stories, then we're going to add to them. That's what it's about.
Final Fantasy 13's cursed, so maybe that's it. It's stuck in the back of my head.
And you get 3 curses as well.
Yeah.
Maybe it was Red X-2. That could have been the way it was going.
Yeah, so this is like I mentioned earlier, for whatever reason, I think 2 different people program these. The hand mini game and the little catwalks are their inputs are reversed.
Another one of these things I never noticed until you said something, so I was like, oh,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, not high enough.
I think I wasn't sure if you said 5 or 6, so I just YOLO'd
It's 5, but you got to count the full 5.
Oh, okay, I did it a little bit too soon. That makes sense.
Yeah, right. Yep.
So yeah, I'm somehow fluent in English, but I still can't count or grammar at all, so don't feel bad. This fight right here, Disorder has a really strong interaction with Synergy, but it's actually kind of has a quirk to it where if you just disorder back to back, you'll actually not trigger the second Synergy because the game doesn't have enough time to quay up the first one, unless the other character casts immediately. Because PS5 has this weird quirk where shortcuts, synergies, other commands on characters you're not controlling, more often, 90-95% of the time, tends to cause a roll on the character. So you can't really reliably say, okay, I'll be fine with this. So you actually have to sandbag in between disorders to make sure it hits. Disorder's actually the disorder has 2 different animations because Cloud's gimmick is stance swapping. His operator stance is what we're normally in. Highlights movement speed and ATB gain. The damage is pretty low. You have a regular guard. There's a few other things. Your finisher is like a little twist move that hits relatively hard, but not super hard. But it also shoves enemies away from you. So more often than not, unless we're killing with it, it's a deficit, and we'll end up making things harder rather than easier. It looks very much like Deadly Dodge in like its animation, but it pushes out. Deadly Dodge like sucks in. Deadly Dodge is something some runners use in New Game Plus and New Game Plus Hard because it pulls the enemies in, so it makes it a lot easier to group them together for one shots and stuff with like large AOE or large explosions like ice and fire.
Funny, good note about the stances too. A little background on that. The stances, it's actually a little lore behind it. The operator stance is supposed to be based on Zack's stance, and the Punisher stance is supposed to be based on Sephiroth's stance because they're both kind of in Cloud's head.
One of them is
a little hidden lore behind there.
Yeah, I think one of them is Cloudy stance. The translation with this game is kind of meh. Some of the descriptions are pretty rough and hard to understand, or dead wrong. Like overpower is like very much not correct, not even close. But yeah, some of the like direct translations are pretty cool, honestly. Some of them are still weird. Like triple slash is like chain strike, I think, or rapid strike, which is pretty cool. But focus thrust is like burst slash or something. Yes.
Yeah, they call staggers. I think staggers are called bursts in the Japanese version.
And then there's like Genova instead of Dreamweaver, it's beat. I remember like early on, I was watching a runner, and then I beat what? What is this? You know, what's this split? And then I'm like, Genova beat? What am I getting beatboxed on? What is this? I think Dreamweaver is like one of the more interesting translations because of like the way the story plays out and stuff. It's an interesting way to translate it. Not necessarily correct, but
well, they do have to translate for the more Western crowds. I think they're more conscious of that now than they were when the original game came out.
Yep. So that's like the annoying one, right? Like Fury Ring inflicts Berserk, not Fury, Berserk.
Right.
You know, you could have called it the Zerk Ring, or you could have just renamed Berserk and Fury.
Fury was different. Yeah, Fury was different than Fury is technically different than Berserk.
Very much so.
Yeah.
At least in this version, it's very much different. Fury is actually like actively super bad, and Sadness is nowhere near as good because it really hampers your limit gain and doesn't give you very much defense. And also, they're only triggerable by items, so in hard, they're literally impossible to activate. There we go.
Sadness in the original game gives you a defense boost, and then in this game, I don't think it does that. I think it actually causes more damage.
Yep. So the translations, oh yeah, BGG, you are making a good point. I am critical of the translations. It's not that I hate it. It's the issue I have more so is I'm okay with the names of stuff 100%. I do like the literal translations, but I do like the conversions over. The ones I have an issue with is it very much feels like the translators didn't understand the game mechanics, which isn't really surprising because they don't often get to play the game.
Yeah.
So some of the descriptions of combat mechanics and stuff are not very well translated because, you know, they didn't get a chance to know, oh, Star Shower buffs the next move by 70%, you know.
Right.
Or that, you know, overpowered functions in this way. So they say, oh, it increases stagger when that's not what it does. It does something completely different.
The community translations of the Ultimania have been critical, though, to getting the game to where it is now.
Yep. There's a lot of damage values that we wouldn't know otherwise. A lot of the hidden stats of the enemies that we wouldn't know otherwise. Because like we said before, the assess materia will give you information like proportional damage, which you really don't understand what that's supposed to mean unless it's explained to you. But the Ultimanium really breaks it all down, and the translations have been a huge help. think,
I have
shout
sat
out
with
to Kona,
Google
I think it
Translate
was.
on my phone, just kind of looking over screens of it, trying to learn more at times. But yeah, actually having people who speak Japanese give you the nuance is so important.
Shout outs to Coda. She definitely made figuring out the base values and stuff from the Ultimania translation and paying for it herself very much helped us in speeding up the process of routing things. Obviously, at some point we had to test stuff, but it gave us enough base knowledge to kind of understand what we were looking at, and then from there, we could suss out the differences with the PS5 version, because there definitely are a lot of changes, and some of them are just not. There's no way to tell because there's no Ultimania for it, unfortunately.
Yeah, it definitely gave us a head start on understanding the mechanics as well.
Yeah, knowing that like all the spells have the same base damage value, and that like tier 2 and tier 3 spells have the same stagger value regardless, is super important. And that's not something the game really tells you.
It may not have told us exactly what we needed to do, but it did kind of tell us what you need to not do, which is another way. It just kind of narrowed the focus for where we should try.
Oh, the guy survived. Oh boy.
I have no idea why the thunder whiffed there. I'm very confused.
Coming up, the world's slowest high five.
Yep.
Yeah, Cloud hates giving high fives, apparently.
Yeah. So I heal there. I don't have to heal there. There's like a ton of places to heal. I actually get a little bit of flack for keeping heal here. Cloud is going to be recovering a lot through self-destruct and the HP absorb. It'll basically keep his HP high enough that it's usually not an issue. You don't want to take benches because they're about 16 seconds, and we don't get any MP back off of them, because that's one of the tricks with hard is they tried to not break the game. So after thinking about it for a while, I think they gave us magic up and luck up on purpose, because luck is awful, and crits are like only okay casually. In terms of a speed run, it's like a nightmare. You know, it's like relying on death blow without death blow. You know.
Yeah, to explain why getting crits is a nightmare on a speed run is because we want to build ATB, and we have very specific points of ATB that we need, and especially in phases of bosses. So when you crit on a boss, you won't build the required ATB, and that will mess up the flow of the whole fight. A
good example is like Sentinel Scorpion at the start of that fight. I fill up my MP to get a 20% buff, so Cloud hits around 7 to 8k with a Thundera. If he crits, he hits 9k. So like this phase gets shifted immediately. And normally I use like a little bit of a operator combo because the damage is low enough into a full Punisher, and that'll fill up my ATB enough to get me through. So here we're going to choose some dialogues to get Madam M. In the language dialogues, the bottom one's for Madam M, top's for Sam. The hand massage, the expensive one goes to Madam M, and the cheap one goes to Sam. Interacting with Johnny, and I believe there's one other that pushes you towards Sam, and then the coin flip always gives you Sam points.
Well, you can still interact. You can still interact with Johnny. You just have to pick the no option, and I believe that goes towards Madam M. But I mean, talking to Johnny is just slow in a speedrun setting anyway.
The point values for all of that interaction again. We could have tried trial and error, but thankfully again we got the Ultimania translated for all of those points values. And we even learned some silly ones, like there's a drink when we were in the Coliseum that we can have, and that actually gives you 1 point towards Chocobo Sam's quest, which nobody had a clue what that item was for until we read the Ultimania.
Yep. There's a lot of nitnoids in this game that are very easy to not be aware of.
I didn't know that fact until yesterday, so there you go.
There's so much I still don't know about this game, but somehow I'm fast at it. I don't understand. So... So, MP here is usually really tight. I know I was talking about something else before we got off on the tangent of who we want to get. The reason Madam M is really nice is we can just give Aerith stress after doing the arena, walk out, walk right back, tap the door, and move on with our lives. But
30-second time save and running around.
Yeah, MP management is pretty tight though. Like I said earlier, I've opted for MP up and a stagger on Cloud's Mithril Blade, and I've done the same for Aerith. You only have 3 stagger materia floating around, so there's not a ton of them. But mainly Cloud and Aerith are going to be the ones that are flinging out staggers left, right, and center. So we'll float the other one between Barrett and Tifa. But for the most part, doing that obviously is going to make your MP pretty tight because you're losing out on quite a significant margin. I believe it pushes Tifa or Aerith from what 150 to 190 with that extra MP up, and Cloud goes from 130 to 160. So you lose out on quite a bit of MP. It also has adverse effects as well. If you're relying on Shinra crates, it restores 10%, so that lower max MP also punishes you there as well. So you might end up having to grab more crates. Luckily, Synergy, no ATB and no MP requirement, really rears its head here and makes this segment really easy to deal with. Because I can get free spells off and just kind of nuke a lot of the enemies. Like, the machines are pretty Binford in here, but being on Synergy Lightning, we could just drop Thunders left, right, and center and not really worry about it. Because Disorder gives that ATB refund, it allows us to just spam commands at a ridiculous pace. Oh, it was stances I was talking about. Yeah. So Operator is your balanced stance with Cloud. A lot of people use it casually and really ignore Punisher. Punisher is a more risk-reward version, and Punisher highlights heavy damage. An interesting trait is one square input or one attack input when you're an Punisher will trigger a 4-hit combo that you can interrupt by rolling in the PS5 version, but every other version you're married to that until you interrupt it with like a spell or an ATB boost. You can cut out after the first two. But it's a really hard, heavy-hitting combo, but his movement is really hampered. He's very slow. And you swap out your guard for a counter, and the counter can counter physical melee moves. And I know that kind of sounds weird, but the reason is because there's actually some things that are classified as physical range, like Barrett's gun. And, that will affect what he can counter with Punisher. Counter stance itself can counter pretty much everything, but we're not going to fire that off if we can avoid it.
Yeah, there's an interesting difference between the PS4 and the PS5 versions on the stances. It used to be that Punisher mode would gain you the most ATB. Well, they actually nerfed that in this version, so now Operator mode gains you the most ATB per hit, which is unfortunate because you kind of trade damage for ATB gain.
Yeah,
but,
they
that's
did
kind of what you got to do sometimes anyway. So
they did a pretty good job of rebalancing, but Punisher hits really hard. More often than not, if you use it in the right time, it'll end up pressuring the enemy. So it'll put him in a stunned state so that you can spam stuff and get him staggered really quick. And like its ATB gain is super good. It's a really quick burst of ATB damage and possibly pressuring the enemy. So it has a lot of versatility if you can trigger it consistently. The only downside is it has damage reduction, but only on the move it counters. So a lot of the enemies would just kind of walk through the Punisher counter. So you'll end up getting like 300 on the first hit, and then they'll hit you again for like 700 or 800 damage. Kind of stinks. This is like the last big save load. About 10 seconds right there. You have to wait till the map and command menu loads. So we gotta talk. Go
Time
ahead.
for the Coliseum fights.
Yep.
So we've got 4 fights coming up here. The first 3 fights are all fairly standard. Take down trash mobs using basic attacks. But then we've got arguably one of the most fun fights of the entire game, and in hard mode during your casual playthrough, in fact even during your normal playthrough, your first time through, this fight's kind of a skill check, checking your levels and make sure you're doing okay. But yeah, coming up is the wonderful, amazing, absolutely glorious Hell House battle, and I adore this fight. It's one of the greatest in the game, and yeah, it always made me smile the first time I saw it.
Very much a skill check though. That casually it's pretty hard because it's one of those fights where like you have to figure out the mechanics and it's not very well spelled out. There's a couple of fights where I feel like the mechanics or what they intend you to do in the fight is very obtuse and not even well hinted at, if anything. Like the Enigmatic Whisper fights are kind of bad. The one in Chapter 4 and the one in Chapter 12 don't really go out of their way to try and explain how you're supposed to deal with a fight. And they just expect you to sit there and have this super long fight and wait for the timer to push you through. I had 1 or 2 runs where I've had to do the timer because my strat broke and I was like, I don't know how to make this work. But a lot of these fights.
I honestly didn't know how to do that Spectre fight until I saw speedrunning, so. I just got lucky half the time in my casual playthrough. Yeah, here with the mobs, it's just easy to take them down. Like you're saying before, the mechanics of the Hell House is gonna throw up separate barriers, but we don't want them to get to that point. So the only barriers that you'll see really are the one in the beginning. He always gonna start out with a fire barrier, and then once he takes flight, he'll throw up a random barrier. But we're prepared for that. We have every spell type on.
All we're gonna give is don't know why I took so long to skip that, but first phase we're gonna use ice to abuse the fire, and then the final phase is when his element's gonna come up again. So I need to split all 4 elements between Cloud and Aerith. That's actually why I want to break out the Buster Sword, because it adds quite a bit of well, it's balanced well enough to make this work.
Yeah. His final phase is elements. You're looking for the color in his windows, and I once made the mistake. I mean, I knew what I was doing. That's what the terrible excuse here is. But I somehow still managed to use the wrong element 2 different runs in a row, and I healed Hell House. So my wonderful community made me a Heal House emote that gets spammed every time I do this fight. They'll never let me forget that I did it. Not once, but twice.
I think we've all done. I think we've all done that, where we just all of a sudden Aerith dies and we're like, what?
Casually, this is hard, hella hard, if you will. Let me see, what am I thinking here?
I see what you did there.
We want this fire, this wind. We're getting close to like some of the very small micro menus. We don't have to do a ton, but changes. But they can add up a lot. So I'm going to do a lot of weird stuff with Hell House. This first phase is going to look really tight, but it's actually consistent. He's going to get very close to shifting elemental barriers, but I'll push just enough damage to get through it without really having to do too much.
There's
but I
also
have to
some
do
extra
this.
mechanics on Hell House Hard Mode that we're going to skip because
Nice
of how fast
HP.
we're going.
Good grief.
On Hard Mode, they decided to introduce Tonberries to this fight and Cutty and Sweepy, who you already saw earlier. So yeah, because if we know the strats and we
Should be
we
good.
can take it down and avoid it. But yeah, on your casual playthrough, the first time that happens to you, you do jump.
Hard is by default a New Game Plus, just to answer that question about how I'm bodying everything. That and a lot of like grinding and routing to figure out how to bully everything pretty effectively.
As I say, and if you're unfamiliar with the Tonberries, which you shouldn't be if you follow Final Fantasy, but they can one-shot kill you. Cloud luckily can counter that with a Punisher counter, but you just don't want them to show up at all.
Tonberries are the cutest evil ever added to a computer game.
Probably my favorite Final Fantasy character is the Tonberry. Yeah, so here we're doing something called God House mode skip. He's gonna throw up that shield, but we have his pressure bar up so high that we can still whack him with his shield up, get him into a stagger state, and then push him right onto him. Otherwise he'd jump up to outside of the arena and fly around, do a whole bunch of slow stuff that we don't want to happen.
This whole section here, now that in the last phase, is just build ATB and get ready to watch the windows, check the colour that appears, and prepare your counter.
Got to build up here, and then once he comes down, then the fight ends pretty quickly after that point. Got a
I got
blizzard,
lucky.
so that's very nice. Yep, that's fast animation. Oh, perfect.
I almost threw that
Dunzo.
really hard. I missed my input for Berserk, and I managed to cast it the very last second so that my damage got the buff.
That is very much a chef's kiss of a final phase there.
Yeah, the ice windows is probably the best outcome you could possibly get.
Honestly, I think lightning is a little
Or
bit
maybe
better.
lightning, yeah, or maybe lightning, yeah.
Because in my setup, Aerith has wind, so she can do a ton of damage. Because wind takes a while to explode, it allows Tempest a little bit of time to sit there and get to its second part where it starts popping off for a lot of damage. So I end up double dipping in that case. And because her magic is so high, Tempest hits like a truck. Plus it gives a ton of ATB, so I can usually follow up with a fire up. I did switch to Aerith for a bit. There's a quirk with Synergy where it will react with a tier 1 spell to any command your controlled character is using. But with my setup there, I actually cannot allow her to use those Synergy commands there. the reason being that second and third phases, the one where he like stood up into the god mode and I kind of like stood around. There's a very particular reason I did that. Because Hell House phase 2 wants to rush you down. But if you do the right amount of stagger, but just below a certain amount of damage, you can basically put him to maximum, just short of maximum stagger. The easiest way to like state it is it's 99.99%. There's an actual number, but it's really hard to. We have to do like differential equations to freaking figure out setups for it. There's a couple of different ones we know of, and we just do with what we have because it's a pain to figure it out any other way. But what I did is very old strat that I lucked into, where I max out stagger, don't do enough damage, and then the boss will slowly transition into phase 3 without emptying out the stagger bar. So I follow up with some commands the moment I get phase 3 and stagger immediately. And then the reason he goes down so quick is between double casting bio, attacking, focus striking, or focus thrusting, and disordering, Aerith triggered a ton of synergy wins, which was basically what killed phase 3. Bio isn't super important, but since that final phase floats around for a while and the god mode doesn't reduce the poison ticks, you might as well go for it if you can make room for the poison.
It was found pretty funny that that a house could be poisoned.
Yeah, that's
You think that's funny? That dress cost 1 million gil.
No. I think we already established that Madam M pocketed all the money because he didn't do any of the Aerith side quests. She's like, all right, that million gil's mine.
250,000 max. There's no way.
Oh,
I could have paid for this.
I am not paying 250,000 gil for a rag.
If it would let me skip Hell House, I'd pay 3 mil. I nearly have enough to buy this dress 3 times over.
I mean, that dress was probably found in the Lost and Found in the Honeybee Inn, so.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, I crimp it up so that I can instantly stagger phase 2, so I don't have to deal with the god mode or breaking any of the limbs like the game wants you to. Luckily, Synergy, if I do mess it up and like accidentally hit or not have enough ATB to do it right, I can just spam Synergy spells to break the hands extremely quick, and then spam Ice with Cloud and just burst him down. It is a bit slower, but the problem is between phase 1 and 2, there's a 30-second cutscene, so resetting once you get into phase 2 is awful. And what's worse is sometimes you know the fight's not going to work because you don't have the right ATB values or you're on Aerith to start with, so you're going to get killed by the rush phase, and you just got to sit there and watch a cutscene and just watch your run die slowly.
Talking of cutscenes, some of the best in the entire game. We were all worried. I don't think it was just me. I think the wider gaming community was terrified of how Square were going to handle the Honeybee Inn section of Final Fantasy VII Remake, and I just want to say they nailed it. This is perfect. Converting it from a brothel to more of a kind of, a nightclub style thing or a cabaret and all of things. They're so well done. Andre is a new character in the game, and frankly, the man makes me swoon. He's gorgeous. But yeah, this whole section I think is amazing. It's also a break for Sid while he disappears. It's one of our longest breaks in the entire run. In fact, no, it is our longest break. So yeah, right now is a good time for a whole bunch of donations and telling us why we're here, because we've got a good couple of minutes of this now.
Yeah, this goes on for about 2 to 3 minutes, so you got some time.
Okie dokie. First, I'll start with our donations. Nerdly has donated $25 and says, "Let's go, big gaming!" And Rocket Racer, pardon me, has donated $15 saying, "Never fear, Stamp is here!" Hey gamers, did you know your employer might match your donation? You should inquire if your company has such a program. That is good advice. Thank you so much for that, Rocket Racer. Now, I did want to go into a bit of our incentives for the next few games. Super Mario RPG, we have a $500 goal to watch the credits. We are currently at $109, so if you want to watch those beautiful credits, get those donations in. Also, after Super Mario RPG Axe Battler, A Legend of Golden Axe, we have a $300 incentive goal for show the opening and ending text. Our total right now is actually 0, so if you want to see that opening and ending text, please get your donations in. And we've got a few incentives for Dragon Warrior Randomizer. I actually am very interested in the Shuffle the Music in the Game incentive. That is a $250 goal. We are currently at $0. So once again, please get those donations in. How much time do I have?
Oh, another minute. Keep going.
All right. So let me get back into why we are here today. We are raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. It is the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization, and their work is focused around 3 pillars: education and support, awareness, and advocacy. NAMI participates in nationwide awareness opportunities like Mental Health Month, Suicide Prevention Month, and Mental Illness Awareness Week. NAMI has partnerships with a wide range of companies and organizations that NAMI uses to get their name and mission in front of new audiences. Remember, if you are going to tweet or Instagram posts about our event, please use the hashtag QFGHH2 and together for MH. The 4 is the number 4.
Oh. Right, talk to Chadley, and I'll chuck in $10.
Sure, why not? What do we got here, buddy?
Love that little dude.
All right, Chadley has some interesting interaction with Cloud.
Get to enjoy a little bit of that French there.
Poor little boy's experiencing an emotional response.
There you go. You
Yeah,
paid to kill PB. There, you happy?
It's a funny thing. I can explain.
I killed your PB. The stairs killed your PB.
The stairs would kill it. Yeah. I
Dang, donation incentive did it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I could explain a little bit about Chadley, why his response was so interesting there. I hope I wouldn't be spoiling it for anyone, so I'm not sure if I want to say it or not. But for those who didn't get to Chadley's big reveal, so there is a little hidden part. There's a little backstory behind Chadley once you finish the top secrets that gives you some background on why he's such an interesting character.
Yeah, and I think you get a little bit extra. So we did go over the Goddardummerung early. Some of you may be wondering why I'm not using like 2 or 3 of them. The base one you get from Top Secrets is allowed in the base category. It's been determined that the downloadable items like the Shinra bangles, all the ones you could get from Butterfingers that are now free, the Mako shard that reduces the time of effects, and the Superstar belts, as well as the 2 Goddardummerungs from... give me a second here. I actually need to shut up and pay attention.
The items, basically the community has decided not to use them since they're not totally free and accessible to everyone. So even though they are free now, we just sort of keep it going. But as far as the extra 2 Godders go, that's only from the Yuffie DLC that you can get. So because you have to pay for it, it wouldn't be too fair to force people to buy the game.
Yeah. Triple Goddardummerung would simplify some things because you get spam limits. It also, a lot of the common joke is like Aerith's true limit isn't a limit, but it's using refocus to split her ATB in thirds. So, I mean, we could theoretically use that, but 1 is enough. The only fight where I really miss not having the extra ones is Ghoul, because that fight is awful and hard. Ghoul has to be hit hard enough to transition to being weak to magic and then back again. Once you hit it with enough physical, weak to magic. Once you hit it with enough magic, weak to physical. Rinse and repeat until dead. Normally you could just tag with items and elixir to death. Yeah, no. We don't get that luxury, so I have to do it the hard way.
Yeah, Ghoul, in my opinion, is definitely one of the top 5 hardest bosses in hard mode. Just because of all the mechanics he does.
Speaking of bosses, we got a blink and you miss it. This is a really big showcase. That's why Synergy is super busted. Airbuster was a really early example since it saves a ton of time. But here, it really are you serious with this?
Yeah. Sometimes these guys don't like to group up together, and then that'll happen. Well, we like to try to kill them all in one shot.
You can use Fire because it has a bigger hitbox, but Fire will normally hit. So it's
Yeah.
like a risk versus reward. Fire, it takes a little bit longer to cast, a little bit more MP intensive. So if you've wasted too much MP in the previous chapter, it can punish you pretty hard.
All right,
So we're gonna.
So here comes Abzu, and like Sid said, it's a blink or you miss it, thanks to how busted Synergy is. Add a little Berserk, get his damage up. Now he's down to his next phase. This Enrage part has a little bit of a risk to it because you can lock his HP and his pressure state to where they just don't move and he just stays on fire.
Oh boy, nice.
Up, there it goes.
I have no idea what happened.
That's there. Well, there it is. There's the HP lock bug. But luckily you got it at the end, so all you had to do was hit him once.
Wait. No, that's not right. It's this, and then I believe this. And then I need to rejigger Aerith's equipment. Pretty close. Okay.
Yeah, sometimes this game will punish you for going too fast. I know it seems kind of ridiculous being a speedrunner, but sometimes we have to slow down in order for the game to not freak out.
Yeah, if the game had decided not to be obnoxious, that would have been pretty quick. I'm not quite sure what happened. Normally he goes down a lot quicker, so he probably did get a bug on the HP lock. It probably seems very silly that I've doubled down on Somersault, but there's actually a good reason for that. Somersault is pretty versatile and usually takes out some thicker enemies like the TMNT turtles really quick. So I used to use it a lot. I used to use Dolphin Flurry on both Eligor and Ghoul, or not Ghoul, but Abzu 1 because I needed the extra damage output. It also set up to skip Enrage. I could skip Enrage with this fight, but I have a hard time hitting it, and more often than not, set Abzu up to take a dip. So I go a little bit slower. I think I actually pushed my luck with that and Star Showered a bit too soon. That's probably why I missed it.
Yeah, here's a big showcase of the parry movement and running away, how fast we can get through those fights. And yeah, all the way at the end of that little section.
This is another case of Square expanding an entire 2 screens to a full chapter.
Oh, was it? Okay, Strife's telling me I fired off a fire with Aerith, and that's what did it. So I think it messed with my inputs. I either sometimes you can screw over your Synergy by doing an input. You got to be really careful about it. Synergy's really fussy. If you know what you're doing, it can melt bosses, but if you miss input or the AI decides to move off Arcane Ward, you're in a bad spot. The thing with Arcane Ward is it's really powerful in combo with Synergy and MP Absorb, because it allows you to cast duplicate spells. Normally, Arcane Ward duplicates the spell at half power, half cost, and half stagger value, so it's basically a 50% power. But with Synergy, it has a weird interaction where it does reduce those other two. But because your MP is at, or the MP cost is at 0, there's probably a failsafe because they never expected you to have a 0 cost spell. So they hammer out the, they hammered it out, and what it does is it always costs 1. So with MP Absorb, you really need the extra, you need the extra MP Absorb because Mithril Rod doesn't have a cost reduction, which really wouldn't be important in this case. But it does have a 20% buff at max MP. So if you can get Aerith stuck on her Arcane Ward with a MP Absorb and a spell to spam with Synergy, so I doubled down on Fire Synergy, Fire MP Absorb for that. That fight you can do without MP Absorb. Your MP really doesn't get hammered that hard, but it does end up taking an extra couple of seconds, and you're almost always going to get the dip. Because it's way too hard to hit the damage threshold because you're losing out on 20%, like after the second spell. The bluegills, fun. Oh boy, I
respect the bluegills.
don't do it.
Always respect the blue goo. Oh, that was close. They actually aimed for you there.
So if you notice those little bubbles will put you to sleep, and that's just why we say respect the blue goos, because not only do you have to void them with the character you're controlling, but the AI has a nasty habit of just sitting there and blocking them. So if you do any action with them at all, they'll stop blocking and immediately get slept. So you have to be pretty careful on where everything is when fighting the blue goos.
So the reason I'm using Arrow Magnify here is a couple of different reasons. People probably gravitate toward Fire Magnify here, and that's not an incorrect answer. In Intergrade, Wind is more than enough to deal with the enemies here and in Chapter 11, especially since there's a Drake fight in Chapter 11. The flying enemies go down a lot quicker to Wind. It also has the fringe benefit of Wind spawns on the target, so line of sight is not required. So I can dip around a lot of corners and get the Wind to hit stuff that Aerith normally would have to either run to or would just flat out miss because the spells would end up hitting the wall instead of the enemies. I also have Synergy Fire here, so I can get out enough damage on the turtles to do some cool stuff like this.
Yeah, a lot of these enemies in this chapter are, again, one of these hidden mechanics of the game. They are have a weakness to magic. It doesn't show in the assess, but they're more susceptible to magic damage than they are to physical damage. So the crabs go down a lot easier with magic. The Sahagins as well. The turtles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the turtles are probably the hardest portion of the sewers, and it's routing around those. I used to go into Ironblade early on here because I would self-destruct Abzu, Ghoul, and Eligor. Eligor was a particularly hilarious one because I'd self-destruct the floating phase. You wouldn't think it would reach, but it usually did. Fortunately now, because Wind sticks to its target and then explodes, I could just spam ice wind spells while he's flying around and just pop off a bunch of damage before Eligor can really do anything about it. Eligor is going to be pretty quick. I'd say it's like one of the fights I'm most proud of outside of like the Hell House. I'm pretty proud of because it's, you know, I kind of like fell into that and the strat works out pretty well. But Eligor is one of my better accomplishments. Some of these fights can get really, really crazy with synergy involved. And Eligor ends up being, he's weak to ice the entire time, but switches over to wind at one point when flying. It has both, actually. Problem is, you try and ice a flying enemy and see how that works out for you. It's the same reason wind was awful in the PS4 version, but now it's got sticky gum gum. It's great.
Yeah, so it's called rubber gum, something like that.
Yeah, bungee gum, I believe.
Yeah, bungee gum. There we go.
I think that's but I think it's like he has a couple of different names for it, but I think bungee gum is the name of the actual technique. Hunter x Hunter do be long, hiatus x hiatus. So fun when it's actually getting made.
I'm glad the memes are still alive.
You know, speaking of memes.
Yes. Upcoming here is really the super boss of the game. It's the worst mini game. Everybody doesn't like it. It's the pump mini game. Basically a reaction game, but mostly it's a mental game because you really get it inside your own head. You're gonna fail this game. So it's really just don't think and just do it.
Yeah. This minigame is unaffectionately called BS minigame. There's actually a wonderful video that a fan made on YouTube who had no relation to the speedrunning community, who basically took together all the memes and made an animation of the remake, and he nailed perfectly our feelings for so many of the silliness of this game that, yeah, we invited him onto the speedrun Discord and had a chat. It was really cool to meet him, so yeah, he really nailed just how bad this minigame is in that video. So there is some strats here to this, but we'll stay quiet and let Sid go for it.
Yeah.
Anyone in chat, get your bets in. Either
1-1-1 or
1-2-1, 1-2-3, 1, whatever.
1-1-2.
Go for the 1-2-1 marathon meme.
Pretty bad mashing. Oh, woo. Sweet mercy. Sweet mercy.
Luckily, the game is very forgiving in the frames that allows you on the red. You can be nearly off the red and still get it.
I got way too focused and just did it super early. That's how this goes sometimes.
Be like water. Alright, there's 2. Well, now we'll be quiet so Sid can
hear.
With
this, I'm definitely going to miss the third one because it looks like I'm being a ding-ding here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, you've got.
Hey, 1-2-1 marathon meme. It
Oh
lives.
well,
Yeah.
there you go, Sid. You didn't get 1-1-1 again, but that was good. That'll do.
1 and 2 were
5
very
or less,
merciful. I really didn't deserve that, honestly. So the
5 or
first
less you
one,
take.
the first one, for the most part, you can react. As long as you get a reasonably large red area, you can just flick while you're inside of that. The next one, you want to flick at like the black line before the red area because of its speed. And then the last one, you want to what are you doing, game? Okay, that works too.
Yeah, see, I played a lot of Guitar Hero and like timing-based games, so maybe it's a little bit easier for me.
Yeah, I played a lot of it too, but I still managed to just not be good at this at all. Could you not game? That'd be great. Yep, we're gonna move every direction but the one I want. That's cool. All right, at least somersault killed.
Still got it.
Didn't get sleeped. Let me see here. Fire off. That's whatever. Could we just not, please? Yay. That's.
And yeah, that was good.
All right. What? I'm kind of wondering what are we looking at right here in terms of time?
2:31,
round to-
15.
Yeah, around the 2:30 ones.
Okay. This run is still on track. I didn't really feel like I'd messed anything up too much, but I could have got sub 2:30 if I hadn't have missed one of the pumps. That 13 seconds is 100% from missing one. The pump's pretty punishing. There's a couple of different like small little things that kind of eat your time. Pump can very easily eat tons of time. The Sephiroth despawn, or rather the spawn of Sephiroth in Chapter 2. Some of these fights, enemies spawn early, and if you're not ready for it, you can end up losing time pretty quickly because it'll put them in spots where they're hard to target. However, if you leave your game on standby, I think there's definitely a memory leak issue with this game. You can keep that early spawn active, so you can very often abuse it. But the first time you see it, you're not ready for it usually. Chapters 4, 12, and 17 have enemies, and they all seem to be on the same value. Thank you, look out for the luck. Appreciate it. So if you get one early spawn, you know you're going to get it everywhere else.
So yeah, this chapter is probably my favourite 2-screen expansion of all of Remake. There was, like the tiny little bits where we were in the train graveyard, and the way they've expanded it here, I think it just gives a whole new feeling and mood to, part 1 of Final Fantasy VII Remake that you just didn't get anywhere else in this game. There's a lot of it's, very happy-go-lucky or explosions, whereas this just got that slightly slower down, creepier feeling. It reminds me more of the GI cave, which we'll hopefully get, in later parts, but that's kind of the feeling I got given here, and I almost feel that Square were trying to pay homage to the various different kind of feelings that you got throughout the first game, but try and get them all into part 1.
Yeah. If they're gonna... The pacing I'm seeing right here, I'm guessing the bare minimum is we'll get to Costa del Sol. Hopefully we get closer to Cosmo Canyon, or at the very least into like Gold Saucer and the Coral Prison and stuff.
Oh, I'm thinking they're gonna go all the way to the main story element at the City of the Ancients. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, because I mean, I play the OG quite at least once a year, and like there's really not a whole lot going on in there. There's story points, but you can see them breaking them down and putting them into chapters. I think the biggest part, what's really going to extend that part 2, is going to be the open world if they implement it, because that's what's going to cost, take the most time to do a lot of stuff, plus all the side quests and all that.
I did that in the worst way possible. Do you want to arrow rush? Get the 2 behind the train, but I left one of them alive. I should have just nuked them both. That fight always gives me trouble. I need to practice that.
Yeah. But my theory for the coming up parts is Aerith will not die where we expect her to, but will again later on in the game to kind of correct timelines or something, so to speak. I think that's the way it's going to be played, so that she's in the game much longer.
I heard a really interesting theory from a random viewer that kind of popped in and was like, I solved the game. I'm like, okay, let's hear it. And he's like, well, he's not going to kill Aerith. I'm like, all right, what's your argument? He's like, well, Sephiroth knows that it's going to screw up his plan, so why would he kill her? Because she'll be able to activate Holy. And I'm like, that is legitimately a very good point. if he knows everything that's going on, why would he kill her? Because she's
What?
more harm to him dead than alive.
The only problem with that is that Aerith did. She was successful. It was just Sephiroth was, the summon of the meteor was blocking it. All the black materia was blocking the holy. So they had to kill Sephiroth in order for Holy to get out and save him from the meteor. That's the only hole in that theory I could see. I have a feeling that they're gonna try to be like, oh, you can save her. You have a choice to save her, and then they're gonna be like the original game where you could press any button on the controller. He's still gonna do those motions because he's technically controlled by Sephiroth. So that's just my theory on it, though.
We still have some more Whisper fights coming up. No, we haven't. We'll have one more in Chapter 12, and we'll explain a little bit how that fight works again. They're very poorly kind of hinted at how to deal with them in the game, but basically magic is the way that you're intended to deal with them, but the game doesn't really tell you that, and just basically gives you a pity timer so you can get out of the fight casually. Normally, you end up wasting a lot of resources in there because it's just not really easy to figure out what's going on. The trick with them is you use magic damage to pressure them, and then you follow up and stagger them with a spell to stagger and kill, which will make the boss Enigmatic Whisper weak. And then you can stagger that one as well and nuke it. But we got Ghoul coming up here. I kind of do a really dumb strat. I'm not going to use... I'm going to use a limit with Tifa, Somersault, to push enough damage immediately. And I'm actually going to abuse Self-Destruct here. It's going to mess with my magic up, so I'm going to have to steal one off of Aerith and give her ATB up. But both of those will make this fight more consistent, so it's worth messing up my equipment just a little bit for those fights. Also, notice I have 107 MP here. We're up to 122. I'm going to be able to steal a bunch of MP or not spend any here. So let me show it off. Because they're an Afraid animation that goes instantaneously. And as long as I kill them before a certain amount of time, I get my MP back. Because the game's like, wait, you didn't cast anything. Why did I take MP? Here you go. You can have that back. So we can go positive here and get the 20% recovery of these 2 MP crates because we got to wait anyway. And I'm actually going to gain a little bit more MP here by using Synergy. The game doesn't recognize that Synergy is free, so it detects that I spent MP on fire, but I didn't at all. So we're going to actually get a little bit extra back here too, 141. So I'm actually going to go back to nearly full MP because of how this works out. Also, let me see here. And like I said, I'm going to have to
Okay. Yeah, this chapter's kind of full of ghosts, and for anybody who's ever played any one of the way Final Fantasies and any of the mainline ones, you'll be used to there'll always be as a rule some sort of dead or undead character, and the GI tribe and the OG, the ghosts here, the best way to damage them is actually to heal them. So on your casual playthroughs, chuck a Phoenix down at them, and that kind of one-shots them. So really easy. We don't have time for Phoenix Down's animation though, so yeah, we've got enough damage output that we use that just now. But then there's this boss here.
We get screwed out of item use here because hard locks it. So this is gonna look crazy.
This is where we get a salty Sid.
Yeah, this is this is always a run breaking boss for a lot of the hard mode runners because the movement's so tight. And if you notice, Ghoul, if you've played casually on anything but hard, he throws furniture, but on hard mode he throws a lot more furniture, so it's a lot more challenging.
Yeah. The problem is the furniture is inconsistent in its hit pattern, so going for things like counter stance can be risky. And then just pushing through it with Star Shower can cost you a lot of HP. And the ATB is really hard to work up without getting bullied. So we're just going to fire off a limit here. Do this easy peasy. I want to get next to the wall here. So that if he does decide to throw some furniture, I have to get a really bad angle to get knocked out of Kuriga. And that's how that goes.
Nice and easy. Nice and easy.
For those of you wondering, the strat on every other mode there is throw 2 elixirs, dead.
Yep. All you gotta do, 2 elixirs and he goes down. But yeah, that was very smooth. That was a very clean fight because, like I said, as soon as he starts throwing furniture and your characters get hit, he can bounce you, and the battle just gets away from you at that point. Just because the damage is so high, you're pretty much dead at that point.
Yep. The furniture, like I said, is kind of hit or miss. But I've had that fight ruined in the back end a few times when I went for Kiriga and he just tagged me with a random desk. Synergy, for whatever reason, doesn't activate in that fight. I don't know if it's like a programming or whatever, but it never goes off. So that's why I have to actually use Cures. Fire Synergy probably would be enough to burst through if I did, make sure it triggered off Synergy and Self-Destruct and Cross Slash. Probably could speed up the fight a little bit. But since it doesn't activate for whatever reason, regardless of whether it's like wind, lightning, fire, ice, none of them will activate. Because you could say maybe fire doesn't activate because there's so much furniture, but wind and lightning will spawn on the target, and neither of those activate either. So the fight's really weird. It's one of the few ones where Synergy just literally shut off. I'm assuming they must have had an issue with the fight, is my best guess. And then what they did is they turned it off in there until they figured it out, and then forgot to come back to it. Oh, nice call to arms.
Call to arms, as we've said in the past, is where the rats decide to call on some friends. And in case you haven't worked out, that anytime there's more bad guys than we want, it's a bad thing. So now we're moving on to the section of this chapter that you'll remember from OG, where we need to move all the trains around so that we can get around the various places. So I think it's 3 trains to move in OG, and it's 3 trains to move in this one. Coming up, we also have first kind of true flying battles of the game. In the original remake, they are terrible because things like blizzard and wind didn't stick well to enemies. So
your best choice was either sleep, self-destruct and hope it works, or just switch to Aerith and ping them a bunch because they are weak to magic and her attacks are tagged as magic ranged. So it'll do a fair bit about a stagger, but it still takes a while to fling out all the regular to cause the stagger. You can probably speed up a little bit with Elemental, but Elemental on Aerith really isn't good early on because you're just firing off spells for the most part. Even though her magic gets insanely high, so she'll get a lot of extra damage out of it. Most of the time, you don't want her flinging normal spells. You want her to be flinging actual ATB-based commands. So we're just gonna not use that as much. How much left in the train graveyard? 1 fight, so it's gonna be like a couple of minutes at most, as long as I don't throw Eligor super hard. This fight can be really stupid, but that's mainly because I'm bad at it. But then again, everybody's bad at this fight, so I really can't be too hard on myself.
Yeah, these drakes can not be very fun. But it looks like they're not going to fly out of bounds, so... Very nice.
Okay, I guess we'll have to...
What you saw there was wind sticking to the drakes and making sure it hits. In the original release and remake, before Integrate came out, if you cast wind would appear in a certain spot, so the drakes would just go, oh, that's nice.
Yep.
That's a nice attack you've got
Flying
there.
enemies would just be like, that's
here.
cute. I'm gonna be over here though. Alright, let's do a little bit of menuing here. We're actually gonna see a return of Buster Sword because it actually works out perfectly for this fight. So this, that, this, and I believe it's ice.
Just explain what Sid's doing by swapping weapons as well. The way this game stores your weapon loadouts for materia, it actually has a unique materia loadout for each weapon. So for certain fights in this run, Sid's got pre-made setups for different weapons that he knows he can use at different points, and it saves you swapping, 4 or 8 or 6 different materia slots around. You just swap the weapon around, and all your materia swaps out with it. So it's a really efficient way to do it. It's one of the major routing optimizations that I really love about Sid Root.
Yep, it is a nice. No, I'm gonna restart that actually. I don't want to berserk there, and I'm gonna get stomped on before I get it off, so I need to reset.
So here's Eligor while Sid concentrates on this fight. Eligor is it was a regular enemy from the train graveyard. He's made into a boss, and he's quite challenging on hard. But the way that we do it, he goes down pretty quick. Funny note about that is that in the OG Final Fantasy VII, you could steal a rod for Aerith, and it was a very powerful rod. In this game, it is probably the worst rod in that you can get for the game because it's all physical-based damage, and Aerith is primarily a magic-based user, so really no use for the bladed stat.
Yep.
One of the key things in this fight is Elgar's going to cast Reflect on himself, and you've got to be very careful that you don't use a magic against him and then it hits yourself. So one of the first things we did was we got rid of that barrier.
Yeah, it's also, you got to be careful too, especially on hard when you're playing casually and you're not speedrunning the boss. He also casts Reflect on you, so you cannot heal or else you're going to heal him.
All right.
And there he goes, nice easy peasy.
I wouldn't say that, but
I'll say it for you.
it's I'm really proud of that fight because it drove the fight down just below 60 seconds. The interactions between Synergy and Arcane Ward can really break a lot of these fights and kind of like put you in a completely different realm. The problem with it though is you need to keep Aerith on the Arcane Ward. That's the main struggle with this strat.
But here's another Enigmatic Spectre fight. We've seen these before. Similar strategies, in fact not similar, it's basically identical strategies to earlier. We need to stagger some of the standard spectres around and then take out the Enigmatic. So once this is over, we've reached back to Sector 7 Slums. The whole point of the story here is we're trying to get to the top of the pillar to stop the pillar plate being dropped on the Sector 7 Slums. But yeah, there's a wee bit of running around for a while now. And just some bosses, not some bosses, but some standard trash fights. So if we have any more donations or anything you need to say, please feel to jump in.
I have a couple donations, one special donation if you'd like me to read that.
Sounds great, actually. Let me see here. Go ahead.
All
no
right.
problem.
First, I have a $10 donation from Nanaki Emmy. $10 as promised. No blaming me for not getting a PB. Now, when do we get a steel chair as an equipable weapon?
Oh, one day. One day.
I'd very much like to see that.
PC version.
We have
Come on, modding community, deliver us the goods.
And we have a special donation, $30 from Will's Heart. For Will, who fought the good fight against bipolar until he couldn't fight anymore. Thank you so much for that donation.
Shout outs to my brother. Without him, I probably wouldn't have even considered getting into games. And luckily, it's led me to this wonderful community, so I'm gonna stay here as long as I can, because it is so fun. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Alright. If you got some more, feel free. I'm just going to be spamming some fires here and mowing through
have any
everything.
more donations, but I would like to mention a couple things. We are raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. 50% of all lifetime cases of mental illness begin by age 14 and 75% by age 24. And suicide is the third leading cause of death in youth aged 10 to 24 and the 10th leading cause of death in the US overall. 90% of those who have died by suicide have an underlying mental illness. And remember, if you are considering it, please contact NAMI. On Instagram, NAMI Communicate. Twitter, the same, NAMI Communicate. Or you can go to their website, oktotalk.org.
Yeah, so hard is a default New Game Plus, so we basically start out with everything. You would think this kind of like warps the game. To some extent it does, but what I find most attractive about hard and the fact that it's New Game Plus is the game gives enough of a pushback to try and make things hard for you. That it really leads to a variety of strats. There's no specific fights that are impossible to clear without one specific strat. There are some that are very fast and dominate, like synergy abuse in some cases, not only because it simplifies your MP management, but it also pushes out a lot of damage. But it allows for a variety in routing, and I think most every hard runner has a completely different way to tackle most of these segments, and even the strats that we use similar, we approach the fights in fundamentally different ways. So we're actually going to try and crowd surf here. I had a fantastic
Let's see
one
how your
yesterday.
surf goes, yeah.
Yeah, yesterday was the best crowd surfing I've ever seen, and this looks like a pretty... the grouping separated. Looked like a pretty good grouping at first, but then they all separated. What you're trying to do is really slide on these NPCs, because they give you a little speed boost through the slow walking section. There is a slight technique to it. I call it shoulder shuffling, where you're at an angle to them, and they kind of bump you with their shoulder to kind of boost you forward. But yeah,
This whole
it's
section
very
here with
random.
this whole section here with Aerith walking around, I understand why they've added it in, and it's fine casually to expand the story where we find out, you know, what she was doing, how she went to get Marlene and to help her. But I feel, especially in the speedrun now, it really just kills the pacing of the climbing of the pillar.
Yeah, it gives me a nice little break to make sure I'm, topped off on my water, get a little bit of sip in there, maybe take a bite out of a snack.
Yeah.
Also, gives me a second to, refocus. If, I tend to tilt a little bit. I mean, most people do, but if I get a lot of small mistakes, if I get a lot of small mistakes back to back, it ends up causing tilt, even if I really didn't lose that much time. So it gives me a chance to zen, refocus and gather my stuff and not really be sitting here going, ugh, I had to reset Eligor because I berserked right off the bat. I'm so stupid. It gives me a chance to go, you know what? That's all I did. That's the only fight I've had to reset, and I could do it immediately. So you know what? I don't really care.
Yeah, it's always important to say to yourself, it's like plenty of run left. But
Yep.
here, just to explain what's going on here, we're skipping all this. This is like Chapter 1, where we're character warping. Got to keep Cloud downstairs so he doesn't go into another battle state, and then we warp back down to him.
Yep.
So that went perfectly.
Doing the rollback will normally slow Cloud down enough so that he's in one of those stairwells, and that's where a fleeing status happens. Even if I don't hit the timing, I can just basically roll him right back down the stairs if he gets really quick, and I'll usually be able to push him in fleeing. The only downside is I have to swap between characters twice to make it work, but, it's pretty consistent, and it looks super cool when you actually get it right, so it's really awesome. Normally, I'd probably switch over to MP Absorb by this segment, because Elemental really isn't going to do me much on Mithril Saber. It is nice, but it's not something I need. The problem is I need Elemental on Iron Blade for the boss fight, so I don't want to have to go out of my way to take it off somebody else, put it back on, take it back off, so I just leave it on for here. Normally, we used to self-destruct on the top floor with Mithril Blade because we needed the extra damage. Turns out that we can tank enough damage, plus use Iron Blade with magic ups, that we can basically get a level 2 limit out of it. I could go with Cross Slash here, but the Ascension will be good because Reno likes to move a lot, and he's pretty hard to nail down, to be honest. Because the final phase, he can Flash Step. There you go. Unfortunately, mistimed the limit. But having 2 limits turns the final phase into more so a menu boss than a actual boss. So I fire this guy to kill the turrets, which spawns the Helitroopers. And then I juggle him with Dolphin Flurry. Dolphin Flurry won't kill because of its cinematic effect, keeps it from killing until the final poke with the uppercut.
I swear, I am stealing that strat for New Game Plus Easy because you're still quicker in hard mode than I am.
Yeah, and the juggling with the Dolphin Flurry, since it doesn't kill, will keep him from being able to dodge because Tifa can sometimes poke and cause a dodge animation. Then I can just split a Fire Gut, the flying dinguses, and put them down instantaneously. So we're just going to put Iron Blade on here, and that's it. That's all we need for Reno and Rude, honestly.
Also, rip Jesse.
Yep. I mean, they're definitely they're definitely not in the final cutscene or anything. Just here.
Who am I gonna have pizza with?
Yeah.
There's
So-
kind of a much better expansion on their Avalanche members throughout this. So, unfortunately, they do all die, or do they? We'll see what happens come part 2. But yeah, Square has a habit of people not dying now, it seems, in this game.
We'll figure out who's dead and who's not in part 2, I guess.
So you can hit stun Reno here. It's not that hard. I did have time equipped from an older route where I used to have haste on Airbuster and a few other places. I still need time because Genova can stop, so I don't want to take it off. So it adds a little bit of stats, and having access to stop in some of these fights can lead to a safe backup. That'll make your life a lot easier, so there's no reason to not go that direction.
Here he's gonna tank a little damage, gonna look a little weird, but
there we go. Yep, to hit my limit, I need to tank a little bit of extra damage to push it through.
And the rule with Reno here is, above all else, do not let him cast Pyramid.
Which we might. Okay.
nope, he blocked it off.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to. Sometimes your damage can be really low. It can take anywhere from 0 uppercuts to 3, so it looks like I got a really low roll. It's probably because it
takes him quite a bit of time to get the pyramid out anyway, so
yeah,
a little bit of time.
It's probably because I went with True Strikes in Phase 1 rather than Star Shower True Strike. As I mentioned before, Star Shower gives the next move a 70% buff. So and not only is it like her highest damaging move, as long as everything hits, but buffing the next move like turns her into a humongous cannon. So we're gonna zip on in here and ooh,
Nice,
okay.
got the good setup. You want him? You really want Reno to do EM strike. If he does flash strike, he gets out of position, and you want him to stay together for exactly this to happen.
Yep. The reason
Let's see
if
if you
you
get
could,
Deflate to fall.
I don't think with this setup, not normally.
No,
Okay,
yeah.
sure.
Oh no, it did. Wow.
Oh god,
I'm
2
really,
runs in a row!
I'm really gonna test that to see if that's if that is can be consistent because
Yeah,
that's crazy.
I want to break out a save and try
Yeah,
that.
I was running around in circles there on purpose to see if I could make it consistent. So we're gonna put Chain Bangle back on for a little bit because Cloud's a little bit too spongy otherwise. We're gonna beat this up here.
Again, you find new things every time you run this game. It's just never ending.
Yep. Actually. So Stop was a good backup for some things. Barrett is shouldn't be casting anything here. Is that correct? Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Barrett won't be doing much in the next segment. I'm just going to be spamming Fire Magnify. Some people will go with Ascension off of Cloud. That works too. But when I thought about it, I was like, Star Shower to Dolphin Flurry may be a little bit slower. But if Reno doesn't move, or if you're targeting Root in that case, you end up leaving Tifa right next to the console, so you end up losing less time than like sending her across the arena, because if Reno flash steps, he's usually going to move way, way, way far away from the console. So you got to wait for her to run on up there and get up and activate it. With that movement, I'm free to move Cloud around and hopefully trigger the panel drop, which is super nice.
This whole section here is this whole section here, we've also failed at stopping Shinra. The plate has indeed dropped, so all we're worried about now is Marlene, who Aerith did tell us just in a quick video cutscene we skipped that she was safe, so we believe she's at Aerith's mum's house, so that's exactly where we're headed back. So it's quite a lot of running here, so yeah, if there's anything else that needs said, please feel free to jump in.
I wish I could parry here. Okay, I'm done.
We all do.
So if we have any donations or anything we need to say.
We do not have any donations. However, I would like to remind everyone that we do have some incentives. Super Mario RPG, we have an incentive for $500 to watch the credits. Currently, we are at 109, so please get those donations in for that. For Axe Battler, A Legend of Golden Axe, we have a $300 incentive for show the opening and ending text. We are at $0 for that, and if you'd want to see that, please, 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 some people kick $5 here, $5 there, and we can quickly get to that incentive met.
Every little bit counts.
Exactly. You know, we're not looking for big donations. Those are obviously very welcome.
Very much like a speed run. 30 seconds on a boss fight's nice, but it's when you add up those 5 and 10 seconds everywhere that you end up shaving 5 minutes off your PB.
Exactly. So we've got, let's see, Dragon Warrior Randomizer, $250 incentive for shuffling the music in-game. I'm actually pretty interested in that. Oh, and a $300 incentive for turning on Big Swamp mode in Dragon Warrior Randomizer. 75% of the world is now swamp, but only if we raise $300. Currently
Sounds
we
a
are
bit
at-
toxic.
I think the healing properties of mud can go a long way.
I'd have to say Dragon Warrior Quest disagrees with you very much.
So, then let me make it a little harder if you want to see that. 75% of the world map swamp. Go ahead and get those donations in for Big Swamp Flag for finals. How much more time do we have?
A little bit more of a walk along.
Okay, all
Go ahead.
right. So also for Dragon Warrior Randomizer, we've got a bid war going on for the sprites that will be used. Currently, the winner of this bid war are the Mario sprites at $5. So right now, honestly, anybody's game. If you want the Dragon Warrior 1, 2, 3, or 4 sprites, or the Final Fantasy 1 sprites, or the Pac-Man sprites, get in there now. Get those donations in. Let's raise that money.
I may be biased, but I would get the Final Fantasy sprites in there, but that's because Final Fantasies are my favourite series of games ever.
Yep. So we're closing in on the actual combat portion of Chapter 13. Cloud isn't going to be with us for the end of Chapter 13, so we're just going to throw out spells with Reckless Abandon. I did
Very
swap
much-
out Elemental for...
Go ahead, sorry.
I did swap out Fire Elemental for Fire MP Absorb. It's not super useful here because Cloud's MP is not really important. Some cases it will lead to him being at full MP, so you get that 20% damage buff, but for the most part it just it doesn't really add up here. It could have been good in the previous chapter because it would have let me stay at full MP most of the time. And where it really shines is Chapter 14 because then I don't need to micromanage MP at all. The only person I need to worry about is Tifa, who's got the cures on. But yeah, normally you would think switching to Tifa here would be the best because of the movement. You actually are limited with how far you can get away, but because of the dodge rolling and how aggressive some of these enemies are and damage values and stuff, it's just easier to do this this way. Yeah, you see that feast right there? That's exactly what you're afraid of. That could have easily grabbed Cloud if I had been on Tifa, because he probably would have rolled before he started casting the spell and would have got grabbed. No spell, 4 enemies still left. Lots of fun. Nothing but a little bit of anger and sadness at that point. Also, if you have any like photosensitivity to like extremely bright, especially extremely bright flashing lights, when we get to the underground lab in this portion with Barrett, either I would equip some sunglasses, which is what I'm going to go with, the sunglass strat, or just leave for a couple of minutes, or just like not look at the screen. It's pretty intense for whatever reason. They just did not like tune the brightness properly. I'd imagine it's either something to do with particle effects or the HDR for like the high definition range and stuff. So it's just extremely bright, and it's like, oh yeah, everybody's going to play in graphics mode, not performance, because you know everybody wants to sit here for hours at a time.
Yeah, I think it has something to do with the PS5 and the HDR and particle effects, because it happens in other games too, in dark areas where there's a lot of bright flashing going on.
Yeah, I used to use the no screen strats, but it can make movement a little bit obnoxious, having to stare down and away. So we're gonna do it the old-fashioned way and sunglass through it. Imagine needing to use sunglasses indoor to do a speed run. It's such a weird chain of events that like is so hard to justify.
You say when you have your face cam on, you got the read look going on.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it matches the speed run.
So yeah, folks, if you want to see the Sid do a Turks cosplay,
Yeah. Normally, I've been practicing with Cam for the speedrun events, but they didn't need it for this one. So you guys get to see so much more of the game rather than me big face. So rejoice, you get to enjoy the gameplay instead of me.
The disembodied voice.
So we're gonna swap out our equipment. Yes. I had to think about that for a second to make sure I wasn't being premature. Should be ice. Yeah, let me double check that. Yeah, okay. A little bit of a hesitation. When I get towards the end of the game, I'm usually pretty quick with the menus, but if you misequip stuff, you can get punished pretty hard. Like my skill master and stagger are right next to each other. So if I'm not careful and give stagger up to Cloud instead of skill master, my first couple of fights are going to be really slow. Because we're going to be use Ice Magnify, because a lot of the enemies here are weak to it. Barret doesn't have high enough magic stats to get away with like using Wind or Lightning, like you would in other places with like Aerith or Cloud. So we're gonna have to use Ice. So this is probably like this could showcase why we avoid Ice late game. Early on, the dogs are weak to it and won't dodge it. About now, they start deciding Ice is. They actually realize they're weak to it and start dodging it on a 50-50. The only way to like keep them from dodging it is whether pressure them and hit them while on the ground with it, or cast it at them while they're rushing at you.
Yeah, I believe the guard dogs are they don't dodge as much as the bloodhounds, and the bloodhounds are down here in the basement.
Yeah.
So the bloodhounds love to dodge pretty much everything, and there's a lot of there's a lot of the environment that is staircases and raised. And ice doesn't go around that, so if it hits a staircase, it'll put the bomb up on the staircase and not on the enemy. So gotta watch out where you are throwing spells.
Environmental objects are like your arch nemesis when it comes to ice.
Ice and fire, yeah, for sure.
If it hits anything, it'll create the explosion effect or create the ice cube and then the explosion, but it doesn't do the damage calculation. It just does nothing. Kind of a shame.
And fire has an unfortunate effect that if it hits a wall, it eats all the splash damage. So even if you think like the explosion off the wall would kill the enemy, no, it doesn't. It just hurts the wall a little bit.
Sometimes you'll see the Blizzard like land in the floor and it'll like duplicate, but not properly.
Yep.
You'll see the dog standing there and you're like, why are they still alive? What did I do to deserve this? You played Remake, that's what you did to deserve it.
You decided to run this game.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Running this game was one of the best decisions I ever made, but it's also such a time sink.
I love it, but there's so many things you have to like finagle when you're speedrunning. You very often have to like very much gently caress the game into doing what you want. Because as soon as you try to manhandle it, the game goes, yeah, no, I'm not doing that.
Definitely makes my last... Go ahead.
This is your kind of 30 seconds warning. We're about to get into the really flashy bits, folks. So if you need to put sunglasses on or look away, we'll let you know when it's kind of safe to see the screen again.
Yeah, you should be 5 to 10 minutes. 10 minutes is super safe. 5 minutes should be about right.
5 minutes is 5 minutes is where it is.
Well, it's me. Sometimes I make this the hardest segment of all. Yeah, so this is fun. This is actually part of the reason why I have to switch to EKG cannon. You can't break those barricades with physical melee weapons. Shooting a helicopter is nice, but it's not. You don't have to have the gun to do that. It just makes that a little bit easier. The barricades here you have to break with bullets. Abzu 1, I break the horn, but I don't actually need to do that, so it's not necessary. But the problem is here I need it, and Valk I need the range for, because I have no other way to build ATB with Barret. Are you serious? Is one of them still... Okay. That took a long time to exit. Focus Shot has a bigger explosion radius if you dump 2 or more ATB into it. Yeah. I'm dead serious, because I used to have to, like... I'd end up taking migraine medication after I did this segment. That's why I switched over to sunglasses.
Yeah, I also suffer from migraines, so yeah, it's very much if you need any warnings about it, we do want to make sure that people are safe and okay.
Alright, that's kind of annoying, but there's not much I could do about that. The reason I go with Blizzard there is because he usually will dodge the one, but if I follow up with another one right after it dodges, it'll get tagged by the other one. It doesn't do enough damage to kill, but it is consistent in causing a stagger, so I can fix the problem from there. We're gonna go with Blizzard, I think. Yeah, that should kill the bugs too. Those are... Yep, there we go. Perfect. You need to micromanage Barret's MP a little bit. Alternatively, you could toggle everything off of him at the boss to Tifa. It will result in a higher damaging output strat, and it'll make MP management not a problem at all. But I decided that's why I Blizzard right here. That feast right there is why I Blizzard.
Yep.
Rarely do they show it, but it's enough to scare me. Should be good here. Okay, nope. So a lot of these I'm trying to get away with using Blizzard. Blizzard would be a bit safer because of its much wider explosion radius. The thing is that this is what Wind used to do, so that's why we hated it in the PS4 version and basically couldn't really use it at all even if we wanted to. The only place we would use it would be Valve in the previous... Are you gonna... Of course you're... that was a really bad commit. Yeah, Blizzard usually wipes them out. 77 MP? Okay, I'm happy with that. I'll just not use any on the sweeper fight. Or cutter fight, excuse me. So Barrett with EKG, Tifa with Metal Knuckle, Cloud with Hard Edge, and Aerith with Mithril Rod all have Bloodsucker. So as they kill, they recover 200, 300, or 400 HP a pop. So in this segment, like, healing isn't too big of an issue. It does mitigate the need for healing materia in several instances, but there's still some times where you just can't do much. So right here, I'm just going to ignore it. Normally, I would overcharge if I needed to deal a certain amount of damage. The problem is, like, this little thing, the targeting gets screwy if you try and get up here with Tifa, so that's why I walked it out with Barrett, even though he's so slow.
Yeah,
we should
these
be able...
flashes are so less dangerous when they're on my TV, you know, like a good 10 feet away from me. But when they're 2 foot away on my monitor, they're a wee bit more intense.
There will be one more at the boss fight, but it's not... could you not, game? Okay, that's cool. Alright, and Tifa, I want you to... Oh,
So
that's
yeah,
cool.
While
Okay.
finishing cleaning up these
Thank
guys, this section of the game here, this whole kind of underground Shinra base, for those of you who've played kind of the extended universe of Final Fantasy VII, or compilation as Final Fantasy VII to give it its real name, this is an area from Dirge of Cerberus, a lesser-known PS2 game for Final Fantasy VII. Now, we'll not talk about its mechanics, but its lore is really good.
0 for 2. Both runs I choked that stair.
That blind, I don't know.
I usually don't miss it in runs. I guess it's just the marathon nerves or something, I guess.
Yeah, so this down here is the base of Deep Ground, otherwise known as Reactor Zero. So one of the things that's been pretty cool about the remake of Final Fantasy VII is it has allowed them to start bringing all the lore together of the various parts of the original series and its extended games. So we're hopefully getting all in one big story now, and that's going to be really cool.
Yeah, what I do like about this too is that even though we skipped the cutscene after this boss battle, it basically shows that Shinra was responsible for creating all the monsters, and they're responsible with all their experiments on Mako and everything like that. So it's nice to know where you kind of find that out in the OG, but later on in the game. But it's nice to find that out now.
Interaction boss? Oh, that wasn't bad.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, actually pretty good. So I'm going to Omni Strike here. It's a little bit stronger than True Strike, and I can also use Unbridled Strength to get it ahead of time. It's a one-shot use, but it will upgrade my normal combo. I would have been able to show that off on Crab Warden, but I started off without concentration boost. It's 30% on Metal Knuckles, so I've actually removed that from the upgrades. I leave it on Feathered Gloves because it's a 70% chance, so I think it's pretty reasonable to go for it. We want to Blizzard. I did it wrong again. Ugh. Bah, humbug. I totally boned that.
That fight there is also another one of the elemental fights in the game. You've got to be careful not to cast lightning on them. So especially if you're using synergy to use the extra attacks, make sure you do not have that paired to the elemental lightning on that fight.
Yeah, this enemy in particular is weak to ice, so that's why you see a lot of Blizzard use going on there. There is casually when you play it, there is an appendage on his back that you're supposed to break, but our strats kind of bypass.
Just kind of burst through it, yeah.
Yep.
Fire is not going to kill. Oh, it did. Never mind. Well, I'm going to have to eat
that's all you needed on that last little bit of damage.
Yep.
That's why that fire worked.
Yeah, fire synergy.
Thunder, basically.
Yeah, fire synergy works out good enough on Reno and Rude. Wind is kind of a problem because it ends up flinging them around, so you end up pulling them out of limits. Ice, more often than not, they kind of get chucked around so volatilely that they end up getting knocked out of ice. But fire, they're both neutral to it, so it does good enough damage with Barret.
Well, actually, Root has resistance to fire.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't have resistance to the wind elemental on Tifa.
No, he's weak to wind.
Yeah.
Root is weak to wind. Reno is weak to fire, I think, or he might be neutral. But I know Root has a resistance to fire.
And just to jump in here, that's the end of the light sensitivity warning, folks. So if you were having to avoid the stream for any reason, feel free to start watching again. It's safe from here on in.
Yeah.
No flashy.
Yeah. I kind of over-scrolled my menu, so I'm a little bit lost in my notes here. Okay, now I see where I am. I actually want to magnify that. We'll keep that. Aeroga, and then I believe I want Zerk, Firaga, and Max Fury. Max Fury is going to serve a very particular purpose here. It's not mainly for damage. It'll actually allow me to hit stun Abzu so that I can hopefully stop evade from, or not evade, but enrage from going off. That's not the super important part, but in combination with Firegun Magnify, phases 2 and 3, I can usually get enough damage out. Used to be in the past, you could use Ice Magnify there to get a bunch of limit off of the shotes there. Instead of using God or Dummerung, but that's kind of annoying to me to have to go Ice Magnify before the boss, because you don't want to use anything but Fire Magnify in the sewers.
And Abzu 2 also has a hidden resistance to ice as well.
Yeah. So the trick is to like stagger and kill the shotes around him. But obviously this would like limit your capabilities with the Magnify damage. But Firegun Magnify on Cloud usually will multi-hit enough to melt the phases. And if it works out properly in phase 3, it'll do enough damage to Abzu, plus it will multi-hit. And the big upside is that phase 3, it will melt a ton of the little ads in there, so it'll make the fight stop a little bit quicker, because it'll basically avoid having to deload a bunch of ads. So it's a really neat trick. Cloud can end up getting bullied pretty hard, though, so it's a hit or miss. It really depends on how hard they jump on Cloud. You could go for Fire on Magnify. It will take care of the other ones, but you have a smaller explosion radius, so it's very much less likely that you're going to get the kill. Dolphin Flurry Star Shower is usually enough to just melt Abzu 1 or Abzu 2, so... Well, it does melt Abzu 1 as well. The only problem is timing it so that it melts both phases at the right time. Yeah, Abzu 2 is one of the harder bosses because you're micromanaging a bunch of ads. You would think just kind of like pare them down as you go, but they just respawn all of them each time. Like you start with like 5 or whatever, and then they go, oh, okay, here, have 6. Oh, you're on the final phase? Here, have 7. So if you kill any, they just get respawned immediately. So it's like, yay, I hate this fight. Nothing better than getting headbutted to death.
And this is where Leslie doesn't like his boss.
Big shocker. Nobody likes Corneo. Oof. Who would have thought?
I wonder why.
Yeah.
So this whole section here, Leslie's supposed to be taking us to where we're going to be able to find a way back up to the plate, because now that we've, now that things have kind of blown up a wee bit, we need to find a way back up. So Leslie's pretty sure he knows where Don Corneo is, so we're on our way to see him. And hopefully we can get some information out of him on how we can climb back up.
Yep. So a lot of these areas I'm going to be melting everything with Fire Magnify. With MP Absorb, I don't really need to worry about crates anymore. I used to have to micromanage my MP pretty heavily here. So, hey, Tifa, you can finish this off. If I manage to time that right and Barret actually rolls, I can stagger the turtle before the fire gets off, and it is a little bit of a damage range, but like I find it very often it kills. But there, Barret decided to fire that off immediately, so boss didn't. There's no way it could have happened. No, this is probably one of the coolest movement. This is not like really difficult movement, but oh lord, yep, that's fun. See that Barret getting melted over there? Yeah, that's what can make this segment pretty unfun.
Would he get stuck in the poison pool, maybe?
I don't know what happened, but he lost almost all his HP, so that's funny, I guess.
And coming up, we have the shorts. Yeah, all the reasons that we've not been able to hit a ladder or you know, get onto stairs correctly, we like to blame on these little dudes.
Yeah, I'd like to imagine the show we're chasing is just running around greasing all of the ladders, and that's why we just slide off of everything here. So we're like, oh, we caught him greasing up the ladder, and we're like, he's the one that makes this so dang hard. Get him! That's why we're chasing him.
And there's also some pretty interesting bugs with the shoats in the chase coming up too, so hopefully we can trigger a few of them.
Yeah, we got both of them last night, so let's see if we can get them again.
Something like that. So you got to be careful when you're healing here, because there's a lot of like places where it can slow things down. So if you just you just throw out heals, it can lag a character behind, which makes a cutscene take a long time. See, kind of like how everybody had to be in the right position. Leslie ended up having to turn around. That kind of shows off that some of these can be really obnoxious, but they're super nice. When you know, I thought for a minute there these scissors weren't loaded properly, and I was about to get like really worried. If you don't see the enemy's model, their hitbox isn't there, and you can start fights without the enemy's hitbox loaded, and it's not fun. Very, very not fun. Doesn't happen often, but it does happen sometimes, and you need to be aware of it. Triple Slash is really good for that, a little bit of that extra damage over that specific fight, because fire spells will most likely hit the bridge underside. We're going to go for a fire guy here and see what we get. Yep, okay. I'll take that up. Probably, all I need is around 21 MP with Tifa, because I need one fire gut. The Integrate is the PS5 version. It loads much, much quicker. Some of the materia have been tweaked, so it results in a very different route. Wind's functioning was changed a significant portion. ATB boost now charges at every 60 seconds at max level versus every 2 minutes. And more importantly, Synergy casts a tier 1 spell for free in response to actions of a character you control. So it can be very powerful. What? Oh, we're gonna do this, huh? Ugh. I got Barrett rolled into the sleep spine. I was wondering why it was still alive, and that explains it.
Respect the blue goose.
I did. The game didn't respect me. The game's like, oh, you think you're cute, huh?
We have a wild foxy dits in chat.
Oh yeah.
The community's major bug hunter.
Yep. So we'll go over to Tifa here. Uh-oh. I'm not really happy with this. Okay. I was really worried about that. Oh, what? What am I doing? Oh no. So stupid. Oh.
Yeah, unfortunately for Foxy, that Square chose to fix most of the things that he managed to help us break in the PS4 version. So on Intergrade, we don't have the same level of bugs that we can use. And also there's a lot less of the community have access to PS5, so we don't get the same, level of people just playing to try and hunt down bugs. I'm sure there is more ways we can break this game, we just don't know them yet.
Oh, yeah, speaking of bugs, now that you've reminded me, I'm not going to get to show off the only one we have in the next chapter. It's a good thing you brought it up, because I would have just absent-mindedly did it no matter what, without really thinking about it. Oops, that could have been bad.
So in the PS4 version, we had a lot more skips available to us, primarily because of one particular glitch called the Infinite Flee glitch. It allowed us to basically do whatever we want, disable null space, get out of bounds, walk underneath the map, basically skip a whole bunch of the content of the game. Unfortunately, the Integrate version patched a lot of it, but there's one skip still available to us, the Chapter 15 skip. We can still get out of bounds by manipulating dialogue and walking past certain triggers.
I'm with you guys in chat. I really wish PS5s were a little bit more available. Because this version is way better than the PS4 version. We saved like 40 to 50 minutes in loads, even though you can skip like 7 or 8 chapters in the old version. So then the run in this is more or less neck and neck with the any percent route, despite all the skips, just because of how quickly it loads. And some of the optimizations we can make with Synergy saving quite a bit of time. I think right now the world record is like 4:38, and if I remember right, the runner internet was saying he did not really like Synergy, so I don't know how much he actually used it in his route. So there might be a large amount of time to improve because it does speed up several boss fights. The problem is it does mess up your menuing, so you end up having to like redo a lot of stuff. And because Synergy is really only good in the PS5 version, it also kind of warps the route, so it's hard to maintain the same route between PS4 and PS5 without just being like, oh, it loads quicker or slower.
At the beginning of the chapter, we get to take on again.
Yeah, with all his little buddies.
Yeah, because what you want with a boss is 100 ads.
Yeah, and then them to respawn literally every phase, regardless of whether you take them out or not.
That sounds like something Blizzard would do, not Square.
Oof.
No, that sounds like a Squaresoft.
1, 2,
Square
3.
Enix thing for me. I am so old that I still call Square Enix Squaresoft.
Yeah, I'm still salty about how that entire merger went down and how Squaresoft's shares were valued less than Square Enix.
I mean, not Advent Children, but Spirits Within will do that to you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I guess it will.
yeah.
I remember going to theaters and watching it and being like, what is this?
Yeah,
I don't know what I
yeah.
expected, but I didn't get what I
Within
wanted.
Spirits Within was why Sony had to buy 10% of
Yeah.
Squaresoft to keep them afloat.
Okay, Cloud, I'm gonna need...
Like
this is
Spider-Man
actually really
pointing at each
atrocious.
other. Oh no.
Barrett, do you have Arise? Yeah, you do. That's fine.
Yeah, Tifa dying is no good on that one.
That was ouch, basically.
Yeah, luckily I can fix this. But the entire fight went tits up because I threw that Star Shower way too early, so I missed with it. I was hoping going into another Star Shower would get close enough and do enough damage. Luckily, the limit here will be enough to push through, hopefully. We're going to Star Shower into Limit, fire it with Cloud, and pray. He's going to get enraged, but...
Legend strat with 1 HP.
Yeah, it's gonna hit him on the last hit though. Yep, there he goes.
Yeah, I as soon as Cloud or Tifa went down, it was over, but it's fine. I did get a little bit quicker of a despawn. That fight was a complete show, a carnival, a circus, if you
that's the
will.
last fight of the chapter, so every time we change chapter, we get our full HP and MP back, so we have no worries about, how that fight went there. It's over with, we move on.
Yeah. Normally I could set up to get a fire gun in the final phase. I really need to be careful in phase 2 because you're relying on fire gun at multi-hit, and you really need to make sure you don't fire off Tifa's moves and miss. Because you need two things. You need both fire synergies from Barrett to fire off, and you also need the both moves from Tifa to hit when...
Just remember, you do want to climb up. Just saying.
Yes.
Yes, this is no major
absorb.
glitches.
Or this, healing for... I'm going to do the basic setup anyway, because that's just how the route's built in.
No, I
but,
just meant him not saying no and
yeah.
then turning around here.
Oh, yeah, that too. That too.
Oh, okay, I see how it is. Just bully me, that's fine. We're going to go...
Look,
MP
we are
management's
there- we are-
kind of an issue, but we should be okay.
We are 13 hours into this madness of a day, so
Oh,
yeah, bullying
yeah.
is free for all right now.
I think we're allowed to troll just a little bit, just a tiny bit.
Yeah, so having a rise on Barrett has like always been a backup. Luckily, the Star Shower Dolphin Flurry does a ton of damage in that phase. Even though Berserk ran out, I had enough backup damage to push through it. I could have gone super YOLO and gone for a Fire Gun Magnify, and that probably would have killed early. But Cloud probably also would have got punched in the face before he got it off. So that's why I downgraded to Fire. The problem is I need to stick on Cloud early to get a Fire Synergy out. Because I don't intend to use any ATV with Tifa in that phase. So he ends up getting hit a few more times than he needs to. So he ends up being very close to death in phase 2 and 3, so it really spices up the fight. The ads in a lot of these bosses make things really dangerous. So I guess we'll send these guys to the moon, huh? That seems like a good idea to me.
Send them flying.
Yep. So a lot of this chapter isn't super difficult without the skip. It's just consistency booster with the skip. You lose about or save about 70 seconds, more or less. That's about the maximum you get as long as you do everything correct. Oh boy, I'm glad you could damage down Cloud when I don't need to damage down Cloud. Game, thank you. Yeah. So we're gonna be spamming a lot of wind stuff here, so I need to be fairly frugal with Cloud's MP. I'm not sure what my values are, so I'm probably gonna go out of my way to grab a couple of crates because I really haven't.
That's a bad. Oh no, he
I'm
flew
fine.
back. Yeah, he spawned behind you, but
Be a good Drakes. We all love your Drakes. Just be nice.
Up. Yeah, Drakes are so much
Drake.
easier because of Magnet like propagating really well and wind sticking to his.
in particular, they can spawn fly away further. The magnify I won't even hit. So, luckily, he flew back into where the other Drake was.
Il faut qu'on grimpe là-haut alors.
Si jamais ce machin s'effondre, on va finir écrasé en bas.
If we were to do our skip, we would damage down. I know on hard mode they damage down, and then use cures on a new game. When we use items, we use either get rid of all of our MP or from starting his dialogue too early, and we run past the cutscene trigger, and then grapple up and out of bounds.
Foxy, I'm
Whenever they're
really
guarding,
sorry.
they
I
can
can
just
see you saying we should skip, but the incentives we've met for us not to skip, I'm afraid, in that competition, so we're not doing it, I'm afraid.
Sorry,
I
Foxy.
can't actually do one thing here. I'll show off. If I save right here and load, this would facilitate the skip, but normally you get a slowdown around here. But if you save load when the camera changes like that, you can just run the full speed. It does take a while for this to be active, but it's a neat little thing you can do. Wait.
Oh, you activated it
Oh.
anyway.
Oh,
if you
damn
just run back, no, if you run back, you'll be able to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't think...
if you run back, you will trigger the cutscene. You just need to wait a wee bit.
What? This'll activate? You're saying? I don't think
Well,
it will.
I guess you can load your save too.
Yeah, we're gonna
usually
have to
does
load.
activate it, but yeah.
Well,
Well,
we'll
that's
have to do the third class fight again. So yeah, that's what the skip would look like. I get out of bounds right there. I just wanted to show that off. Lose like a minute. Why not?
The skip
sure.
wants to be seen.
Yeah,
Want to,
it would not be denied.
I see that guy over there getting flung into the... Yeah, these guys can go for a moon launch. Alright. So yeah, that was stupid. And something I would do. So, 100%.
I think it might have been because you save loaded there and you actually ran at full speed.
Yeah.
And you still got past the dialogue trigger for Barrett.
So, like,
You're now
I
making
guess...
me want to look
there you
into
go.
save load abuse.
Yeah.
It's a little bit quicker, but you lose the... so we'll do this. Let me see here. No, I don't want to be on Barrett yet. Okay, I want
So yeah,
to
this is another
arrow.
conflict section. So we're going to be fighting along these guys for a while. It's all trash mobs for the next few minutes. So yeah.
Okay, Tifa, you want to
Sweet
push that
Games,
one?
if you've anything you need to bring us into, bring us up to date on how things are going.
Well, we don't have any donations to read, but I would love to tell you about our prizes available through the Shadowrun run. The Shadowrun run.
That's not what I wanted to do there, but okay.
We got a Shinra Company iron-on patch provided by Wolf and Wings. That is a $5 minimum donation. We have a Final Fantasy.
everything. Okay.
We have a Final Fantasy VII neon poster. It's the meteor, kind of looks like a neon sign. It's actually very cool looking. Minimum $10 donation provided by the RPG LB staff. And finally, an Avalanche art print with all your faves. Aerith, Tifa, Kate Sith, Sid. It's everyone. Provided by Crystal Faye. $5 minimum donation.
Oh, great.
I still have a
so
little
this
bit-
section.
Give me a second
Yeah.
here. I gotta itch my ear. Having a bud in here forever underneath the headphone can be kind of hard. So give me 1 second to plug my headphones back in.
We do have an incentive for watching the credits of Super Mario RPG. That is a $500 goal,
Oh,
we
I
are
remember
currently
that deal.
sitting at $109. So please get those donations in for that if you'd like to see the credits for Super Mario RPG.
So all of these fights here that we've been doing in this kind of climbing section, if we'd actually done the skip, we get
So
to
it
bypass
does
all
lose a
this.
little bit of time over hitting with something else, but I'd rather keep the MP at this point because I'm not quite sure of my MP count. Oh, there we go, buddy.
Classic ladder boss right there.
All right, there we go. Nope, stay in there.
Alright, so going up here, normally we skip all the sections here when we do the skip, but we're fighting all these battles here. They're not too bad, just a bunch of mob battles, so easy to go through.
Yeah. Mm.
This section here, we've got some more flying enemies. As we've experienced earlier in the game, on the PS4 versions, these were a lot more difficult. Thankfully, when we tackle them in the PS5, you know, our magic now does tend to stick to them. So while these drakes used to be a bit more of a problem, the same strats as earlier apply. You know, we'll just make sure we get our blizzard off, and hopefully it will take them down pretty quickly. I lied.
like
We're
to do
using
that,
aero
okay?
in this case. Sure, we're using wind.
Yeah. Wind will work though.
Dude.
Oh, he's gonna fly away.
All right, get
though.
down here, buddy. Okay. This should be enough. Or not.
Man, he does not want to stagger.
He's
There you go.
he's not.
There
He's
you
having
go.
none of that. All right. Ugh, man.
So this upcoming section here, as when we get past this next battle, is a fun little mini game. When we do the chapter 15 skip, we get to skip it because he doesn't load up.
Yeah.
But this is a mini game where you kind of have to time you're passing through to avoid the bullets that come flying at you or they knock you back.
Sure. Yeah. A little bit flat-footed here. Some being. Let me see here. Brain's a little bit turned off because I'm not used to doing this part. So that plus a little bit of sleep deprivation's got my brain shutting on and off. So we'll see if I can throttle this stupid thing and keep her working instead of not firing on all cylinders. So let's see here. Should be able to bonk. Probably too long. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, just just a little bit.
Really, dude? Why is this so locked out? I hate everything.
It is
I'm
actually
way
possible
too
in this
tired.
section here to time it and get past all of these bullets.
It
There's-
doesn't matter. I would have gotten womboed
Everybody's
in
got their
hell.
strats. Everybody's got their strats to try it, but yeah, we're not having the best of luck here.
All right, at least I didn't get grenaded in the walk down. Why am I?
And thankfully, Cloud can't really die in that section because you're not technically in a battle state. But as you
I'm
can
gonna
see,
grab
it
this.
knocks down your HP pretty low.
I actually need to Dolphin Flurry. Please no.
So these blast rays are actually, not the easiest enemies in the world because they cast this kind of AoE effect around
should
themselves
be
that
able to get
pushes
away
you
with
back
this.
out of the battle. And it can make it quite difficult to get close, because we know this, we've got strats where as you saw, we took them on at range and we were using attacks that we knew would get through, but it's very easy on your casual run through to struggle with those guys.
Yeah, and this is part of the game, especially chapter 15 is really chapter 14 to an extent, but chapter 15 is really when the enemies start getting a lot tougher. These guys here, the elite helitroopers, they like to dodge a lot of the attacks fire, so we use wind on them because it'll stick to them. And then upcoming here is going to be Valkyrie.
That's not what I wanted to do.
Pretty tough boss, but there's a little
that
difference
won't.
between the difficulty levels. It's normally weak to lightning and wind. Hard mode, it's a little less now because wind has been buffed so much, but typically Valk is only going to be weak to wind on hard mode.
Yeah, sorry about that. Commentary definitely went sideways there for a minute. My brain kind of just started firing off and doing its own little thing. Didn't really expect to get the glitch by accident, and like it's the one time I didn't want to get it by accident, so it really threw me off my rock, and I just was not.
Yeah, the
activating
MP
the brain
management
there.
for this chapter is considerably tighter if you
Yeah.
don't do the skip. So if you're not ready for it and it happens, and then you are ready for it, and it's easy to get put off a wee bit there. But no, you've recovered well.
Mhm.
You know, we've got this fight to go. We've got plenty MP. Looking good on
Yeah.
ATB. You'll get this.
Yeah, I'm
you
more
definitely-
having an issue with like my commentary is suffering, and I kind of apologize for being a little bit
no
too coarse without really thinking about it because my brain's just. Could you not? Okay, fine, we'll do it this way.
Yeah, sometimes it can go out of bounds, but luckily he's coming back in
Oh
bounds.
boy, please,
Still gonna
please don't
skip
let this
the-
be the bug version.
Still going to be skipping the phase there, though.
Oh, that's not good. I really hate this. This delay is actually really scary. I don't know how bad this is.
It shouldn't be a problem because he's going to come towards you anyway, so...
I'm gonna eat the laser on purpose. And wait, what?
No,
Tifa
yeah,
took.
it's fine. Yeah, no.
Erica, Barrett, over. 1, 2. I guess we'll have to do this the old-fashioned way. Erica, Arrow, Arrow, should kill. There we
There you
go.
go. Yeah,
There you go.
no problem. Tifa went down, but no problem.
Yeah, you know what it was? She took a lot of damage because I under-damaged. Normally the kick is enough, but she was just too far away, so that kind of stinks. The fight is pretty YOLO, so that I'm not surprised that happened. Well, I am surprised Barrett couldn't push the phase even with Wind Elemental on his gun, though. It's a little... No, he doesn't have Wind Elemental right now. You only have 4 Wind Materias, so he's on Wind Synergy. Some people use Wind Synergy on Cloud. Probably would have been better there, but I put myself in a tight position. Man, definitely.
Yeah, so upcoming here is going to be a gauntlet battle. It's basically just the first part. It's a very quick battle section, and then it's going to be a lot of walking sections after that. So starts off heavy and then slows down, and then the chapter ends pretty heavy as well. So this is a whole bunch of just running through. Wind has a great effect of again sticking to the target, and has a good explosion radius, so it takes down enemies pretty quickly. Here, same deal. I mean, these guys go down pretty fast to a magnified Eroga. And then these operators, that was a lucky crit there. Except for one didn't get there, but that was fine. Yeah, it's all
Just
good.
gonna go for the old Dolphin Flurry because one didn't get staggered.
Yeah.
Wind here can be kind of a dice roll. It's usually pretty consistent, but it's been making my life a struggle in the marathon runs recently. So a lot of these fights, I'm just going to fire off a Dolphin Flurry to finish things up. I think everything's done except for those guys. Okay. This next fight, a lot of these fights look really, really crazy. Sus. Very, very sus. Not super solid strat is what it looks like. It looks very risky. It's not as bad as it looks on
Would be
paper.
unfair to say that this section here can look a bit like spam everything, but it is actually planned and coordinated.
Yeah, you have to really specify your targets because a lot of the times you'll double hit something that's gonna be taken out by whatever magic you throw at it anyway. So you gotta really choose your targets correctly, even though it does look like a whole bunch of spamming.
Yeah, there's quite a significant amount of like just flinging stuff around. Wind can make it very hectic to get through those fights because you're just throwing a lot of troopers around, and they just kind of fling all over the place. And you're like, where's everything going? No, why?
This
What's
section here
happening?
is one of the clearest examples in the entire game of what some of us like to call Advent Children physics.
Yeah.
So we need to get into this booth here to get a key card. But, you know, instead of us just jumping up or Barrett giving Tifa a boost, there's going to be a long circuitous route for us to do this, because unless you're in a cutscene, Advent Children physics don't apply. We all know that, right?
Yeah.
We want to triple. Yep. Yep. So we're just readjusting everything for the rest of the this segment. Some people don't bother shortcutting Berserk. They usually just hand cast it through the tactical. That's not necessarily a bad idea because it allows you the opportunity to retarget with the tactical time slow. I'm so used to doing Berserk through the shortcuts, it's doesn't come up to me. But using tactical menus when you're learning, or even casually, is not really like a bad idea, honestly. I didn't use shortcuts at all casually. And even when I started learning to run, I did a lot of tactical stuff and kind of pared the shortcuts down to commands that I often used in combat, or I could chain with everybody. Like everybody's on Thundigo for the very early segments, so I just have that ready to spam for like Crab Warden or Airbuster, whatever fight may it be.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to break in. I see the comment in the chat with Sweet Peep saying that Tifa is the best girl. I'm gonna have to hard disagree on that, and Aerith is definitely the best girl.
Stairs, yeah, stairs.
Can I just say, I love them both equally. I did buy some fan art, and all I bought was Aerith and Tifa. Because I love them both equally.
Fair enough.
This section here, it's kind of strange in your casual playthrough. The game's not very good at indicating where to go. So you can see the kind of blue square appears on your left there to let you know you can go up that car. It doesn't let you know you can climb that car that we do need to go up. So if you're like me, you spend 15 minutes running around here completely lost until, by accident, you discovered the way to continue. So thank you, Square.
And then we have another nice little monkey bar section here. I like to call it Tifa time, just because I like alliteration. I think it's fun. Yep, a little bit of
each character in the party does get their own time as where they're controllable, which I think was a nice little bit that Square kind of focused on to give you different time with the different characters. We don't get so much with Aerith. I'm hoping we get more of that in future, but no, you do get quite a bit of time with Barrett and Tifa as the primary character, and it's kind of cool to control them. I'd also like to point out here that the remix of this tune in this entire section is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, there's several parts in the game where the music is definitely a high point on it. And after this monkey bar section, I believe we are doing stairs. Is that right?
Yep. A little bit of a relaxing hike up to the heavens, and the suffering of a run. Luckily, I haven't thrown anything so hard that I'd say this run's awful, other than the commentary to some extent.
It's like a nice 6 to 7 minute break, and it's quite humorous dialogue. So I'm not sure how it sounds in French. I wish I could hear the game audio, but
sorry the dialogue kind of works out like that. I wish I could figure out why. Discord is like the capture card. Yeah, no OBS. Sure, we can grab that though.
The temptation to stay quiet and just unmute the restream to hear the game audio right now.
Yeah, right.
When you played the game so much, you can kind of hear the audio in your head, so it's all good.
Yeah,
for me, it's actually like I don't even think about it because I actually practice without my headphones on. Surprisingly, more often than not.
The whole way through this run, I've been able to count my audio cues at different points without even having it.
Yeah. A lot of people tell me they have audio cues. I have very little audio cues, if any at all. At best, it's I'll use subtitle as a cue rather than the actual audio. My brain is really telling me to take the elevator, and I'm having to fight with every fiber of my being to not take the elevator. My brain's just like, let's get out of here, dude. And my body's like... At this point,
we have to say, chat, you paid for this, so you made your bed, lie in it, on your own head, be it, enjoy the dialogue, and...
There's not even an elixir at the end of this shenanigans.
No. Yeah, no behemoth horn, no nothing for you.
Square have made this game to scale, so when we need to go to the 59th floor, we are climbing 59 flights of stairs.
Same as
there is a race
OG.
at the bottom right. There's a race at the bottom right. You can watch the floor count, place your bets in chat. Who's going to get to the top first?
If Tifa doesn't win, I'll have to eat a tire or something that's completely unedible and impossible to eat. But I'm gonna have to like eat a shoe or something because Tifa getting to the top is like 100% guaranteed. You can get a couple of boosts off of her, like see that's what happens. She just slips right by you. It's like trying to grab a fish out of a stream. It's not gonna happen.
It is actually possible to lag her out, but I don't think it's possible to prevent her from finishing first.
Yeah.
So, folks, between Cloud and Barrett, I want the answers in chat. Who's going to come second? Cloud, Barrett. Let us see what you've got.
And then the meantime, I guess if we have anything going on Sweet Peep's side, have some time.
We do have a $50 donation from,
Nice.
I don't know if I'm saying this correctly, Javinator. And there is no comment. Thank you so much. But I like to imagine they're saying Barrett's going to come in second.
That was a really silly oversight. I forgot we were taking stairs, which means I could have stayed on Mithril Saber. Mithril Saber is just not strong enough to deal with the troopers in the elevator. Wind just ends up flinging them around. Since they're all elite troopers, they just kind of scoff at your stuff. So I basically need to switch over to Iron Blade to get Triple Slash and Star Shower to push through. But with this setup, I could have kept Mithril Blade, which means I could have just ATB boost, thundered the sweepers. Now I'm going to have to like YOLO and SD because I already got the Iron Blade on. So I guess it's my own fault for letting my brain not activate, maybe? Never again. 2 runs in 15 hours. My muscles, my fingers, they're all working. The brain, my eyes, not so much. It's quite
Easy swap.
Yeah.
Easy swap at the end of the day. So right now we're at floor 34, so just about halfway there.
What
And,
we got? About an hour to go? Because I know I'm kind of sitting shaking in my chair now, just trying to stay awake.
Hey Tifa. Bye Tifa.
Yeah, so Tifa will like slow down and talk a little bit there, but just run past you.
Yeah, the one nice thing about this in OG is like you didn't get slowed down. This one they really turned it into a long cutscene. Barrett's gaining on us here because he's decided to YOLO, and I keep bonking on every flight of stairs, so he's going to be catching up pretty soon. I can usually hold him off for a while, but my movement's getting pretty tight. Too tight, actually.
Luckily, I think Cloud has a little bit more cardio than Barrett does.
I mean, Barrett's a thick boy, so
Yeah.
he's got the muscles, he's got the energy, but for some reason he's just not faster. Kind of weird, but I mean, Barrett's just... I love Barrett's character in this game. They overdid him to the point where, like, I went from being completely indifferent to him. I kind of talked about this earlier, but now, like, I feel like he's the best character. He has the best character building in this entire game. Aerith is kind of interesting. Tifa's kind of interesting. Cloud's kind of interesting, but, like, we already saw that level of character building in the OG version. In this one, they amped Barrett up to, like, the absolute nines. And, you know, I was barely indifferent to him after, like, the Coral storyline. I'm like, wow, that's kind of sad, but I also don't really have it. I'm not really, like, invested in this. And now I'm, like, really interested to see what tweaks they'll make to the story. And,
he's a pretty amped up character in the OG anyway, but it's hard to translate that through like text. So like to actually hear him in like a game setting is I think it makes it a lot more easier to connect with him. You see how passionate he is with things he cares about.
Sid doing his best here to hold Barrett off. He
nope,
refuses
get
to
out of
let
here,
him
buddy.
go.
I'm going first.
Shoulder
outta
bumping
here.
him out of the way.
Get out of here.
Come on,
No,
Barrett.
I'm number 1. I don't care if Tifa's ahead of me. I'm the one in charge here, buddy. Get out of here.
That Iron Blade. I guess the Iron Blade weighs more than.
That actually
Mithril
came up
does.
earlier. It's in
no.
my chat. It's kind of a funny thing. I think Elzarus, one of my consistent chatters, popped in and he's like, you know, I stuck the swords into Blender, and the Buster Sword with the redesign is like about 100 pounds. The rest of them are like 200 to 300. Surprisingly, the Mithril Saber is the chonkiest one of them all, nearly 300 pounds because of how thick it is. Because it's just way too thick. If you look at the Buster Sword, they redesigned it so it's much more thin and to a point on the back edge.
Mm-hmm.
The original one was around 300 pounds, but this one is a lot lighter because of that redesign.
It's
I love
small
how they figured
details
that
here
out.
that I love in this game. That the music starts to slow down to show you just how tired we are as well at this moment.
Oh,
It's just one of those silly little details that's so good.
Purely
this is
immersive
basically all
experience.
3 of us right now. This is where we are. I
This
was
is what-
foolish enough to accept the finale run for SG Live last night. And I was like, yeah, I can do 2 runs in 15 hours. Like I said, body willing, brain not so much. Luckily, I've built the muscle memory to the point where the only thing I have to do is try and not be a big dum-dum with what I say.
I
which
love
I'm
how
not
you're saying
doing
that
too
this is-
great at, but
I love how
I
you're saying
thought-
that this give us right now, but I don't know about you, but I wouldn't get up 10 flights to read 59 of them.
oh yeah, I wouldn't. I'd be like dead at 10. I remember like one time I was in one of the hotels for the events, and like I was on floor 8 or something. I got up like 4 floors, and I was like, okay, just roll me back down. I don't need to go to my room anymore. Like no.
My work used to be based on the 5th floor of an old mill, so it's very, very tall floors. So
Yep,
whenever
yep.
there was a fire test, and we had to climb all the way back in because the elevator was off, it was horrible.
Wow, we made it to the top, guys. What do you
Alright.
know?
Are we done?
Cloud came in second place.
Barrett in
Aw.
a not so distant third.
Yay!
Look at him. He's still going. You can do it, buddy.
Barrett had that mid run boost, but just
Oh
couldn't
yeah,
hold
he
that,
gave us a bunch of
endurance at the end.
RNG boost there. So RNG is completely manipulated now, and we are good to go to finish this run. We're
Yeah,
just gonna
for
get a
those in
perfect
chat who
boss
Once
fights
they
in
catch
that.
their breath.
For those who in chat thought that Sid would have to throw it to allow Barrett to beat him, he doesn't actually have to. It's entirely possible that Barrett will beat you up. So it is a wee bit of random there whether or not you can hold Barrett back long enough to stay ahead.
The other weird thing about this is where you spawn is very like disorienting. If you're used to taking the elevator, you got to come over here and tap the info booth and then take the exit. So
If you
yeah.
go the other way, you'll get caught in the little cutscene that's there, where they look out the window. Also, a cutscene not many people might have noticed if they didn't go that way.
I don't think I think I took the stairs once and I'm like never again.
Yeah, no.
And then I keep
even on
offering
the
it for
elevator.
donation incentive because I like suffering, I guess.
Yeah, there's an extra cutscene if you go left out of the elevator and head towards the window overlooking the city. There's a little cutscene there.
Yeah.
So we're just walking up the stairs here, getting through. Basically, just ascending the tower, skipping a bunch of cutscenes.
So we're in the last 2 restroom breaks, so
Yes.
we're gonna take it while we have it.
This is a big lore point of the game where they explain really a lot about Shinra. It has their background to it. They explain a lot of the directors that are in there. Give you basic information, and then further down they show basically what Shinra is planning. They're basically planning to abandon Midgar and build a new Midgar over what they call the Promised Land. It's supposed to be a land full of Mako energy. So yeah, the Evil Empire is trying to do their Evil Empire things.
Are you telling me that parts of this story were ripped off from Star Wars?
No, not at all. What do you mean? There's no influence at all.
Okay, just checking. But yeah, no, this section with the kind of lore. There's actually a nice kind of Easter egg here. Ever since Final Fantasy X-2 had a character called Shinra in it, there's been some fan thoughts that maybe the worlds of Final Fantasy and Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy VII are linked somehow. So just to kind of play on that, there is a picture of the founders of Shinra on the wall in this section that you can go and look at, and sitting there front row center is a man wearing a gas mask who looks very suspiciously like the Shinra from Final Fantasy X-2. So that's a wee fan nod. They're officially stating that the 2 lores are still not connected, but it's just nice that they're doing little fan nods like that in these games now.
It's nice that the company like that, they can pay attention to fan theories and give a little nod towards it, even if they're not going in that direction. So here, like you said, these are about a minute each of unskippable cutscenes, basically describing just Shinra. And we get through, skip a few more cutscenes where we meet the mayor, who everyone should know if they play this game, they know is the best. And then we get up to, we have to go through a Shinra battle simulation in order to get a key card to get up to the upper floors. So that's our next stop, our next battle. And luckily, since there's no hard mode version of that fight, they can just pick easy. And hopefully that fight should just be a nice clean 10 seconds.
Hopefully it could get down to 4 seconds if self-destruct hits properly. I've had the sweepers have been kind of fighting me recently. It would be consistent if I had stuck to a Mithril Saber, but I'm used to doing elevators. so like I said in the stair climb, I toggle over to Iron Blade. Iron Blade is specifically for Hojo's Lab and Specimen. It also gives me enough damage output to reliably get through the elevators without needing a lot of setup or anything like that. You could always just kind of be lazy about it and ATB boost, self-destruct, ATB boost, self-destruct. That's not necessarily a bad strat. It's slow as heck because you got to wait for Cloud to get back up. But it will refill your MP 10 per pop as long as your HP is maxed out. So you can refill Cloud to have enough MP for either Specimen or the 2 fights afterwards, if that's something you really want and you still want to have a really aggressive garage like I do. But for the most part, it's too slow to abuse, and I'm not really a big magic spammer at this point. I'm kind of hesitating a little bit, and Cloud does have the magic ups, but we're just going to abuse self-destruct instead because hitting limits is free real estate, as it were. So it'll turn Specimen into a much simpler fight that's a lot less difficult to deal with. The end game, a lot of things are very, very volatile. So taking the path of least resistance is sometimes the truth. The mayor is the best, right, everybody?
Is the best. The mayo is the best.
Mayo, yes. Mayo, wait a minute. I've been
I always
scammed.
thought King was better.
Bomb. I love how the little book droids like go through all of them. No, I don't want normal. Yeah, there we go.
We want easy, yes.
So we're gonna roll on in here, and hopefully this will work. Probably
Yeah,
won't because the game's not been liking me lately.
Sometimes these cutters have a habit of...
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Yeah, I didn't get towards you there. I got one of them with it, but that's okay. A lot of the times the cutters have some really random... Hey, that was still good. They have some really random movements. If they do a certain move, they can spin towards the character that they're targeting, who might be wherever they might be.
I swear it was consistent until I started doing marathon runs, and then the game was like, yeah, no, have fun.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
just like, man, look, I swear no!
It's just the random movements of the cutters that really... The cutters and the sweepers, and that's unfortunate, double pumping the triangle button.
You gotta be careful mashing, or you punish yourself pretty hard.
Yeah, I do that a lot.
The only thing that takes longer than that, where mashing punishes you, is actually opening up the weapon upgrade menu. No matter what version you're doing, it takes forever. It's a little bit slower for like new game because the nodes will pop up. So the game's like, ha 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 ha.
Yeah, I do that
here you go.
I do that so much that I switch to circle mashing for dialogue, so I don't risk.
Yeah, I usually do that in the Chocobo too, where you triangle circle. I wait till dialogue, Barrett's dialogue finishes, and then mash triangle out for the next 3, so I don't cancel out. But well, you start getting a little bit hazy towards the end and mash a little bit too much. I'll just blame stair RNG manipulation for an extra triangle input or something like that.
Yeah.
I have no idea how that works, but okay.
Somehow.
We've also just skipped a cutscene there that's also got a nice extended lore connection from going back to Crisis Core, for those of you who have played it. You know, one of the characters from it, who was also a member of Shinra's soldier teams, you know, recognizes Cloud as we're walking around. So if you play Crisis Core, you'll recognize the names. But it's just, again, I know I'm kind of fangirling over some of this, but I love the extended lore all being brought together now.
It's good because you can tell which direction they're gonna do and what they're gonna include. So it's nice to get that little preview. Hopefully, anyway, we'll see. So here's we go through the vents just like in the OG, except instead of it just being a straight line like in the OG, it's a little bit more involved. This is where movement tech comes in.
Oh yeah.
You want to try to like really sort of wiggle the controller to keep movement fluid, or else Cloud will stop.
Yeah, when it's a
Sometimes
90 degree, we kind of like want to wiggle, and like when we're at a T like this, you want to like hard the direction you want.
Right. Yeah. See, you slow down a little bit there. That's very much a timing thing. Like you gotta get it right at the right frame in order for him.
It's better than him completely stopping
flow.
though. So
yeah, exactly.
It could be far worse. So
Specimen. And the OG game here as well. Those 2 grates that were walking over those vents. Again, we've talked about this game and being, you know, kind of soft block central at times. if you had the kind of, we don't know what fully caused it, but if you had a long uptime or if your console been on a while, and when you're binging a brand new game that's just come out, you tend to do such a thing. You could look in those grates and completely soft lock your game. So thank you, Square, for that. I lost over an hour of casual play because I hadn't saved recently.
Yeah, I luckily never got that soft lock, but I've seen videos of it. Yeah, somehow you can't back out of the look down the grate animation, and you just sort of stay there. So
that's
that's
what we're
an
talking about.
unfortunate.
You have to fight this pretty hard here.
Yeah, that turn especially is where the movement becomes just a little bit weird. Just you gotta kind of really wiggle the stick in a really specific direction in order to keep fluid movement. Doesn't lose you too much time, but you know, you just want to keep moving forward in a speed run.
All right.
Right, and now comes the very fun boss Specimen. Can cooperate on some days, often likes to not cooperate with us. So hopefully today he cooperates.
It's not even Specimen that's really the issue with the fight. I can get Rake or Mako Expulsion. I know how to deal with both. The problem with this fight is actually the little eyeballs tagging you in the back with fire and ice can completely throw everything off. Can end up over-damaging Cloud, and the bigger issue is it knocks you out of moves over and over again.
Yep.
So
that goes back to the keep and interrupt the hidden stat, because their magic has you're not going to be able to stop their magic. It's going to knock you back. Even if you block it, it's going to knock you back. So that's really something to really is concerning, and it's very random whether they do fire or blizzard.
Yeah,
so.
and even if you see the spell coming, you don't know who they're targeting, so it's complete dice roll on everything.
Yeah, roll and cross your fingers. Good start, though.
Nice. Could not complain about that.
Very good start. Yep.
So yeah, Strats is Specimen, like many of our other bosses. He's got a weakness. In this case, it's his big side arm there, the big claw thing. Looks like something like Resident Evil. So yeah, we kind of target it. And if you try and get it down, you can get staggers, and you just try and push phases. These ads can give you a little problem, but usually we can nuke them down quick enough that it's not too big an issue.
Yeah. Here in the speed run, we tend to try to avoid the claw, just because we have much faster ways of throwing his phases down. But this ending strat is really kind of goes cross difficulties. Tifa just basically takes care of business and just puts an end to him.
So I'm going to be able to get away with just firing off a Dolphin Flare here. Normally you'd have to like Star Shower to get a damage buff, but because of there's just enough Berserk meat on the bone to push through. A Barret adding on a Max Fury will be enough. What? Or I could just target the wrong thing, you know?
Oh, there you go. Cool. No, just that, yeah. It with that strat,
remember me saying those ads could be a problem.
Yeah. Part of that strat using Tifa, because you throw it so fast. He actually has an HP lock till he finishes his animation of spinning around and throwing his poison spell. So with that strat, you actually are able to get all of his damage down completely before he ends it, and you just gotta, just bop him on the nose, basically, to finish him off.
All right.
Here is the last gauntlet section of Chapter 16. These guys, not these guys in these fight, but the guys coming up, the armored boys.
I don't even want to think about the next fight. Why are you being like this?
The armored boys. In the original game, they were able to be killed basically with a one-shot. Now they put an HP lock on them. So
okay, double eject. I'm okay with this.
That was fantastic. That's exactly what you want now. We had to update these strats to try to kill these guys at the same time, and then once they explode, then kill those guys at the same time. So
am I seeing that we hit 9K donations?
That went perfect.
Awesome.
And then over 9,000.
Nice.
I was gonna do that.
You guys
sorry, I stole it from you.
Fantastic. I can't even express.
Let's just stop and go back. Let's sweep.
Oh yeah.
Go for it.
This would be better if I had the camera, but you kind of see how I hesitated. As soon as you move forward here, if you hold back in this cutscene, Cloud still goes forward. So that's a little interesting thing, but it's kind of hard to show without the camera. You're just gonna have to believe me on that. If you hold back immediately, Cloud will turn around, but for the rest of this cutscene, he as long as you take one step forward, he keeps going forward. As long as you're holding back.
Yeah, sweet peeps. If you want to go ahead and do the over 9,000, you're
Yes,
more
I
than welcome.
just wanted to bring up the fact that with all of these generous donations, we have reached over $9,000 for Nami.
Nice, nice, nice. You
And we
Great
are
guys
job,
so close
great
to
job, everyone.
10,000.
I can't even imagine. You guys are so generous. It's fantastic to be able to
Come
be
on,
part
let's
of
see
this
if we can
event
get to 10K
and
by the end of
help
this month.
contribute to this for sure.
And let's be honest here. This is all small like mostly small donations. So this is everyday people doing it. So that's what
Yep.
makes it even more special.
I'm glad that I can at least offer my speed run to help bring in a little bit more and entertain everybody. But I'm so glad that we can get all these extra money to help Nami out, especially in the time of need that we're all in with COVID being trapped inside for so long. And just stripping us of interpersonal interaction. Oh man, it's a rough time. So let's all get through it together, right?
Yeah, always. But yeah, it's going to be a kind of basic couple of fights here. We're not really doing anything too extraordinary for a bit. So if Sweet Peeps, you want to go over why we're here, or if there's any other incentives are going on, what's up?
Well, I've got some donations here, and the reason we actually made it over 9,000 is because of a $500 donation from Tommy Coops. Thank you so much.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you. Thank you. Cannot express that.
That's
Tommy
absolutely
Coops,
fantastic.
the legend.
We also have a $10 donation from Andy K. No comment.
Thank you, Andy.
And a $50 donation from Anonymous saying, "Stairs! So many stairs!"
Yeah.
Okay, that's
pretty
my
much.
favourite one in a while. That's my favourite one in a while. Come on, folks, see if you can beat that.
And Slick Fingers has donated $25, donating for a friend who lost her battle to mental illness. She would have loved Final Fantasy VII Remake. Thank you so much, Slick Fingers.
That's the same for me with my brother too. Didn't manage to see the remake, but once I got a hold of it, I was like, I need to do a lot with this because
For me,
that's the first
unfortunately,
RPG I got to play on my own. Go ahead.
For me, unfortunately, it was my cousin about 4 years ago now. So yeah, I know this. It's not fun. But yeah, all we can do together is work together. And if you do need help, folks, I really don't think it needs said, but I'm going to say it because people do need to hear it. If you do need help, please reach out. The people are there.
Yep.
Even if you think they're not, they are. So that's the main hurdle to get over.
Yeah, we're all here for one another. That's the one beauty of Limit Break 2, the IRL event. A lot of us have come to depend on one another and become very good friends over it. But just because we don't have a physical event doesn't mean you don't have to stay on your own. Feel free to come in the Discords and hang out with people, learn a new game, interact with people. Maybe you find a couple of people you want to watch and just interact with consistently because you like the game or personality or whatever. Don't shield yourself off like a lot of us tended to. Just take advantage of what's there.
There are gonna be bad things and bad people in the world, but I believe there's more good than bad. Even if bad gets more of a spotlight, there is always more good than bad.
Except these Monomark 2s, they're just plain evil.
Yeah, we're in the more annoying part of the game where a lot of things are going to make this very obnoxious to deal with.
A lot of these enemies have very particular movements. Those monos, one of them puts up a magic shield, the other one puts up a physical shield. So they also like to dance around the battlefield a lot. So they are pretty difficult to deal with. These moth units, especially on hard mode, as you just saw, will knock you back pretty easily. The spinning blades you can counter, but you have to be very specific. Yep, right, just like that. You saw he got hit a couple times, but ended up getting the counter.
My HP was a little bit low. Normally, I want to just Thundera into a self-destruct. But I was a little bit close, and the ATB was low, so I tried to go for a Thundera, but he decided to target Cloud, which got me punished pretty hard. Lost me quite a bit of HP.
casually on hard mode, I would recommend putting elemental lightning on your armor and just throwing lightnings at him, because on hard mode he loves to throw his super kill thunder attack. And
Yeah, I
that'll
can't even
just
remember the
heal you
name
up.
of it, but when you see it, you're just like,
Yeah, it's
why
pretty
is
much
this game so hard?
it's pretty much an instant kill if you don't have elemental lightning on your armor. So if you're playing casually and you have a hard time with those moth battles, that's my recommendation.
You can alternatively use Blade Burst in that scenario and not use an elemental, because they do take quite a bit of damage from magic in that case. So Blade Burst ends up dealing roughly around the same amount of Thunder Out. The only difference is that it has massive windup and takes a while to fire off. So 6 to 1/2 dozen to the other. There's no reason not to. Well, if you're trying to micromanage your MP, there's a reason to do it that way. But there's a lot of different ways to handle the fights here.
Merci.
This is kind of like where the most dynamic routing comes up, because there's 4 segments split of 1 to each.
Pas lui-même.
One barrack and cloud segment.
Je sais qu'il-
Quick segment here that doesn't involve any combat. A blast ray real quick, and then we switch back to Tifa and Aerith, and we'll start kicking off the hard portion of this
Le laboratoire numéro
area.
On dirait.
Yeah, what's really
the-
cool about these, this chapter specifically, is like you had alluded to before. There's a ton of different ways that people do this. I think every runner has their own way of doing it. It's just very dynamic.
Cloud, on a trouvé la.
Yep. Early on, we kind of like low down to the lowest common denominator, ice, magnify, ATB, stagger. But once you start getting mid game, you have some flexibility. And because the bosses can usually be taken down a couple of different ways within a similar time period, there's really no like master strat that's like, oh, this is unbeatable. There's no other way to deal with a boss. That's actually why I love this. That is not what I wanted to do. No, that's gonna stink.
So yeah, how would you deal with that? Just answer in chat to people talking about Red 13 being playable. On the PS4, the community did actually save hack the PS4 version and added Red 13 into the party. And we can see a couple of his basic moves, and you can control them and walk around with them. The animation isn't quite, good enough. His items and stuff aren't that great. And Square actually just decided not to include him because it would have been too difficult in such a short period of time to give you a chance to explore his mechanics and what he's capable of. So I fully supported the idea that they delay him to the next part where you can enjoy him properly, get his own accessories, get his own weapons. Because if you got it in this part, it just wouldn't have felt right. It'd been too rushed and it wouldn't have been good for the character.
I also don't think it would have been very well implemented on the PS4's hardware. Like the PS5 is much more powerful, able to do, because Red 13 as a character is very agile, jumps around. So to have that as a player-controlled character would be probably very taxing on hardware. I'm not a huge. I don't really know what I'm talking about when it comes to that, but I would imagine that it's very taxing. You need like a PS5 status of a hardware to be able to run that.
Yeah, his movement will definitely require a lot more polygons for keeping his character model looking correctly, just because of the design of it.
So here they're doing menu switching. Materia switching is pretty big in this chapter because switch groups of 2 pretty often.
Yeah.
So we want to have an optimal setup for the fights that we're going into.
Yeah, I want to magnify that. Yeah.
So the first round of fights coming in. Yeah, the first round of fights coming in, they're going to be some dogs. Or actually, the first fights are going to be some easy experiments, failed experiments. Usually pretty easy to deal with. The next round of fights come with the dogs. Also pretty easy to take care of since we have sticky wind.
Or
sometimes
nope,
people
I
use lightning.
completely messed it up.
Nope, you still got it.
No, that my materia I messed up is what I'm talking about. Should have been first strike. Where is it? Assist? Wait. Something's wrong here. Uh-oh. Well, I want first strike. HP up should be up here, yeah. HP up. Assist. Okay.
Yeah.
That's right.
You can see how involved materia mapping can be, especially when those purple materials, you kind of want to go really fast through the menu, but when everything looks the same, it gets a little difficult sometimes.
One misplaced materia can have catastrophic effects later if you're not, especially if you're going into a boss like Genova or Valkyrie that have a significant lead into the boss, and then you catch your materia mistake because like something isn't magnified or you just don't have the spell or elemental isn't equipped, you're going to be in a really tough spot.
Yeah, a lot of runners like to use what I call a materia map or a materia grid, to where you don't really have to see what you're doing. It's, you know, you already memorized it. So, but like we said, if one materia gets thrown off, it kind of throws off that whole map. So you just gotta kind of be mindful of that. Now is a really good dogfight as well.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna put you. Okay.
These Xenons coming up, they can be a little trolly, but they're pretty easy to deal with.
Actually,
especially a solo one here.
I probably didn't need to do that at all. I keep, I am a little bit overprotective of my characters here, but to be perfectly honest, both Aerith and Tifa have Bloodsucker. So unless they get hit extremely hard, most of these fights, they'll siphon back the HP through the kills I'm going to give them.
Yeah, we'll call it marathon safety.
It's when the thing is I'm trying to micromanage the MP count, so I probably could do without this because I'm pretty close to max, but if I have to use Erga in this next fight, I'm going to really need that extra couple of MP. It's very tight in terms of MP without MP absorb on the table. Even when I factor in Soul Drain on Genova, Aerith's MP can go very, very wrong. And I basically need her to solo Arsenal for the most part. So she needs at least like 100 MP or something like that. And what I would prefer is to start with max MP. Are you serious with this?
Are they going to group? Does it?
I just got. What is this?
Yeah, see, well, it still worked out, but that's where the Xenons can be a little bit of little trolly.
I think
they like to hop around a lot.
I should have input the somersault, but I guess I must have dropped out of the menu too early. The thing is I do a lot of you want to open the shortcuts and then let go of them because you'll kind of get locked into one menu for an extended period of time. Oh, please don't missile.
Well, I see what happened. The hit knocked the Xenon was already bouncing up and down, and the somersault first hit him up in the air, and you missed the last hit.
Oh, I meant the initial one. Like, I tried to go for a somersault, like, right off the bat, and I think I whiffed the input. We'll heal up here, because I'm going to grab the crate on the other side anyway. That's the one downside. If I have Thunder Magnify, the dog room is relatively the same. You would want to use ice, but like I mentioned earlier, the dogs kind of laugh at ice, even though they're weak to it. They're just like, ha ha ha, I dodge. Kill.
The Bloodhounds especially, yeah, they love to dodge. So they're basically like the shock troopers of the dogs.
Or as some might be familiar with, the sledge worms breaking my heart one hammer at a time.
Yeah, we haven't gotten to this. We're coming up to the sledge worms. It's basically like a big game of whack-a-mole. They like to hop up and down. Thankfully, in PS5, they appeared to tune down the AI a little bit so that they don't pop up and down so fast.
They're a little bit less aggressive, so as long as you're not misinputting right off the bat, you can usually get some stuff off. I'm going to want to start with Catastrophe. Last couple of runs, I've accidentally fired off Thundera too soon, which has turned the fight into a complete circus. And I'm basically spending most of the time chasing them around, and I've gotten lucky on most of them, but I won't hold out forever.
That's basically the big thing about the Sledgeworm fight, is that you want to get into a pattern, because they doesn't seem like it, but if you miss one, then you're basically going to be chasing around them, because where they pop up is slightly random, but you can kind of tell where they're going to come from based on your positioning.
Okay. So I wanted to triple slash right off the bat to get Stardust Ray going, so that the Zeninays would be in a hit stun, giving me enough chance to build one more ATB boost SD. And then the reason I switched to Barret is because he needs to be in the center of the room to trigger these cutscenes. So these couple of rooms I'm going to be trying to position him, this one and the next one. And then the third room is the sword, or the sledge worm, so I'm just going to fire off Catastrophe and hope, against all hope, that it does its job, and knowing that it won't, I'm going to have to spam a bunch of Thundera and hope that does its job instead.
Yeah.
So yeah, this chapter's the longest chapter in the game. There's so many fights, and on hard mode, that does make your routing, particularly for MP management, really difficult. On your casual playthrough, this chapter is actually horrible to you because you think, you know, like, okay, I'll use magic to make some of these earlier fights easier. The problem with that is this chapter ends on 3 boss fights in a row.
Yep. I definitely had to reset this chapter on my casual hard play several times in order to get the right management down.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is the first of many gauntlet fights. We're gonna come up to the boss rush in a little bit after this, but this gauntlet here ends with the Brain Pod. Brain Pod was an enemy in the original OG game. They made them into a mini boss where he spawns a bunch of characters. This goes back to having the proper targeting down, but the way that Sid does it doesn't really matter.
Oh, nice ATB though. Great.
Nah,
Glad that got
see it.
wasted.
That'll happen.
Serious
and then,
with this?
And then
I'm just gonna restart this run. It's gonna take way too long.
when that
Perfect
happens,
ATB and it was completely wasted.
when the whack-a-mole happens, yeah, that definitely you can start chasing them.
Are you serious with this?
Nice counter though. Yeah, that got him.
Oh wait, is
And
everyone
he's
still
run
alive
away
here?
on you, though, of course. Yeah, I think one's still up. Oh, he's over there. No, over there.
There you go.
Left,
You got him.
left a bit. Left a bit.
Ah.
Right a bit.
This room is where fun goes to die, and so same with the speed runs.
Well, at the very least, he ended near the door, so that's a positive outcome.
I'm glad Catastrophe did nothing both times. Just to rub it in, like you're foolish for using Catastrophe here. The problem is
that's how the that's how the sledges work though. They like to randomly pop up, and sometimes they will just pop immediately back down to ruin your targeting. So here's the Brain Pod fight. Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was going to say, here we have Brain Pod. Brain Pod's another one of the standard characters that got elevated to a boss status fight. This is probably the one in the game that we all agree shouldn't have been elevated to a boss fight. This fight brings nothing. And thankfully on hard mode and all New Game Plus modes, all we do here is just cast Catastrophe.
Yeah.
And because Catastrophe is quite unique amongst limits, in that during its cast it will actually kind of repoint itself to hit multiple enemies. You can usually, and I say usually, take out all of these guys in one Catastrophe, but we will prepare our triple slash and stuff to finish off one or two if they survive.
if you're really brave, you can YOLO SD. I'm not doing anything with Cloud because I'm stopped. Nice.
Yeah, the one Brain Pod has a habit of doing that.
that's funny.
Yep, one survives, as it wants to do.
I guess I'll just heal with Barret here because there's no reason not to.
Yeah, that Brain
It's
Pod,
just funny looking at the side of that screen though, when you
That's
just
so
see the sea of
infuriating.
deaths fly up.
and,
well,
then it's Brain Pod H that hides in the corner and avoids all the damage.
let me
So,
see here.
Get past that little you get past that little point there. Do a little menu here, and then we head up to the Swordipede fight. Swordipede is another enemy that well, before that there's a little, I believe we're at Save Red now.
Yes.
Yes, so we have to save Red first, but yeah, we'll get to Swordipede later. But yeah, one more gauntlet to fight with Aerith and Tifa. So that'll be coming up now.
Yep. So now I'm taking the magic ups off Cloud for a little while. Normally it would be permanently, but there's a lot of nonsense we can get up to in Whispers that's going to abuse self-destruct to push the phases a little bit quicker and output a lot of damage really quickly. It's very, very dangerous, but it's high risk, high reward. You can save about 2 minutes in that fight by making timers activate sooner, and because of its interaction with Blade Burst, we can tend to do a lot of damage to the Whispers. But we'll talk about that more when we get to Chapter 18. We got to get there through the next 3 bosses first, and no, I'm not counting Swordipede ever.
Yeah,
Are you?
Swordipede is technically part of the final boss rush. but there is a bit of a minute gap of just running between them. But once we get to Genova, the game is very intense, boss after boss after boss after boss.
Yeah,
So
Sortipede is sort of the false flag of oh, this is the start of the boss rush, because it's such almost like a free fight.
Yep.
But then it gives you Genova, which is in my opinion the hardest of the boss rush. So and so this
Yeah, I got lucky.
nice little retarget. That was,
yeah.
That was
I didn't
thing
think
with
that was gonna
practicing
reach,
this
so
game.
I got really lucky there.
Yeah,
the game decided to
definitely-
give me.
game definitely
That was a mulligan
definitely
and a
helped you
half.
out there. He was like, I feel bad for doing that to him.
The hardest thing with practicing Genova strategies is because, especially in hard
I
modes
should
here,
have done that.
it's because you're using MP as you go through this fight, through this chapter. You can't just practice with a full save of everybody having everything. So if you change your strategies at all leading up to the boss rush, you've got to plan and route all that in, and then realize you may not be able to cast certain moves later. So it's very much a balancing act in Chapter 17. The hard mode guys have done amazing at routing various ways to make this work.
Yeah,
Alright, that actually went swimmingly, and that was 100% not planned. Believe it or not.
YOLO
Oof.
strats are some of the best strats, so don't fight it.
But if I could make that consistent, that would be the strat, honestly.
So
The thing is, that
yeah.
fight can be pretty volatile, because for whatever reason, Magnify Arrow will just not hit all three of those ones that start. Magnify is pretty strong and been buffed, but there's still some times where you got to keep an eye out, because it'll fail to hit all three targets, because it feels like it. Oh yeah, Strife talking about the Rufus strat. If you thought that fight was
Oh, yeah.
boring, I got some really exciting white knuckle stuff in there. Normally you would want to sleep in Braver Rufus for an instant stagger, but I have a more
Risque.
Forge DIQ chest. I don't even know how to. It's really silly. It looks super risky, and it probably is. But it's a good backup if you're sleep whiffs for whatever reason.
Which is impossible because it sticks to the target. But hey, we're not here.
Well,
we're not here
I
to,
mean, like sleep whiffing in terms of like getting knocked out of it.
It's actually really important to know that backup strat anyway for pretty much every category, because if you do mess up in some way, or you don't have the ATB when you needed it, even on New Game Plus Easy, I've my triple slash is missed, and all of a sudden I'm going, okay, I need to block and go into braver backups. So it's always useful to study the strats of other categories, just because you never know what might happen on a run. And when you're at Chapter 17 this late on in the end, messing up on one boss, you do not want to be a run killer, so you want to learn your backups.
Yeah.
and it's
Yeah,
also very
Genova
important too,
is
because it
the
showcases
biggest
Yeah, go ahead.
sin. Genova is the biggest sin for me because I do a very old strat where I just spam focus strike and thrust to get stagger. It's mainly because Genova cycles between barrier and reflect on phases 2 and 4. So I want to set it up so that she's on reflect in the final phase, so I can just throw a limit out and act like I'm actually know what I'm doing when I'm just basically gaming it, so that I always get that. But sometimes Tifa can do some weird stuff and get taken out in a really bad spot. So I have the revivals to recover. It's just not going to be a good fight at all.
Here's the Swordipede fight. So this is going to be over in two very, very quick phases, and once it is, I think we should probably hand over to Sweet Peeps to get some last donations and ideas in, because once we get to Genova, this is going to be very intense from beginning through to the very end of the run.
Of course. We've got a couple of donations. $10 from Tech, who says, "You guys are amazing." Smiley face. Thank you so much. But I don't think you're talking to me. I think you're talking to the runners
Very
and the
much
commentators.
appreciated. This is a
Shout
rough
out to
run
Tech.
for
We
sure.
always need Tech for these events. They're kind of the unsung heroes, so
Oh,
much appreciated, guys.
I 100% feel that, because I spent a lot of time behind the scenes. I never expected to be in front of the camera because my sailor mouth is very hard to control sometimes. I really wish we were in an IRL event, because it'd be a little bit easier for my brain to fully engage and keep me out of keeping my foot out of my mouth.
Keeping your foot out of your mouth. Sweet Peas, back to you.
Well, we've got $5 from JB. No comment. Thank you so much, JB. And just a reminder, we do have some incentives going. We've got the Shadowrun incentive, the Exploit Showcase, has been met. No need to donate for that one, unless you wanted to. It's fine. But we do have an incentive for Super Mario RPG, a $500 incentive for watching the credits. We are currently at 159. So if you'd like to watch those credits, which are an absolute joy to watch, please get those donations in. We also have an incentive for Axe Battler, a Legend of Golden Axe, $300 incentive to show the opening and ending text. Currently, we are at 0. We also have a few incentives for Dragon Warrior Randomizer. The Shuffle Music flag, get that music shuffling in there. That's a $250 total incentive. We are currently at $10. And I know I mentioned it earlier, but I'll mention it again. I think it'd be super fun to make 75% of the world in Dragon Warrior Randomizer a swap.
Yeah. So we're going into the last boss rush. I could barely do this well as it is, so I'm gonna explain a little bit here and there. But mainly I'll try and let the commentators take over so that I can hit buttons good instead of hit buttons really slow and bad.
Yeah.
A lot of these fights are super execution heavy, and Genova, Arsenal, and Whispers can punish you extremely fast and basically rip away any chance you have to finish the fight in any sort of reasonable pace. If not, just completely take away your chance of finishing the fight altogether.
Yeah, as it said, it's super execution heavy. Timing is super tight timing windows, so it takes a lot of concentration. So me and Emmy will try to explain what's going on in a fast motion while Sid handles Genova like a boss. So here we go. Also, the unfortunate part is that we won't get to hear the great soundtrack at the end, but that's okay because we'd rather go fast. So here, got a Dolphin Fury going in. To try to push the phase without hitting the stagger. We want to get rid of the tentacles because they can be very annoying.
Putting the tentacles down is actually super nice because it'll allow us to keep Genova a little bit passive. Mm-hmm. So you got to be careful there. You need to align Tifa in such a way that she won't risk everything. We'll do it this way to be on Tifa. Shoutouts to Wolverine there.
And Genova likes to throw up shields. You see that she has a magic shield on, so if we threw any magic at her, our party would basically be done. Here...
Yeah, she also likes to cast Stop on you, which if you saw Cloud come up resisted, we are able to equip items to avoid that, because Cloud just being stopped for 2-3 seconds there can be a death sentence really on hard mode.
Okay, that's really not what I wanted.
But we can still probably push the pace. Almost there. That
sooner or later.
There it goes. Right. That pressure bar just wasn't moving.
Yeah,
build up a
this
little
phase,
bit
the
of
third
ATB
phase
here.
of this fight isn't the most fun in the world. Movement's important. There's going to be a lot of tentacles spawning around the arena.
ATB is going to be really tight.
Yeah, we need to go around the arena
too.
taking these guys out. We need to take them all out in order before we can attack Genova again. So we just try to find their, as you saw there, he targeted Genova and it came up immune. So triple slash is your friend for getting around here. You can also try and use some magics if you have the ATB. Hard mode, as it said, that's a little tighter. So just running around and attacking them can save us a bit of time.
Yeah, and targeting can be a little bit wonky in this section as well, just because the camera will swing around in such a way that it kind of disorients you, gets you out of position. You want to be in a specific position to get, just like that. Triple slash will basically one-shot all the tentacles, but sometimes triple slash will lock onto Genova, who is currently immune with all the tentacles out.
The other annoying thing about this section, once we do clear all these tentacles down, we need to nuke down Genova as fast as possible. If we don't push the phase quick enough here to phase 4, all of those tentacles come back and we need to do it all again. So as you can imagine, that's not fun and that wastes way too much time.
Yep. And this last phase coming up too is very tight window. can be easy. It'll look very easy if it's done well, but again, this is the type of fight that can get away from you if something goes wrong. Because
I know we don't get to hear it long, but tune.
Yeah, you're gonna get a little bit of an extended portion here because I started with Aerith, so I need to eat the time pool here so I can get Berserk. So.
All right. So yeah, like I said, the
Anytime game. Okay.
so we try to get in there close. Want to try to berserk her to get her damage up.
Meant to do this. Okay, broke one, whichever. Berserk. Where are you, Tifa?
And we're gonna do basically a Star Shower buff into another Star Shower buff.
You can see Genova's got a bit of a pushback animation there as well, just around her. It's very common to go into some
Good
modes
job.
there, cast a limit break or something, and then you just whiff and miss, and that's so infuriating when that happens.
For that fight to go as well as it did, it is extremely difficult. It's almost impossible to get a perfect Genova fight, just because the AI. It's like I said, it's definitely one of the most difficult battles.
Yeah, Genova has a bunch of like hidden conditions and stuff that you need to know about. Point blank will help a little bit in the next fight. It's not going to be super important, but we don't want to. Wait, what was her HP at? I want to know. I can deal with that.
Yeah, Aerith's HP was fine, so that's something else that Sid has to be aware of here. We've still not finished this chapter, so Aerith is going to be in another boss fight shortly, and it's all too easy to accidentally have her health far too low before the next fight, and then she suddenly dies, and you go, oh.
She can give you some really weird movement right off the start, and she can end up taking a ton of damage. She can also, you can get a really bad pattern as well. In like the second phase, Arsenal can just randomly change its elemental affinity, which like keeps the stagger from happening. I have no idea what causes it, but whatever. So I'm gonna build up the pressure bar here to max. We're gonna focus.
Yeah, in this fight we need to take out Dark Star twice first. So the first two phases are Dark Star. I'd also like to point out quickly though that, you know, I know COVID has robbed us of a lot of things, but I think it's also robbed us of cons and cosplays, because I really wanted to see guys cosplaying as Rufus. It would have been so good. What a white suit that is.
I was lucky enough to go to the Final Fantasy Concert World Tour, and there were plenty of Rufus cosplayers, Aerith cosplayers, and I believe I saw an Andrea cosplayer as well, so you would have been very happy.
Oh yeah, I was at the London one, remember, not long before you went.
Yep.
Okay, Dark Star's down, time to show off.
Yeah, so I built up the stagger so I could just tag once, and then I get the stagger bonus from the triple slashes. It does face a penalty for hitting Dark Star multiple times, but because of that bonus damage, it makes this a lot easier to get through without getting shot in the back of the head by Rufus. He's not really a nice guy and kind of cheats, but I cheat too.
We're basically trying to overwhelm the game with as they fight against us there. So easy peasy Rufus fight. Now comes the Arsenal, which can also one of those fights that can get away from you, but as long as you get into a nice pattern, a nice flow, it's no problem.
Could you not be like that game? What are you gonna do? Yep, okay, that's fine with me.
So there, you can do a couple of random moves there. He did his little area attack, which is probably the best outcome, just because it takes a while for him to move, so we can kill those barrier drones.
Oh, this teach. Okay.
Got it off before the homing laser. Which is awesome.
That ATB actually scared me. I don't know where the other part come from, but I'm happy.
So here
Must have been
so he's gonna try
damage
to
working between the two. Yeah. Oh, the other thing too is I might just kind of ramble a bit here because for whatever reason they like to claim this song. So this fight can be kind of annoying in terms of like
just
YouTube.
Need to stop over it, so
yeah.
Copyright claims.
Not sure if I can lower the music volume, so it's just gonna. We Blizzara, that should stagger, but I kind of missed it. This phase, Skillmaster and Stagger is gonna take over, so I'm gonna Thundaga, which is 100% safe, surprisingly. Throw a Tempest in here to build a little bit of ATB and damage. Thunder of the rear wheel, Blizzard of the front wheel, and then get Barrett. Barrett, could you get in there, buddy?
Barrett will never agree to do what he wants. You know this by now.
Synergy was blocking me through throwing the point blank in. I could Soul Drain here, but we're already like, just overrun, buddy. Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, this is
we'll get a sea of weaknesses flying up on the screen, and again, that's us making sure we take the most vulnerable target. It's one of the nicer things in Remake is that we do now have multiple targets within single bosses, so you do make sure you go for them and you can get much better damage out.
Yeah. And the end of that fight is nice and easy, just a double Thundara and the battle's done. So that was pretty much a
that's
clean
exactly
fight.
how the strat
Boss
should go. The only thing that was weird is the triple Blizzard didn't pop immediately. The
Now
fight
for the
can.
bike minigame.
Oh yeah. Oh man, this is gonna be a really
bike
long
minigame
one.
percent?
Oh
Yeah, no.
maybe. I'm
Oh,
good.
No, okay. I guess we're gonna skip the bike minigame.
Wait, skip.
Just to give
Minigame
people an
percent.
idea of the difference in the power between the PS4 and the PS5 when a game's optimized for it. That sequence there between ending that fight and then getting to here where we're standing and we're doing our menu, that took about a minute on the PS4 just to do all of those loads.
Minute and 20 seconds.
Yeah, and it was what was really annoying about it was it'd been great for a break if you didn't have to keep pressing skip. So instead, it's now over in like what was that, 3-4 seconds there? Just such a difference in horsepower between the game consoles.
Yep. So here we're doing the final menu for the last boss fight.
I wish it was the final menu. It's pretty close.
Oh, you do one before Sephiroth? I didn't realize.
Yeah, unfortunately, like SD and Iron Blade is just too unsafe. So I'll do a short menu to toggle back over to Hard Edge and actually up my damage output.
Okay, well the second last menu to the game. But we get a sequence of the whispers here. It's red, blue, and yellow. They each have their own strength and technically weakness. But
nobody likes red. Red is the evil one.
Red is he likes to follow you around and beat you up a lot. So we try to get rid of him first, and then we want to avoid getting multiple moves from Big Daddy Whisper up top.
Ooh, what is this?
So we try to manipulate the game in a way in order to skip his multiple moves.
Not the best ATB.
Yeah. This ATB is actually like as good as it can get. Normally if I have like 13 or 1400, I'll ATB boost right off the bat. But since I'm like 18, I'll just build a little bit on the red and then SD. It'll do enough damage so that instead of triggering the attack phase from the boss, we'll immediately start the timer to progress to the next part. So we can do that for phase 1 and 2 to save a significant amount of time. It does take a very intensive setup, and it does rob you of a lot of backup tools because you need to go double magic up, you need Iron Blade, you need the self-destruct setup, which is a 6 materia minimum, you need first strike, so you have like no spaces for any sort of safety mechanics like an HP up or something.
Yeah, in a fight like this, you definitely want to have a couple backups in your
this is not something I would suggest to a new runner ever. Let me see here.
Kind of focuses on this. Should we explain, Steamed, kind of what the mechanics are of this entire fight and how they affect the next one?
Yeah, so this is another one of those hidden point systems. Basically, what you want to do, what we are attempting to do, our final party is to get Cloud, Tifa, and Aerith. Cloud, Aerith, and Tifa in that order. So we don't want to use any real ATB actions with Barret, or we want to try to use more actions with the girls. And we also want to try to stagger the enemies with Cloud and the girls in order to get that party coming.
Yeah, we need to cough up specific enemies to specific people. So if I get like really weird RNG and Cloud dies in a bad position, or I miss an input with a specific character, hopefully the commentators can help me keep track of points, because I want Tifa first and then Aerith.
Oh, you want Tifa first? Okay. Yeah,
Aerith can be quite difficult because she gets double points. Oh, nice. I guess I'm going to get this then.
Paraga's good because you can just roll up and
I want to
be SD that. And then,
we're going to move over here, Star Shower, Arise Cloud.
Another thing we need to be careful of with these whispers is if you try and take 2 of them down at the one time and you get them both past the stagger phases, one, you'd have to watch the animation twice, but after they do their kind of disappearing and reappearing trick, they come back with their health again. You can only kill one of them at a time, So it's just something to be aware of. It's easy on casual run to go, why does this fight keep going on forever?
This-
And that's what's causing it. You're taking on too many at a
Casually,
time.
I spent a day on this fight, so there's no shame in having any issues with these
Yeah.
guys. They're extremely strong, and it's very hard to like get through this.
And as much
one
as
of the
we're
things
making, as much as Sid's making the game look easy, this game was definitely pretty challenging, even on normal on a first playthrough. So there's no shame in dying to these guys several times.
Arguably normal is hard. Easy could have been normal. I
Yeah.
almost feel that Square could have named them that way around, because the normal playthrough for people just picking up a Final Fantasy for the first time was difficult.
Yeah, I mean,
That was not an easy playthrough.
Yeah, unprepared about the mechanics. Like, I mean, nobody knew about anything here. See, that right there, you wanted to avoid Indomitable, but it's gonna be okay because he staggered.
Yeah.
There's no problem.
So we're gonna
at
build
all,
a little bit of bar here, and then we're gonna switch over to Cloud and True Strike.
Yeah.
Okay.
Indomitable is pretty terrible because it's a big fire attack and it'll bounce your party up and down
Yeah.
and really shred your health.
A lot of the
so-
damage in that phase normally would come from Blade Burst. I would want a Star Shower into the Somersault to get the damage buff. Problem is like it is almost impossible to keep Red in Star Shower, but still in range of Somersault to get hit by both. So I just go with Somersault right off the bat, but because Tifa's ATB was so low, since I managed to just destroy the previous phase to the point where I couldn't build any ATB. That's the one issue here, is your ATB can kind of be fluid. So early on, you have to do a lot of, you have to know the wiggle room. Some people do use Dolphin Flurry. The reason I use Somersault is because I'll get it back after a refocus, and having 3 ATB makes it easier to stun lock the yellow one, because in phase 2 we want to Arise Cloud. Yellow one's trying to hit Barret. Even when you're on Tifa or whatever, yellow one just always targets Barret. So we're using Tifa to lock him so Barret can get the Arise off safely without getting hit. So there's like a lot of little things that go into this fight to make it work. We're going to fire off an Ascension here, and we're going to earn up another one for Bahamut. Hopefully yellow stays out of the Ascension, but there's no guarantee that'll happen.
Yeah, there's always a big random element to this battle. Like
that is not the right limit.
That it still worked out. You just don't have to hit the other one. Hey, there you go. Hey,
Sort of, kind of.
No, if you stagger them both at the same time, it's fine. But you just have to get them down on the health.
I don't know what the hell I was thinking.
At least you don't have to worry about them beating up on Barret.
There we go. Not going to be super good, but that's what I have to deal with right there. The other one's going to get back up. Unfortunately, that's kind of what I figured was going to happen. Charge,
Yeah,
charge.
it played both stagger animations at the same time, so there was no time loss for that.
Yeah.
That's why it wasn't a big issue.
Yes,
there was some time loss for reviving Cloud, but you still were doing okay.
All right, so I'm going to wait a little bit here on... I could fire off the Ascension, but... yes, no, whatever. We're going to... Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. You're not going to do anything?
Finish off these guys. There's also, for those of you who like the fan theories and trying to guess what's going on, there is the time travel theory of Sephiroth in this game, where he is actually the Advent child of Sephiroth. And there's also a theory that these three guys here are in fact Kadaj's
So that was
gang
really
from,
jank, unfortunately.
Well, no.
Barret, Kurga, Blade Burst.
So yeah, to go, it's heavily implied in the assess that it's those 3 from Advent Children. So
Yeah,
like
the moves that they have are slightly named after the weapons the guys had in Advent Children. So if it's not true, by goodness, did Square heavily hint it.
Yeah, they were very heavy-handed, leaning towards leaning
This
towards
is
the,
actually
Kadaj
really
and
bad.
everyone.
What? Ascension, or cross slash instead of Ascension, huh?
C'est l'avenir de la
I downgraded it for Genova and missed re-upgrading it, so this fight's going to be really weird with cross slash.
I love this thing coming up.
Mais l'avenir
It's like
n'est
Ultra
jamais
Big Boys all night. Several of us actually have this split called Ultra Big Boy just because of Barrett's voice lines here.
Yeah, so this is going to be a little bit of YOLO action going on.
Oh yeah, this is definitely like I
tension
have
on
no
it.
idea how cross slash is going to work out, but we're going to have to use it because that's what we got.
And we'll find out now.
Yeah, resetting is off the table because it's like a 10-minute fight. If I
Yeah.
caught it immediately somehow, yeah, but by the time I should have noticed when I got the limit like right off the bat. That was actually kind of a big tell, but at that point it was already too late to restart.
And it's not going to be intentional here, but if you do have summon, we highly recommend some Bahamut on Bahamut action.
Bahamut on
It's
Bahamut
just-
violence, yes.
It's always just fun to see. But yeah, we don't actually use a summon in this entire run. I don't believe we use a summon in any category, unless you're doing it for a meme, because they're all slow.
The killing the Sephiroth different meme is always is gonna be one of my favorites. Just a swag way to end a run.
Okay.
Good Bahamut fight.
And that's why refocus is nice, because oh, what the heck is this? Please don't. Please don't. Thank you.
Yep, that was good.
That will
we
do
want
nicely.
to.
Yep.
Ooh.
Yellow guy's not so worried about, but he's still got
Lot of sus in here. Oof.
But
Where are you, red boy? There you are.
And yeah, the lock-ons can be useful, cameras, as we know. And again, fair play to Sid here. This is his second, like, 5 and a bit hour run today already. So he's doing great. Keep it going. And,
Yeah.
bring it home, man.
I'm glad I didn't fall apart after that phase 4 throw. Getting that transition was really bad. Being on cross last year is awful. I just got to remember to upgrade it in Sephiroth's menu, or else things are going to get really, really bad.
Don't
we're gonna
worry,
wanna-
we'll make
But this is pretty
I'm
much
gonna go this
like
dude.
pretty much near the end of the Harbinger section. So
I want to make sure
definitely
one of
make it.
these. Actually, let's just ATB boost, SD, and we're gonna use Tifa to take care of Blue Boy here. I
there's
could
the
get
double long range attack that just looks amazing. And yeah, that kind of leads into your idea that we're going to get a Barrett Red 13 tag team coming up in the next part.
You know, that would be a good way to balance the lower stats of the characters by giving them a better partner move to offset it. They'll probably nerf Tifa if I had to guess.
Most likely, because she's they're gonna have to balance out with all the characters to make the characters worth being in your party. However, they do the party system.
Flip
So
flop.
this is just pretty easy peasy. Harbinger's at the HP gate, so all that's going to require to end this battle is a quick
Spell from just
magic
about
spell.
anyone.
Yeah.
Aerith's normal attack takes forever to reach. Soul Drain or any of that stuff.
We
Lightning and
typically
Wind are the
use
only
Thunder.
two that are going to hit quick enough.
Yeah,
That's
we typically
actually
use Thunder because that's the fastest casting time.
Yeah, you got to be careful. You got to make sure Tifa has 8 ATB. As if you give Bahamut or a Big Boy to Aerith, she gets 500 points. Everybody else gets 250. All right,
Right,
let me.
take your time, menu, put the
Yep.
limit break on correctly.
All right, let's do this. Hard Edge, nope. Magic up for HP up, Skill Master, ATB boost for assist. Now we need to, first off, let's upgrade these two so I don't mess that up. Aerith's good. Cloud goes into Disorder. Focus Thrust, Braver, and Blizzra. And surprisingly, that's enough. Good. Let's go.
All right, so
Tune time, bring it home.
Yep. Well, let's Sid bring it home, and we'll try to narrate this fight as best as possible. Basically, you want to try to avoid any screen transitions. So you'll see here, we don't want to throw him up in the air to change the screen. We want to keep him down here because that costs a lot of time. So we want to try to damage him down, get him past this phase. It's okay to stagger him a bunch. He won't move. We use Braver to prevent him from getting hit, and then we move on to the second phase here.
Normally we would just spam Infinity End, but that's really only viable with refocus. Braver we can make work if we like swing out of the Disorder after Blizzra goes off at a certain time, because it won't trigger the push because the Punisher or Operator stance or Punisher stance, those first 4 hits are included together. So the game kind of goes, sure, whatever. Right
up
here we're
was
going to do
Tifa
something
versus
really
Aerith.
weird.
And
Disorder,
we got Tifa.
this, and then we're going to Dolphin Flurry.
Here, the
So each
intention of
phase
this-
here,
Go ahead.
each phase here there is a chance to transition to random
Okay.
areas. This is very much like Advent Children in that you can fight across different parts of the map. So we're doing our best to avoid those scenes. There's one there where we're being knocked up and coming back down. They're not always avoidable, but we do our best.
Yeah, so his attacks in these, especially in hard mode, he has a lot more attacks that can transition the screens. Even if you're not really particularly taking that much damage from him.
Okay,
So it's just
here's
sort of
where
a thing
the
that
rubber
happens,
meets
so.
the road.
Yeah,
There's
so
one
here-
choice.
here's-
I can
here's the,
stagger
go ahead.
him and throw a limit, or I can save it for phase 4. We're gonna
So,
go for the stagger kill here. I may get punished pretty hard for it, but no risk, no reward. I tend to get thrown around by Shadow Flare and lose like 20 seconds, so we're gonna try and do it here.
Okay, we got the right party. That's the
Yep.
first thing that matters.
Yeah, as long as she
hopefully-
gets the yellow and Barrett doesn't like stagger when I'm pretty solid, because she gets double points. Wind,
This is the
huh?
final,
We got
final
wind
bit
and
here.
fusion.
So we got a wind infusion. Sephiroth here will cast an elemental on himself, and we want to use the opposite. So the opposite for wind is thunder, and we just line that up instantly.
And thankfully,
You've got
Thunder.
to be careful if this fight goes on slightly longer than you want. He will cast another one, and you need to be ready for that for when he changes what his infusion is.
Yeah, and in this fight too, he'll cast anything but fire on his first round. So you want to try to get him so that he doesn't cast another barrier. So you always know that
Under damage
at least
again.
at the very least, ice is gonna be a safe play. Yeah, a little bit of under damage there. In there, he casts a barrier, but he's so close to his phase push that it shouldn't really matter. But he's really eating a lot of damage. So. There he goes.
I'm gonna get punished pretty hard for this.
I just did like last night. You just gotta arise and.
Unfortunately, I don't have the
Arise or
HP this
limit
time. Yeah. We'll use the Thunder to push some damage real quick. Yeah, I'm just gonna start going back to doing the limit there because I keep messing it up.
Oh, we did just a rise Cloud there. Cloud already has his limit, keeps his limit, so we're trying to get it off as soon as possible. Because that basically
would like to
finishes
thank
up.
Square
All right,
for that
time is
quality of
coming
damage.
up as soon as. Cloud, where are you?
Oh.
Could you not? That'd be cool, buddy. Oh, great.
Cloud
I
got
want to be on
knocked
Tifa
off.
here.
So Cloud got knocked off before he was able to get his limit break off. So unfortunately, you have to wait for him to get down.
I need to get
Takes
a
a little
bit
bump
closer. I want to
there.
make sure I don't. And time is
All
going
right,
to come
there
up
she
as soon as Sephiroth dies. And
Thank goodness for immune iframes.
time. There we go.
All right, GG's.
Oh, I
Oh,
got
wow.
greedy trying to just use Ascension in that final phase, and I got punished like I did last run. Sephiroth phase 3 and 4 is like nothing to really like to thumb your nose at. He's fairly strong. Ascension's probably a lot safer in phase 3, so that was definitely a big throw, risking it. I thought if I micromanaged Aerith, I could get the damage out, but that wasn't the case. So that's New Game Plus hard. What was our time?
5 hour 52 looks like. If I'm looking at this correctly.
5 hours, huh?
Considering the amount of stuff we went through there, and the fact that we don't know if the timer was going and not going, we'll take that. Remember, we took the stairs, so you'd
Yeah,
I mean, this is
that
what
straight
the
off the
stairs
bat.
too. So
5 was my estimate without stairs added in, and the stairs is roughly 7 minutes. And then not doing the skip is another 2, so you could safely say, like, reasonably take 8 off of that, so that would have been a 452, something like that. Not bad. My PBs have been around 46, 40, 50, and to 40. I'm not surprised though. I'm pretty winded from doing 2 runs back to back. Now I know.
Soft lock demonstration as well.
Oh yeah. Let's go do that. I wanted to show it off at the beginning, and but the game decided to say
Yeah,
no.
we,
And
we
maybe...
had the whole shtick plan to pretend
Yeah.
it had never been seen before. The game chose to not soft lock on us, much to our annoyance.
Yeah,
this game doesn't like to cooperate with us a bunch of the times, but we still love it all the same.
Yeah, so this game is pretty interesting. You can soft lock in the first like 60 seconds. So I guess start the timer in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. And let's do the start again. Normally I would have just reset at the beginning, but we got a soft lock one way or the other, so we're gonna get it. Gonna blizzard these guys for a little bit of a optimization.
So the way this soft lock happens is around every combat area where you're fighting, there's kind of an invisible box to show where the combat area is. Now, when you leave the combat area, different triggers happen. And what we're actually going to do in this section is we're going to leave the combat area from the wrong direction. And it causes the lift to start activating early, because we're going to leave it over on the left here instead of going straight ahead. That allows us to get under the lift and cause some jankiness.
Trop facile.
Yeah, so here we go.
As long as I don't get a weird back input this time, it should be okay.
Yep, there it is.
All right.
So you
So-
saw he got in there before
Literally
the
do
elevator went
nothing.
down.
Yep. So,
And the lift goes
Yeah.
up without you.
And there you are, stuck.
well, that's okay. Where's the call button? Cloud,
Nope.
wanna hit the button
The
there?
elevator's
No?
only one way now. It
Yep. So we got a save load from this. It's a neat little thing that you usually won't see.
Bye, Avalanche. Have fun blowing up the
Yeah,
reactor.
but that'll totally happen if you're not paying attention while practicing. It's because when you get down this alleyway, it actually triggers them to spawn on the upper platform instead of on the elevator, so we can get in there quick enough to soft lock. So if you don't move, you don't clip to the elevator, and it just goes up without you. So that is a soft lock, and that just shows like the game's not bad, but it also is kind of flimsy in some spots.
I like to say that it's put together by the finest duct tape that we can find. So
It's very much like OG,
we
where
love
it's
The finest duct tape, along with some complimentary zip ties, I'd like to point out.
oh, yes.
yep. So
Yeah, I guess.
Thanks.
Thanks.
everybody
The
for letting
future,
me
not a
run
bug,
here.
Exactly.
I'm surprised they managed to do as well as I did at this winded level.
GG's, man. You did a good job.
Hopefully, you guys enjoyed the commentary and did a really good job explaining stuff.
Yeah, if you're interested in this run, please, folks, we would love you to come and join us on the Discord. We've got plenty of people in different categories that would, love to help and teach. The community will share what we know. We don't get people at working out strats and then keeping it to themselves. We always want to improve everybody. There's a great, camaraderie to try and advance everything. So yeah, please come and join us. We'd love to have you.
Thanks,
And,
everybody.
Yeah,
for the
thank you,
work.
RPG Limit Break, for having us. We really appreciate it.
Indeed,
Showcase
always
us.
enjoying
Yep.
getting to showcase this game. I think at that, I think that's us.
Yep. I'm too winded to think anymore. So, is there anything else you guys need from me?
No.
Sweet peeps, over to you.
You go take a nap. That was an absolutely fantastic run.
All right. Take care, guys. Enjoy the rest of the marathon.
So yes, that was the Sid running and commentary by Nanaki Emmy and Steamed Hams with Cheese. And this was Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade on the PS5. Coming up next, we have Shadowrun Any Percent on the SNES by Elastoid. And after that, we've got Super Mario RPG. And remember, we do have some donation incentives for Super Mario RPG. Watching the credits, we have $159. Our goal is $500. And you can also name the file. Currently, Waluigi is winning at $60. So if you really want to ensure Waluigi is the file name for Super Mario RPG, because why wouldn't you? Waluigi deserves the world. Go ahead and donate some more money for that. And stick around after this short intermission. This is Questing for Glory, Hope, and Healing 2. If you're gonna tweet about us, you can use the hashtag QFGHH2 and hashtag together 4MH, and that is the number 4. Stick around.